you good for me? Way too good to be everything I need. Are you good for me? Would you be there? Would you be there? Baby, would you be there? Would you be there? Baby, would you be there? Would you be there? Would you be there? Baby, would you be there? Would you be there? Would you be there? Baby, would you be there? Would you be there? Would you be there? Baby, would you be there? Are you really mine? Or was it just a dream? Are you good for me? Way too good to be everything I need. Are you good for me? Would you be there? Would you be there? Baby, would you be there? Would you be there? Baby, would you be there? Would you be there? Would you be there? Baby, would you be there? Would you be there? Would you be there? Baby, would you be there? Would you be there? Would you be there? Baby, would you be there? Don't you be calling if you can be mine. I don't wanna break my own heart. You got me falling.
भाई ये एनवीडिया भाई लॉल नो वे दिस एनवीडिया सक्स दिस एनवीडिया लिटरली सक्स भाई लिटरली सक्स फैजन भाई वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम यार वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम थैंक यू फॉर लाइक बताने के लिए कि माइक ऑफ है मेरा मेरा एनवीडिया ने हक एनवीडिया थोड़ा लाइक मेरा ऑफ हो जाता है ऑटोमेटिक कभी कभी तो इसलिए वेलकम टू दिस स्ट्रीम गाइस वेलकम टू दिस स्ट्रीम हम आज वॉच पार्टी करने वाले वीसीटी नॉट वीसीटी ईडब्ल्यूसी के मैच ऑफ वैलोरेंट ठीक है तो चलिए शुरू करते हैं लेट्स मूव टू दी लेट्स मूव टू दी मेन स्ट्रीम ठीक है लेट्स मूव टू दी मेन स्ट्रीम एक सेकंड इंट्रो इन म्यूट लॉल अरे वो पता नहीं क्या हो जाता क्या सीन होता है ऑटोमेटिक पता नहीं कुछ तो हो जाता है ड्रैग कर रहा है सो लेट्स गो क्या चल रहा है देखते हैं लेट्स गो लेट्स गो वजन भाई मेरे लाइव ही से पाओ गैस किसी को वॉच पार्टी करनी है तो जल्दी आ जाओ ईडब्ल्यूसी क्या है ई स्पोर्ट्स वर्ल्ड कप भाई ई स्पोर्ट्स वर्ल्ड कप एंड आज वैलोरेंट का जो ई स्पोर्ट्स वर्ल्ड कप है वो हमें ऑफिशियली स्ट्रीम करने मिला है ठीक है तो आज हम पूरा स्ट्रीम ना कॉपीराइट नहीं आएगी वी गॉट द परमिशन भाई वी गॉट द परमिशन तो नो लाइक ऐसा कुछ है नहीं वी गॉट द परमिशन समझ रहे हो गाइज लाइक ये है कि ये मुझे ऑफिशियली मिला है ठीक है इसका जो भी वो मेल आया था मेरे पे मैंने अप्लाई किया था एंड मेरे पे मेल आया था एंड लाइक मुझे ऑफिशियली आ गया ये कस्टमर ये देखो दिस आई गॉट दी ऑफिशियल स्ट्रीमिंग मतलब मिला है मुझे ऑफिशियली स्ट्रीम करने सो लेट्स गो लेट्स सी क्या सीन है कैसे खेलता है MIBR और ऑल गेमर्स कैसे खेलते हैं चलो देखते हैं whom do you support प्लीज़ चैट पे लिख दो चैट पे लिख दो कौन से टीम को जस्ट मेंशन द नेम एंड राइट W let's go W in the chat guys क्या सीन चल रहा है भाई यहाँ पे बहुत ही बढ़िया खेल रहे सारे साउंड नहीं आ रही मैं साउंड ऑफ रखा हूँ रुक जाओ कर लूँगा मैं साउंड अभी ऑफ रखा हूँ एक सेकंड है मैं कर लेता हूँ
the stronger team. NRG are just, they showed their class in my mind. They are one of the oldest squads in the tournament here, and that comes with experience, that comes with wisdom. You know, this is the core of the squad that lifted that champs trophy last year, so they really do know their way around a tricky best of
अगर
three.
कॉपीराइट लग भी जाती है इन फ्यूचर वो हट जाएगी क्योंकि आई हैव अ परमिशन एंड मेरे पास एक फॉर्म है जो कि फिल करके उनको अप्लाई करना है तो दे कैन लाइक दे विल
worked out in terms of map
approve it
bans.
and उसको हटा
It
देंगे.
seemed like, okay, if we get to a third map, we're going to see a very even straight-up game, but NRG just blitzed him throughout that first half, and it was just too big of a
आज
mountain to climb for
अब होगा
KC.
MIBR versus AG and इसके बाद होगा NS versus G2. देखते हैं कौन होता है. मैं तो NS को सपोर्ट करने वाला हूँ और यहाँ पे all gamers. Let's go.
I'm happy to see that this is the energy that we're getting this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, for
let's
me,
go
Ethan on that Neon, yeah, he called well. But the individual fragging, that's like the
Poor
amount of
win, मेरी
multi-kills
support
I
उसे
like it. The
lol.
beautiful little transfers.
No
I'm like,
way.
who's this young prodigy? Maybe someone should sign this
He's a
guy.
world champion.
Well, with the A group
Lucy भाई
and
बड़ा
B
आराम ही है
groups
तुम.
now locked in with their top two teams, we turn our focus to the final two groups in C and D, who all have sent one team each group. But that's why we're here, to send that second place squad into the playoffs. It kicks off with MIBR Los from Americas up against the final Chinese representative, AGAL. And then it's a rematch of the day one matchup, Nongshim Red versus G2.
Yeah, I mean, I think both these games incredibly exciting. You can see the differences across these teams throughout the tournament. MIBR super hot and cold, one dominant game, one game getting stomped. AG, I think that their story is also really interesting. I thought they had it in them in that Heretics game.
Yeah, they were the ones that got the closest.
Yeah, but then they beat Global, but it's closer than I would have liked to see. And then, of course, that fantastic rematch where Nongshim did get the better of G2 this time. It's them looking for revenge.
You also have to give something to Global. You know, I think that the first match for everybody is difficult. There are teams that hit the ground running. It is how it is. And I think the All Gamers against Heretics was one of those teams. We were so surprised with the individual performances, with the comps that they were playing, and how at no moment they were scared of looking for those duels. Probably, and still, the most enjoyable match that we have had this year.
Ooh, strong words there from Kukua as we take a look at that bracket here of our first series and the journey on how we got there. As you said, it was AGAL pushing pretty far, but still falling a little short of Team Heretics. And then on the opposite side, MIBR up against Global Esports. MIBR held Global Esports to only 5-round wins there. And then in the next matchups, as our graphics will be coming up in just a little bit, Global Esports weren't able to mount anything against AGAL. So ultimately, as much as you want to say it, I feel like we didn't learn a lot because everyone played AGAL who just didn't show up at EWC. And I think now is going to be a very good learning lesson between MIBR and AGAL. Two squads that did great work against Team Heretics, but ultimately fell short.
You know, I'm very, very interested in this game for me. I also think the styles definitely run quite differently overall, so I think this is a great matchup to watch. I think AGAL, for me, still the underdogs just based on the whole year of performance. But for me personally, at this tournament, I think they played fantastic Valorant. They've shown that they are capable of winning this game, but for me, execution on the day, and I just want to see that step up in level, because when you make it to the playoffs, it only gets harder from here, so you really have to earn it.
And if that Team Heretics versus AG match was something to go by, knowing and being aware of the absolute amazing firepower that is in MIBR, this should be also one of the best matches. Here's where we're having the bracket from Group D. Deegan, as you were saying, Team Heretics going all the way, almost flawlessly. In fact, the only map that they dropped was against All Gamers. And now we're here in the MIBR loss versus All Gamers all.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely interesting in these this GSL style format where you get to see, you know, Valorant is not transitive realistically, right? MIBR blow out Global, and then AG have a close game against them, but AG have a very close game against Heretics, but MIBR get blown out by them. So it really just goes to show you that style is everything. It's not I beat you, you beat them. It's very, very much more complex than that. So that's makes this game all the more exciting because it's a real coin flip for me. And I think I can't predict which way this will go.
I think it goes to how they're feeling on the day. That's very important. The fun that they're having onto stage. Those crazy rounds, so many rounds. The margin has been so incredibly slow. We've had sneaky diffuses, incredible clutches coming from every single one of the teams. Many throws in rounds that were unforgivable to lose. So that is what I'm expecting to see today. All of those.
Yeah, MIBR Los, a combination between MIBR and the organization Los. And the reason for that important is that it's part of the club championship, the larger overall scheme of EWC. So hoping for a big performance from this Valorant squad, normally known as MIBR, that hit 4th place at kickoff, 5th, 6th at stage 1 for Americas. So falling short of both in internationals, but have a roster full of firepower.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. These are big names in this squad. You got Aspas, you got Zekan. These are guys that have been known to be fantastic, that are world leaders in what they do. So when this MIBR roster came together, it very much felt like this was a squad that should be pushing for international titles consistently.
Absolutely.
But they haven't found that yet in Americas. You know, we see them here at EWC and they've looked good, but they also show that little bit of weakness. It's, for me, I'm wondering when it's all going to click, when it comes together, when these names on paper jump out from us into the server and deliver that performance that was promised.
Can I be honest with you? I think that if it's not today, we have a problem.
Yeah.
I think that we do have a problem. Are you
right.
looking at this roster? Aspas, Zekan, Bruno, Tex, and Mazzino, they should be blowing out the stage no matter who they play against. And especially when we talk about raw firepower and just crazy duels and whatnot. You have Aspas and Zekan. Like, are we losing it?
Yeah.
Like, do we live on the same planet? Have we been watching the same game, the same competitions, and whatnot? This should have been a very successful roster, and they should be incredibly favored to win today. But at the same time, you have no gamers that can just play like, oh, we're the underdogs, we're just gonna do crazy shit, and if you lose, it's on you.
Yeah, I mean, look, they embraced that mentality in the Heretics game, and it worked beautifully for them.
Yeah, let's dive into this all gamers roster. The player that jumped out at me the most was GRQ, the young kid who stepped on up in that first series and made it a very tight, close series with Team Heretics when he was on Phoenix.
Yeah.
Because in their second series, he was on smokes, and all of a sudden it was a lot more stunted. It allowed Kira to be more comfortable, but his impact was way less.
Yeah, this is a team that definitely feels like they have flexibility. So when they're making these comms, they feel like,
start कब होगी? Start अभी होने वाली है 4:30 बजे.
Yes, people might feel like they can do it, but that performance from GRQ on the Phoenix was night and day. Like, I couldn't believe what I was watching. He's the one for me where if they're going to get the squad, if they're going to get it done today, I want to see him come back to life. I want to see that big performance. But normally, historically, when we talk about this team, Fangir is the one.
And Kira.
Yeah.
Both of them.
But they've not really been here as much. They weren't the talking point. So I think there's room for them as well to begin to step up and really take it to MIBR on the other side.
I think that we were too impressed by GRQ on the Kira on the first day. To me, he has to be like Django, completely unchanged. You do not want to put him on Omen.
yes.
Come on, you love that reference.
जो भी स्ट्रीम देखो स्ट्रीम को लाइक शेयर सब्सक्राइब कर दो जो भी नए हो जल्द से सब्सक्राइब कर देना एंड शेयर भी कर देना दोस्तों को ठीक है जो भी वैलोरेंट देखते जाके भाई
Do not get me wrong, there's so many aggressive things that you can do with Omen. I would love for GRQ to be one of those.
Just saying कि मैं फ्री फायर का भी ये जो EWC का होने वाला है फ्री फायर esports उसका भी आई थिंक स्ट्रीम करने वाला इसी चैनल पे तो जाओ जाके अपने फ्री फायर के दोस्तों को भी शेयर कर दो जाओ गो लेट्स गो
Yeah, that's the thing.
फ्री फायर का भी तक बाकी है अभी वैलोरेंट का कितना अभी आई थिंक 14 या 13 तक खत्म होने वाला है नहीं 12th को खत्म होने वाला है वैलोरेंट एंड वी आर उसके बाद फ्री फायर स्टार्ट होगा बीजीएमआई स्टार्ट होगा मैं बीजीएमआई नहीं कर रहा मैं फ्री फायर का करूंगा जोर से और जो भी मेरे फ्री फायर के जो भी फ्री फायर खेलते हैं जाके उनको सब्सक्राइब कर दो अपने दोस्तों को भी शेयर कर दो फ्री फायर के भी वर्ल्ड कप स्ट्रीम करने वाले हैं
Because very much, especially if you're having to swap mid-series, you know, you go from having these fantastic games on Phoenix where you are pushing the limits, and then it only takes a couple of rounds where you try push the limits on Omen, you get shut down, your team will just lose the round as a result, and then it's so easy to get in your own head, especially you're a younger player, you're playing with something to prove, you know, it's hard to manage. So I hope if they do go for those kind of swaps again, they can pull it off a little bit more smoothly here today.
All right, well, we have the players on stage. You could see Aspas in full recline mode. To the playoffs to join those 8 slots to play in person on the main stage.
And do not forget, when the day is over today, we will have the
Guys, जो भी देख रहे हो
so you
स्ट्रीम को
have to
स्ट्रीम को
stick around
जल्दी
to
लाइक
you
शेयर
find out who
सब्सक्राइब
is
करो
going to be
फटाफट
playing against who in playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, that's all important. You know, these matchups really do decide everything.
बहुत ही
But
जल्द हमारा
only if
गेम
you're
शुरू होने
able
वाला
to
है.
make it. A loss today
एक
will
second,
send you
guys.
packing
Let
before you
me
get a
do
shot
something.
at that big stage. Heartbreaking, soul-crushing for either of these squads, but we have to say goodbye to one of them. So I want to know, Degon, who's your money on?
Ooh, yeah, because we've been pitching and whatnot,
Yeah.
but we want to know what impression are we making on you?
I think for me, it's about MIBR hitting the stride that they should be hitting, right?
Exactly.
AGAL
Lotus
are
is
trying
going
to
to be the
figure
first
it
map.
out. MIBR, they know who they are. They need to play on that. And will it be GRQ in the smokes? That's the other thing, and it looks like it will be.
Exactly. I think you hit the nail on the head there, Degon. I need to see this MIBR reach their
Geared
potential.
बनते हैं
It's
guys,
that
बहुत
double
आवाज
duelist
देता है,
coming
बहुत.
out. Aspas on the waylay, Zekan on the raise here. Over on the side of all gamers, as you said, it does look like GRQ going to be sticking with the Omen here. They also have that double duelist, but they're swapping it out for the Neon instead of that waylay on the other side and rocking with the Vice over the Cypher. So I think very, similar approaches, but slightly different here. I think it is hard to hold of that Vice when there's a waylay coming at you. Yeah.
No freedom. And honestly, if I was going up against Aspas, I would think the same thing.
guys,
I
कौन
want
जीतता
to
है?
neutralize their movement or
let's
try
see.
and limit it as much as possible. So even though we've been talking about GRQ and whatnot, I want to see also a little bit of the cheekiness.
Yes.
I want to see the aggression. I want to see them taking advantage of them and go on the hunt for techs.
MIBR went way deep in overtime against Team Heretics on Lotus. It was just a constant barreling down C. We'll see what is in store here for MIBR and AGAL as they play for this final slot in Group D for Valorant EWC 2026. On the call, it's Tom and Mitch.
Thank you, Degon. On the Group D decider ready to kick off, and MIBR back on Lotus. Like Degon said, it was a laborious affair up against Heretics, but before that we saw them dominate GE. We know this is a good map for MIBR. The question, Tom, is do you think AG can match up to them here?
I think it's going to be a difficult one. I think AG have sort of surprised me throughout
whatsoever,
with
and then they managed a close victory versus GE, whereas you look at the other side, and you got MIBR utterly dominant on their day, and then absolutely obliterated not on their day. So it almost kind of comes down more so to, are MIBR going to be that like world beater team, or are they going to have a rougher start, and can all gamers almost force them into a spot where they're struggling a little bit more? Because, as I said, I think of the two teams, all gamers so far have been a little bit more consistent.
Well, we heard about the hunt for Tex, trying to take him down, whether it be on the attack side for MIBR, where he'll be playing that lurk,
Let's
or
go,
here,
start
solo
हो चुका है,
side,
देखते
holding
हैं.
towards the C site, while the rest of
let's
MIBR
go.
push up, take some space towards this A site.
Bring them down.
And indeed, they will continue pressing forward all the while. AG don't react. They simply sit back. I think they're waiting for that overextension, or to hear the steps back and see that the A site would be a little bit more open, but that push is coming through. Eventually, the Prowler confirms it. And a clean opening shot from Aspas. MIBR happy with
What
that.
a shot.
They bail out. Still with info on C with a player there and a trap for B.
He doesn't
Does
care
look like
भाई,
the
उस
hunt
पे
for
कुत्ता
Tex
आ रहा है, उसको कोई carry नहीं
about to
करनी.
come on. Oh,
वो जाएगा,
maybe
उसको
not.
मार के फिर आएगा.
Very slow in the attack.
Yeah, sit back waiting.
This was crazy, भाई.
The attack. Not sure what they're searching for, maybe expecting further aggression or...
Pull those A main players over to B, I think.
Yeah. But the thing is, with Aspas just not moving, well, there's the contact, and then the other two players can come back towards the door. So you've not really gained anything other than finally getting the A control, but 30 seconds left. Smoke is going to hold them back. Two players on the cross. In fact, Aspas isn't even checked for. The trades, though, are good. Puts them into a more even scenario. The push back as well from Bai is perfect. That late lurk has given them the B side, given them a huge advantage, and put Mazzino in a clutch.
Tap मार गया.
Mazzino creeping in from this angle. They don't think he was in that initial push, despite the util that went down. They thought he rotated out, but one's all he'll get. I love this mid round from AG. Look, they were in a pretty tough spot. Having to push into the Cypher utility, they don't know it wasn't there. We could see it wasn't. but having to push towards that C site.
Well
They
played,
knew they
let's
lost
go,
their main,
guys.
and instead they swing open the
AG
door, wait a
AG
moment, and
जीतेगी.
hope that those players pushed up holding that first choke point would fall back. So instead of a battle, they just get Aspis spotting them and then bailing out.
Yeah,
I think not clearing that corner was a little bit of an oopsie, but
this was
that
the
was
big
the play.
moment.
Leaving by there the entire round. He waited for probably a
round,
minute
man.
outside B, and the timing was perfect.
Yeah, I would say that it still made me feel a little bit worried that, like, you get the opening kill, Aspas also gets away with murder, and it does basically come down to a clutch play from Bai to win out that round. If that trips even a little bit deeper, you're probably not winning it, but they do get things over the line.
AG जीतेगी. मैं तो AG
That's the
AG
most
को
important thing, at
मैं तो
least.
बोलूँगा AG जीतेगी भाई.
For the defensive side,
देखते
not
हैं,
much going to
Forces
be
भाई,
invested
देखते हैं कौन
into
जीतता
this
है.
one. DRQ, well, a chance maybe, and instead it's going to be Kira.
Planning bodies just protecting.
कीबोर्ड की पोजीशन क्या थी? हाँ, इनकी ऐसी ही होती है भाई. तुम e-sports प्लेयर को देखोगे, पागल हो जाओगे. वो कीबोर्ड को ना ऐसे लिटरली ऐसे फ्लिप
on the other side and rocking with the vice
my God,
over the
कहाँ चला
Cypher.
गया?
So
Be taking those risks.
Yeah. Let me show
And in the
you
first
guys.
round, the patience
को
most
ऐसे
certainly
करके
paid
खेलते
off.
हैं, ऐसे सीधा रख.
This time around, it could be the same. They have plenty of
ऐसे
utility.
सीधा रख के
Paranoia
ऐसे
being
खेलते हैं,
lined up
ऐसे.
and primed up. Finds two, finds
ऐसे
all
हाथ
three,
को
in
ऐसे
fact.
ऐसे करके.
That should already be some alarm bells ringing. Indeed, they'll go back in the other direction towards where that Cypher cam was. The expected lighter side of the map, but MIBR are hot on their heels, just not quite there quick enough.
I think the amount of space that Vangear had already taken, of course, only risking the Marshal, puts them in a spot where they can just run through all of the angles as they did in the last round. Well, that's a bit of a surprise.
God, oh, what a shot!
I didn't know
भाई.
the full force of his opposition were walking up behind, maybe expecting that Vice Wall to be out towards C long rather than holding on to B, so they caught a good timing. Of course, for Bai, that Bucky
Bhootni, hi,
can
I'm
be
sub.
risked, but
Thank you
anything
for
else
subscribing, Bhootni.
would be incredibly
क्या नाम
costly.
है?
Three
Bhootni.
rifles in play that could be brought
Welcome
into the
to
next
Extreme
round. And
Bhootni.
Tex has done incredibly well. 2 quick kills off the Classic. The remaining couple of players are not in a particularly good spot. They have to run in here because that spike has been tapped. Even
Nice.
still, though, they've turned it back into an advantageous position from Verno. Any additional kills would be great, but he
Nice
comes
shot.
up against the one healthy player. A rifle is still lost.
भाई आज AG
But
जीतेगी,
at least
पक्का
they get the
जीतेगी भाई.
round,
आज
which,
AG
considering what
जीतेगी.
was invested,
कुछ भी
I
कर लो.
shouldn't be saying that.
No, yeah, we should not be looking for silver linings in a round like this. That was huge work by Tex. Turns out he was the hunter in there with a classic. Basically
ये
getting
शॉट
it
क्या
done with
बढ़िया था
a
भाई.
bare
वो
knuckle
ऐसे
brawl. and
स्लाइड मार के
That's
मार्शल का
crazy. To
हेडशॉट.
find the two of them that
Easy
quick,
था.
it's not like the second guy could have been surprised that he was there.
देखते आज कितने फ्लिक्स देखने
2-0
मिलते हैं गाइस.
for all
देखते हैं.
gamers, but
Let's go.
some bumps in the road early on. Still, they can course correct. They can ignore all those earlier issues if they find the W here. MIBR putting the credits on the line. And again, we'll see that A-main aggression a little lighter this time with 3. Nade going deep.
Good nade.
It's going to force them back. And Aspis a little closer than they might expect. He's got his refract. He can fall right back. So he goes in for the pick. Finding nothing. And will concede at least a bit of that A-main control. I imagine, though, here you're just going to leave Zach in
ये लोग गन
the
एक्सचेंज
current
कर रहे हैं.
positions around Rubble and have those rotations
Yeah,
now,
VCT follow
especially that
करता था.
Tex has
हाँ,
spotted
क्यों
players outside C.
मुझे अभी
Early decision
ये
from the
पहला
attack
जो
was to play more
ये
of a
पहला
death
है,
ball, but
ठीक है, जो कि मुझे परमिशन मिला है स्ट्रीम
had the
करने.
wall
नहीं तो मैं
covering
देखता हूँ
for any
VCTs
push-up.
वगैरह सब कुछ देखता हूँ. मैं अपने डिस्कॉर्ड
it
में
does
बैठ के
seem
वॉच
like
पार्टी
MIBR
करता
are
हूँ, ठीक है,
almost
दोस्तों के
having
साथ.
to figure out where they're going. Prowler
Yeah,
has gone
बस.
through on B. You kept the aggression outside A. There was a jump spot
मुझे
onto C.
EWC के
Like,
लिए अभी
because
आज
they're playing
अप्रूवल
so
मिला
far
कि
back
तुम
towards
स्ट्रीम
the
कर सकते हो.
spawn,
सो आज से
it's
मैंने
making
चालू
it
किया
troublesome.
स्ट्रीम करना फिर से.
Clearing some of those early
आज मैं
angles.
खेलने
Now,
वाला
bear
था,
in mind,
Valo खेलने
Zeka
वाला
doesn't
था,
have a
तो
whole lot of
परमिशन नहीं
support, but
मिलती.
if he can hit a shot and
I
get
was
out of
gonna,
there,
like,
he's done
play
his job, and that's
Valorant.
exactly what he does.
It's the same approach as the pistol
But
round. They're going to go
guess
late
what? हमें
towards
permission
A-main,
नहीं
hoping that
मिलेगा.
that presence has been relinquished. They brawl for it, losing a player already, and then send by for the late lurk through B. They might even try to crunch B, but the problem is
ये
MIBR are
वाला
so
भी
aware of
expire
this.
नहीं हुआ
They
है
don't
ना
want to
फिर
fall
से.
for the same trick
बहुत
twice.
दिन
But
पहले डाला
Mazzino
था,
down,
एक
now
बार
they're
check
under
करना
pressure.
होता है, भूल
Aspis
गया.
no longer a surprise in the corner, but he's ready for Bai. Catches him, finds another, and at least gives MIBR a chance in the 3v2. The plant, 10 seconds, it needs to be found soon, and they can flood back in. They can deny this, but instead taking their time, closing the walls in slowly. As all gamers have no real space to play with. They know heaven's clear, but they want a battle. They want to brawl early, and it will be towards second, where one falls. The flood out washes the rest of the defense away. That's going to be all gamers losing out on the third round, but still trading a couple of blows, and there was a real chance in the 2v3.
I think it was mainly Aspas in this round that manages to stop it getting out of control, because the fact they're able to take over that door control, leave it down to just him, and then he has to fight two players at once, basically from different angles. And it's only because it's a little bit disjointed. I think Bai basically tried to trade off the initial shots, going, okay, he's fighting my teammates, I can just swing, and then his teammates aren't swinging. So that's where it kind of falls apart.
GRQ swung in looking the wrong way, which is unusual when he'd already been spotted, right? They knew Aspas was there, and I think it was just a micro-second of miscommunication.
Asia specific,
Asia, China. And the numbers being favored to MIBR on the way back through. Still, it was a clean retake. The defensive side. Even a stinger on Mazzino in this round.
I think it's clear that the defense think this is going to be C fight. After denying them A and obviously having this fallback early, they had 3 players stacked up on C. They had the Waylay ult ready and raring to go. And then they had the Cypher set up over on A as more of a delay. But again, it's very, very slow from all gamers. Taking their time, this time slowly walking through that A position.
That first trip is predictable, but the second, we should see the smoke go down on the stairs and then the Neon try to slide through on the site. With it being so low, there's a decent chance that's going to catch her. And that gives Tex a kill trip if they're not quick enough to react to breaking it. Remember that time going down recently. Tex already taking a few shots and a nade now. That might stop him from being able to punish, and they go right over the trip. In fact, breaking it is the nade. Tex still manages to find one, but the showstopper's fired his way. Dodges that as well. And the numbers stay favorable for the defense.
Yeah, he did get one off the kill trip. He did find one that was revealed. Convergence path used as well. Kira knows he has to try and execute off of that. JRQ's done well, so is Bai. Actually, they're fighting this back. The remaining 2 looked like they were in trouble. Instead, they were the trouble. 2 standing in Verno's way. He had an exceptional first game. Was almost a hard carry in a team full of superstars, but he's now trying to bait them in, hoping that someone makes the mistake, someone goes looking in towards the spike, but they're not falling for it. Now baiting in for a second time, but it is Bai from behind that will close out the round. He's 7-1 right now, only being shut down once by Aspas, and other than that, being the star of the show.
I can't believe how confident they were right there. All gamers played that so cool, but he could have stuck it inside the smoke. They just knew he would have the gall to do such a thing. Gave him plenty of time, but in the end, they made the right call. 3-1 now for all gamers. And after what was, some warning signs early on, like round 2 was way closer than it should have been. We could have seen MIBR come up with rounds very early on. Well, now the defense is left down to an eco. Now all gamers should extend that lead even further, and this is a phenomenal start. Starting to think back to the game against Global Esports for MIBR, and it seems like a long time ago.
It's interesting as well because we are seeing MIBR winning a lot of the opening battles. The pistol round, even in the lower buy round as well. They've been able to get opening picks, and then all gamers have converted the 4v5 almost every single time. So it seems like them getting into the post plant is almost enough. And that was what, a 2v4 that they're able to turn back into their favor. MIBR are getting themselves in good positions, but the conversion just hasn't been there.
Well, they're certainly aware that Tex could be here, but Verno might try to play the distraction. Oh, he's being spotted, though. Getting back out of there is still a success for him. The pistol on range like that. All gamers, despite seeing the Cypher towards the C site, they decide to contact up here to play into it. Remember last round, Tex was able to get some value out of the closer trip. It's the nade that destroyed his. This one won't quite reach, so there is still a danger there. They've gone over it to start, and there at least the boombot will reveal the trip on the floor. That's the real danger averted, not that anyone could pounce on the back of it. Now pistols on the retake. Unless they can deny the plant.
Oh, hello.
Nade's going to do some good damage. Trips on
lucky
one.
Boy. Very, very lucky. Now, I am looking at that 9-4. A lot of the time, one kill is enough to trigger it. We've seen that in the past, especially with pistols. Puts them down to low HP. And actually, the pressure being held on the other side, but now they should know that the majority coming in from the spawn. Paranoia sent through, still not enough to activate that Nightfall, and you can see why. Slowly being picked apart, and one by one, the defensive side will fall. A good hold from the side of all gamers, even Shrimp surviving on just 1 HP, but they won't mind. That's 4 alive.
Yeah, well, honestly, Shrimp surviving is probably the most important factor of that, because if not, they might decide to put the Nightfall through. Like you said, I think there's a good chance that they do, just spur of the moment.
And he couldn't put his through, which gave them the information that there wasn't anybody towards the waterfall.
A really nice play as well by Bai. His flash was perfect. The second that they came out to take the battle, I think it might have been the end of Kira if that hadn't have popped exactly when it did. And that's a number of rounds now where MIBR, despite early on showing signs of life, have been kind of shut out. It has been all gamers looking like they've got full control, and now a timeout is going to be called very early on. Remember, this map in this tournament started out so well for MIBR. They stepped onto the stage 13-2'd, if memory doesn't betray me on this one. Global esports, and then from there it was a labored overtime against Heretics, and I think that honestly took the wind out of MIBR's sails. They went into the next map and got absolutely trashed. So that kind of turnaround, it feels like, you know, most teams we look at is kind of wanting to heat up as the tournament goes on, whereas it feels like MIBR put their best foot forward in that first game, and then they took a bit of a stumble.
Yeah, I think as well, you have to think back even to the very beginning of the year with all gamers not being a massively known quantity when it comes to the international stage. That event felt like a learning curve, but also people looked at, I think it was Gentlemates, and went, oh, they got all gamers next, they're going to get through that game. And it was underestimating their opponent, and also all gamers being a decent squad. Like, they've got some very talented players on their side. Now, sure, the names are on the other side. And, well, an early fake plant, but that fake hasn't really done too much. It's been spotted. It has pulled 3 players over, but again, they can get back. Verno under serious pressure, though, and now the response being attempted. It's not been connected by one, but it has been found by Mazzino.
Yeah, Mazzino was a bit too quick, got ahead of the rocket. But a kill's kill, that's all that matters. Langir, oh, he's going to be taken out by Aspis, an angle he checked just moments ago. Nightfall goes through and a player up close, isolated, caught off guard, you would think, but GRQ somehow gets away with that kill. The spam taking him low and Aspis taking him out. Still, a chance for all gamers here. Kira, the unknown quantity, the later play through mid. No nade left to play with. Oh, that's tough. Shrimp's being caught by the seas. Out of the round and damage done. Looks good for all gamers. Aspis and Tex holding on for dear life by a thread, but they've made it through. It's the second round for MIBR.
I feel like it's been the case in both rounds where Aspas has found the most impactful kills to sort of turn it into their favor, like having to deny what was an incredibly fast take. And sure, the spams helped pushing players into his position, but they still expended an awful lot into this round. And of course, for the attack side, having a few in a row, they should comfortably be able to buy back into this one. I think Kira's just having the thought of what to go for. This now needs to be the springboard for the defense. A few players surviving, give them a bit of extra to buy back up with, but they would still be in trouble in the next round if they were to lose all their players.
Well, we have certainly seen the patience from all gamers. A lot of these attack rounds have started like this. Full default in play. By this time covering the vice wall for that A aggression, making sure there's no early flank. That's a risky blast pack, but a lot of information garnered, but a player lost. Tex gets out. Aspis, of course, is no trouble. Being able to dash right back to the site, and for their trouble, all gamers get an orb, but they're a man down, and Shrimp down as well. That's a player who's really helping to clear these angles and get you into sites. Gotta go a bit more blind now.
Yeah, I feel like he still has been, though, the guy that's been picked off quite often earlier in the rounds. Like, they have been using the Prowlers, but he's currently 1-6 and having a bit of a rough time. In some of their earlier matches, he was incredible. He was by far their best player. But that does also mean, as I said, from the 4v5s, all gamers have done a good job at recovery. Into the site they go. Again, the trip is there, but it's been spotted. They haven't broken it, though. They didn't break it. The boom ball went through, but it goes straight back online. That gave Tex a freebie, and now Aspas is the defender of the site. A bit of a weird scenario.
क्या लगता है
that trip
कौन
going back
जीतेगी?
online, sure, it was only the 1-for-1 trade,
MIBR
but
या all gamers कौन सी
it
बताओ?
did make things a little bit easier for Tex.
Yeah, listen,
I think he's there.
if Tex is gonna, I actually looked
MIBR.
over equally
You
as
did.
well.
I was
I
thinking.
Are you
I was
sure?
like, Tex is there. I think he's playing, bro.
Did you sleep
That
okay?
confused me. I did actually.
देखते हैं
I
देखते हैं.
overslept last night, and now it's starting to catch up on me.
You look straight into a wall like,
Yeah.
no, he's not.
Where is he?
No, oh,
The
wait, he's
blue
on the
light?
stage.
Okay, well, that was a confusing moment for me. But as I'm sure that last round was for all gamers, giving away the pick and giving Tex the opportunity, and it seems like MIBR capitalizing on every chance they're given. A 5 versus 3 right off rip. We said it's been these slower rounds from all gamers, but this was an attempt to change pace, to challenge for that A main that MIBR have been throwing utility at early, at least trying to manage, that all gamers have been leaving the Vice wall outside and conceding the space, fighting late for. This time they go aggressive, and it does not work out, at least to start. They've got themselves A main, whoop-dee-dee, but I think the orb's about the biggest reward they've got.
The 2-for-1, well, 2-for-1 orb trade. Not the greatest deal on Earth.
I'm taking it.
Again, they've ground to a halt.
Oh,
This double duelist
नहीं
1-2
लेना
punch is
कैसे
one of
दो
the most
peak लेके बैठा
terrifying
हुआ
on Earth, especially facing into a high-low. You'd bet your house on one of them to hit it.
भाई भाई ये
That's
stream
exactly
कर ले
what
वैलो
they've
तेरे
done.
strike मारा. Nope, I have a
Shrimp-
permission भाई.
Oh, he's a
I have a
light
permission.
around. Nice work from Hero. They've got to be careful. They've already lost 1, 2, 4 in this game, and I think that's why we
They
saw
will
the
not
pause.
because I have a
2v5,
permission,
and
official
They
permission
might have to
from-
use their second.
One more for Kieran. It's a showstopper, but with Shrimp down now, and that
Also, we will
paranoia
get, like,
perfectly
strike हम
placed.
वगैरह
Yeah,
वगैरह
his
बहुत
chances
मिल
go to
जाएगा.
0.
मेरे पे
Still gets
permission
out
है
with
इसलिए
the
मैं
showstopper
like
for the next round,
strike
but
नहीं
for
मारूंगा.
MIBR after what was, as we said, round 2, there were signs of life. They won round 3, but then started to get shut down, and it seemed like all gamers were going to run away with this. Bai was having fantastic impact on the lurks in terms of denying the retakes as well. I
Time
don't
out
even think we
फिर से.
saw the Thorns delay as much as they could have, but it worked because when they
Hey,
pushed
Viraj,
in,
welcome to the stream,
Flash was
brother,
there to
bhai.
catch. Now
Welcome
things
to
have
the stream.
stalled out massively. 3 rounds in a row, and a convincing start to that one. I think it's no surprise that they go for the timeout.
कुछ निकल
Yeah,
रहा
and I
brother
think
भाई.
similarly
सब
as
कुछ
well
निकल
to
रहा.
what we saw from Kreven, the last Lotus.
वैसे
that
भी
we
विराज
casted.
जी ये भी थोड़ा
Those
बड़े
trips have
यूट्यूबर
been
है
really
हमसे.
annoying. Like when
With
they've
the
tried to get
2
into
point
the C
something के
site or
subscribers.
I think we've seen
Right.
multiple kill trips, which a lot of the time you're going to be able to avoid, especially if you have
wait.
the likes of a Raze. You can use that nade to good
Which,
effect to try and get rid of some of the angles that you're pushing. But then, like hitting it with a boombot, not breaking it, those are silly mistakes.
With
And I think these are
2.84 के
moments that you're going to want to see the coaching staff pick up, because then you go for a harder, more aggressive, let's just fight A,
जो भी
and
stream
you
देख रहे हो
lose both
हमारे
fights
अभिराज भाई को
immediately.
भी
That's a
थोड़ा
little bit more worrying.
subscribe कर
And
देना.
seeing some of the superstars on MIBR, that's why there's so much sort of pressure, but also put in high regard on this team. These are players that from top to bottom we've talked about as superstars of their team. I even think like one of my favorite players to watch of all time is Mazzino back in the Crew days. That guy has unbelievable individual talent. So you're then looking at the likes of Aspas and Tex getting going. Maybe you want to pause just to try and slow them down a little bit, which is easier said than done.
Well, Tex at least, it's been high impact off of his utility, be it on the A or the C site. Now he swapped up to the B site just to be more of a headache. Any adaptations that they had around his impact will now have to be readjusted. And it does appear that all gamers are going for this approach. Look at where the Vice wall is, and look at where Vice is. The gap here is a C push, and this is because they intend to be relatively quick. Making presence towards the A side, opening the door, sure. But I think this is a B split, which is the perfect round for MIBR when they have put all of their fortifying utility towards that site. They've got players in position in the form of Aspas with big utility, or big ultimates in the back pocket in the convergence path. As much as they're delaying, oh no, I think they've adjusted to A. The spike's going in, they're going to go for it.
They've ended up with a lot of space.
Weird Vice wall for this.
The defense are about to try and make a play through the smoke, which versus the pistols is definitely a bit of a gamble. And there is Shrimp. Said he's been the hero of a lot of rounds.
Oh
it's only going to be the one as well for Aspas off the back of his ult. Berno a little bit further away. And this contact through the smoke was hoping for so much more, and it gets almost nothing. It is a quick round. or quick
अगर
close, I should say,
पर्सनल
for the
होगी
attack
तो
side.
आफ्टर
And after the
स्ट्रीम
pause,
तुम
they're able
डीसी
to
में आके बात कर सकते हो
immediately find a
और अगर
response.
पर्सनल नहीं हो तो तुम
But that's
ऐसे
going to
भी
be a
बात कर सकते हो
frustrating one,
हम
because as you
वीसी पे
said,
बैठे वहाँ पे
it
आके बात
looked
कर
like the
सकते हो
setup was going to be
एवरीथिंग
correct. I think especially more of a default round that you get with a low buy is heading in towards that B site. But they get caught trying to walk through utility.
Yeah, you know, it's very weird because the whole round to me looked like all gamers were primed. Like that vice wall is so weird to put if you're covering
वही ना
the
ये
B walk
इसके
up. I
बाद
don't
लाइक
know what they
ये
saw.
दो
I'm
मैच
led
होंगे
to believe that
इसके
they
लिए
changed it
दो
mid-round. I don't
मैच
know
इसके
why, but it was the
तीन
perfect read. A great
इससे
play.
एनएस
To
वर्सेस
get 5 on
G2
the
का एक
board.
है
Of
इसका
all the
तीन
rounds
मतलब
holding that smoke walk up.
रात
Now look
के
at GRQ.
12
Walked
बजे
right through a
रात के
position
12
that
बजे
they've been hating non-stop.
जगह
They
रहता
just
ना आ जाना
TPs
कभी
across a little later, and the reward.
मेरा वीसी ज्वाइन कर लो ना
Aspis in the ground, Mizzino following, and a showstopper to drop
Ooh.
second. All gamers looked like they had slowed down, but they just took a break.
entry
They're
लिया है
right
भाई।
back to winning ways.
Finally see the Aspas AWP, but it gets absolutely nothing. Just shut out by a player walking across, and it was definitely something that they were not aware of. Verno trying to fight back alone. Bear in mind, the economy of MIBR is not in a particularly good spot. And the tech's going for a 1v5.
Nice
I'll be honest, that
nice
seems really
one.
audacious. Holding onto the
वसीम
weaponry,
भाई
at least
जीत
from
रही
my
है
perspective,
बस
holds a lot more value than
चलिए
attempting
वीसी
an
चल
all-in
ओके ब्रदर
gamble
तुम
of a
अभी भी
retake.
आके बात कर सकते हो मेरे साथ बस
Yeah, I
स्ट्रीम
can definitely see
अगर
that.
कुछ पर्सनल रहता
I think
तो
for
स्ट्रीम
the
के
start of this,
बात करते हैं अगर ऐसा ही
I think
नॉर्मल
we're
कुछ
missing
रहता तो तुम
compared
बात
to
कर
a
सकते हो
normal
आके।
setup, right? You see
कोई
that rubble
दिक्कत
fight.
नहीं।
Normally, you've got your
और
own
अगर कोई
TP
गेम्स
uptaking
रिलेटेड
the
हुए
rubble
तो
control.
हम
You've got
बाद
a
में वो
neon sliding through. In this
अभी
case,
तो
maybe
मैं
an
स्ट्रीम नहीं
Aspis
कर पाऊंगा कोई
diving
गेम्स
deep,
क्योंकि
but he had
मैं
the op, so he didn't want to.
ये
They didn't go for that last
हमारे
round, and that
EWC स्ट्रीम
small
करूंगा
gap left
सो
was enough for
आफ्टर
all gamers
दिस
to step in and
जैसे
take that
वैलो का
control.
खत्म होता
Now
है
a buy for MIBR that sees a weak weapon on Aspis, but
तो
or and
तभी
Mizzino, but the rest on a full
उसके
buy,
बाद हम
and the adjustment
सारे
is
गेम
there.
स्ट्रीम
The
करेंगे
dash
फिर
up this time
जैसे
quickly
करते
clears
थे
rubble after the nade. They know that there's no one here, but all gamers have changed pace. No longer this direct approach. No longer looking to steal the map control or wrestle it out of the hands of their
टूर्नामेंट के
opponents.
रिलेटेड
Instead,
ओके
they pump the brakes
ओके
again.
नो
And
इश्यूज भाई
I've really liked watching the variance of how they're approaching this. I think it's very hard for MIBR to read this pace.
Oh yeah, it creates an awkward line in the sand, especially when you have this double duelist. You want to be putting pressure on, so you're going to have early
ओके
map
ओके
control.
ओके बाद में बात कर लेंगे
But then
दोस्तों।
they've been happy to sort of default back late into the round. At least in this one, all of Tex's utility is gone.
एजी नहीं तो दूसरा आउट
45
किया था ना
seconds left as they look
ना
to try
वो
and
दूसरा था
clear
वो हो
positioning
गया
once
अब
again.
फिर से
This time there
MIBR
is a player up close, but he's already been caught. Verno,
जी को तो
we've
आउट
seen
कर
him
दिया था
get cleared from
बट
this
आज
position,
एनएस
but they're looking
वर्सेस
to
जी
try
है
and
ना
battle and brawl for this.
अभी एजी
Really
वर्सेस
try and
MIBR
fight
हो
for
रहा
this.
है
And it even
कल
seems like they
MIBR
might have
इसके
had the
सामने
expectation that maybe they
टीम
would just
हेरिटेज
leave,
के
but no.
सामने हार गई तो
They're continuing this
फिर
pressure
से
and
MIBR
now
के
going all the
साथ
way
एजी
back.
का हो रहा है और
They've played the late lurk so perfectly
इसके बाद होगा एनएस वर्सेस जी
that, okay, they're eventually going to take their space, maybe
इसमें
worried
जो
that there's a
जीतेगा
trip, as
तब
there has been almost
वहाँ
every
पे
single
यहाँ से
time, but
क्वालिफाई कर
there's
जाएगा
nothing
वो
Tex
वहाँ
can
से
really do
क्वालिफाई
about
कर
this.
No, forced to give them the plant. As I said, this pace from all gamers has been a nightmare in this round, even more so, but showstopper! Oh my back here! That is a lifeline for all gamers. That could have been a double opener. But instead, the numbers, they say even for now.
I know exactly.
MIBR kept back, and with the op taking Mizzino out and Aspas, they have no choice but to concede. Surely, no, they press on, they press forward
what
into
a
Fangir. A 4K
What a
for the
shot.
Neon as all gamers push up to 7. A guaranteed lead
ये
at
क्या
the half.
मारा off
And
shots
what a
भाई।
resurgence from the
Crazy,
squad.
crazy.
I'll be honest
Okay,
with you,
bye,
I
bro.
thought he
Okay,
won them the
brother.
round with the first op shot
That's
that he
right.
hit, and then he hits 3
Thank you
more
for
after
watching,
that.
yaar.
That is a beautiful round from Fangir, because Zekum was, I want to say,
Thank you for joining.
0.2 of a second from eliminating 2 players on his team.
I think he clicked the second he died. Like that was ridiculous.
It was such a fast reaction shot, and then everything else from there on was just perfect from Fangir. It's an operator that
Oh.
I don't believe he would have even bought.
Nikhil
but
bhai,
it was
welcome
one
to
that
the
he
stream,
picked
yaar.
up off the corpse of Aspas,
कौन जीतेगा
and
बताओ
then
निखिल भाई
used
कौन
it to their
जीतेगा
own demise.
बताओ बताओ जल्दी
It was a
बताओ
level scoreline, came a pause for all gamers,
gonna win?
and now they find themselves with a pretty
who's
hefty
gonna win
advantage.
who's gonna win
For the last one might put them out of sight.
Zeno claimed the orb outside A. Nightfall now for MIBR. if all gamers go for the B push. And listen, any other team, look at what the Vice wall is. Look at where all 5 players were just moments ago. Any other team, I'd already be saying, and here they go, they're ready to break into the B site. But I've learned my lesson. I've learned my lesson from these guys.
Let's go. AG जीतेगी, AG.
I don't think I've seen around like that.
Warzin भाई पता है Warzin भाई MIBR को बोल रही है MIBR जीतेगी बोल रही है दिखा देते हैं AG अपना पावर दिखाएगी
46 HP. It's got the nightfall out of them as well. Hey, this is such an annoying game to play against because for MIBR, of course, you want to go pushing up. Of course, you want to take space. You want to find information. And as you do, you lose Mizzino now. Your low HP player, you float back out through these doors with no idea that a flank is on its way. You now popped and look who's right behind you. Vangear! Beautiful from all gamers. They are playing a cerebral game in MIBR. They're not even coming close to getting a read.
It's just
एक दो का easily लेके चले जाता है वो
they had one bad round in terms of timing where Bai ends up getting caught. And since then, since the pause, every single double back or wrap around has been utterly perfect. A player that goes from being the hard entry, goes into a lurk, goes back to hard entry, back into lurk again. Like you've got to be sat there on the other side of MIBR trying to call this going, okay, they're pressuring A, let's take B. There was a guy B, let's go back, let's hold there. And you're just having to wrap around consistently. And then when you're finally in the fight, you go, okay, they are A, and then someone swings you from behind and kills 2 of your players.
I genuinely think of all the games that we've cast, of all the games we've watched so far, in this map in particular, because we've cast even all gamers before, and I wouldn't say this was anywhere near the level that they're putting up. This is some of the best calling on the attack. And I know that because I'm just trying to imagine playing against it. I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of the MIBR players and pretend that I could actually hit shots as well. And it's so annoying because they give you so many false signals. You're pushing early, you're seeing the space is clear. They fight back for that space late. So late that it seems that that's clearly where the hit's coming in. And then there's a double flank from the other side. Sometimes they wrap all the way back to the other side of the map. Really impressive stuff from them. And again, this started out, I felt like MIBR were the ones to take command of this series, but it has been anything but.
It's been very impressive.
क्या बात कर रहा है?
And it also forced MIBR into basically doing very similar things. Like, I think one of the main problems I had was you look towards rubble. This spot, thank you, that was perfect. Unintentional, but perfect. The amount of players that I saw play on that rubble wall, either get by a nade or hit by a seize, they were saving a piece of utility every single round to kill that player. And I don't think once I saw them get out alive.
Well, this is the thing. They were doing that before they were even competing for that spot. And that's why you can then have Omen TP across, because they throw their first utility, and then they don't fill that space in because they know that you're going to fight for it or at least throw utility there. So they play a little further back, and now your Omen's able to slip the net and get behind Aspas and take down the first Aspas op we saw bought. Like,
I'm so 4 people with it.
Yeah, literally. The next round use that same weapon. I'm so impressed by what I've seen here, even just from round like 4 onwards, where I thought MIBR were getting back into things. Round 2 was close, round 3 was good, and then for all gamers, they just ran away with things. Back to the pistol now. MIBR get to play out this attack side, and I'm curious to see how all gamers approach the defense. You can see Vice set up. The wall is covering the A push. There's a flash that won't last very long on B after that initial burst.
Got the sight.
MIBR ये मैच तो जीतने वाली है नहीं.
Put themselves
MIBR ये वाला मैच जीतने नहीं वाली है.
Little to no resistance. The attack side though are not just sitting back. Aspas is
अरे ये मैच नहीं ये पूरा
on the other side. Both players in fact have the information.
वो तो पूरा ही नहीं जीतेगा वो भी पता है.
Force their opponents away from that position. Although saying that,
MIBR की attack map है ना 4 निकालने.
Paranoia is perfect, but they're going to stand close, and that means that kills.
भाई वो आसपास पागल है भाई.
वो आसपास तो पागल है भाई पता है. वो आसपास कब कैसे खेल लेता किसी को नहीं पता. अच्छी गांड फाड़ देता है.
Just too thick, too fast. Leaves only one standing. By the last man in will fall as well. A lifeline for MIBR, a pistol.
Yeah, lose this pistol, and I think all gamers are running away with it, but claiming this should at least give them that little injection of rounds, closing the gap.
अच्छे की
provide
लग
that
जाती है
opportunity
भाई.
to fight right back. But to be honest, what I'm most afraid of isn't even necessarily the score line right now. It's that Fangir seems to have hit a gear that we didn't see him on throughout the last few games. And GRQ, 13-6, he has been a consistent factor for this squad. Considering that he's shown up, Fangir's been there, and Bai's been having a lot of space on those lurks.
Oh my god.
I think here, early flanks could play a role. Nah, that's not going to work. That's a nice try. A little smoke in mound. I love the attempt on the classic Bai, but MIBR, they've got that cam to clear.
ये बढ़िया वाला स्मोक दिया था भाई.
MIBR get the opportunity to set
तीनों मिल के बैठे
I
उस
think
स्मोक के
Verno's been
अंदर.
having
क्या
a
बढ़िया
rough
स्मोक.
time trying to deal with everything that's been thrown at him from the all-gamer side. But now you get to define where those battles are. Even if you end up walking into a stacked site, at least you have the execution utility. Not bad from Bai already, though, of course, for
नहीं खाया.
MIBR. This is a slightly lighter purchase, just a couple of rifles alongside pistols and a marshal. They can, of course, buy into the next round, but it's mainly those couple of guns you don't want to lose, and so far, it's looking so good. They'll keep everything onto the board,
भाई comeback हो रही
get
है.
themselves up to 6,
Um,
and then maybe even have an upgraded rifle or 2 to go
comeback
back
हो
into
रही है.
this one
नहीं
with.
ये नहीं हो सकता.
Indeed, for MIBR, things looking to pick up, but this is the real test coming up now for them. All gamers in with a full buy. Fangir playing the outlaw.
कैसे हो सकता है
And
भाई?
at the other
ऐसे
side,
ऐसे
there's not
कैसे
too
हो
many
सकता
players that he can catch with that one shot, but
है? ऐसे कम फालतू के.
MIBR are going towards A. There's going to be a
नहीं,
nade
हो
coming their
सकता है.
way.
क्यों
There's
नहीं?
going
ये
to be
VC
a paranoia prep for GRQ. In fact, it's only the boom bot to start.
tournament.
Gear's keeping the nade a little bit later. It's a shame. This time we could see it would
I
have
think इसका था. मैंने
probably eaten a bunch
ध्यान
of
नहीं
those
दिया
HP
उतना तभी.
bars.
मैप पिक I think MIBR ने किया है.
Obviously have a different idea for later on. Still with the C's and nade.
मैं तभी अपना इंट्रो दे रहा था ना
Ready to
अपने
go
स्ट्रीम
through,
पे.
should grab the information, but
मैप पिकिंग आई.
X is almost dead.
yeah, he's been exploring the C site and he met the outlaw heads up.
Bear in mind, there's an outlaw on either side, but at least for now, the one it will maybe benefit even slightly more is Aspas, because there are 3 players on the other side that will take that as an operator. Again, a slower pace with Bangir just trying to find out information. He gets it, spots multiple players on that side of the map, and now this somewhat ruse that's being sent on A doesn't hold anywhere near as much value. The defense are actually giving nothing. They're just sitting all the way back, similarly to what we saw on the other side. But it's whether or not they can bait the rotations the right way. And looking at a solo defender of GRQ, who's about to get some support, but will it be too little too late?
He can still get out of here.
भागा.
Still with a shrouded step if he needs it. And he may well need it, but he's sticking around. He's looking for the battle, and Aspas has got it! And Kira!
Oh my God,
a headshot on that second swing! Bought them all the space to get this plant and a man advantage under their belt as a result. MIBR have just been gifted the upper hand by Aspas.
Yeah, it's
ऐसे कैसे मार देते हो भाई?
the gift you get when you purchase one of the best players to ever touch the game, and that double opener sets them up in aggressive positions. Fangir maybe hopeful to get something here, and now they've spotted the remaining player. It's the 1-2 punch, the bait taken, and Mazzino with an easy frag in the end. Fangir has no choice but to try and run for the hills. And what started as a bonus round that had a marshal and some weaker weaponry.
No way, bhai.
Even the outlaw in the mix for Aspas, which, well, clearly wasn't a weaker weapon, now turns into them currently having 4 rifles, some mass upgrades, and a fantastic start to the second half.
For Aspas to get the first kill was impressive, but to then swing deep with 1 bullet left in the outlaw, he had 100% confidence he was hitting that headshot, and for good reason too. Like, look at this, 1 shot left, and he goes, screw it. Does he know that guy's low? No, he doesn't have a clue. He thinks, I need to hit his head, or I'm going to 140 and probably get traded. But we got 10 seconds, we need a plant, screw it. Throws it out there, it works, and all gamers now, after a strong first half, an 8-4 scoreline where they did look like they had their hands glued to the reins. Now it's come back to bite them. That gap has closed into just 1, and MIBR hot on their heels like this gets a timeout from that side.
Yeah, the last pause they had was what took them from.
ठीक है भाई, रहने दो भाई वर्जिन भाई.
This will be their
वो अभी तो गेम शुरू हुआ है भाई. 8-8 हुआ अभी तक तो लीड पे नहीं है ना.
Ed 101.
अब क्या हो जाए क्या पता.
Potentially do the same again. Try and get them back. This is definitely not the end of the world so far, but I think you definitely see Aspas able to basically fight 2 players at once and come out on top, and you do start to worry a little bit that this map could slip away from them.
कौन जीतेगी?
For MIBR, this is important because they are going into what is their own map choice split coming up next, which I think is still a fairly comfortable pick for them. I was maybe surprised that we didn't see all gamers go a slightly different way. But you're not going to want to go in with a deficit, and they are still currently around behind, although the signs of this attack side have been fairly promising.
Well, it looks like all gamers have got a decent read early on. They've gambled correctly. 3 players towards the C site. Prowlers going out on A, trying to distract, but MIBR unknowingly still walking into this stack. Paranoia is perfect. It's got so many, but that cage from Tex, that saved them all. There were 3 players blinded and easily about to be taken down. A single cage. And they get to take a breather, to reset, to fight on their terms and put a 5v3 on the board when the smoke fades. It's not going to look pretty for Kira, even with 2. It's left Shrimp alone, weaponless, and against the odds.
आसपास भाई sit down कराएंगे, रुको देखो.
Started incredibly slow, and this would have to be an utter turnaround around their expectations at this stage.
गंदा खेल लिया तो ये अच्छी बात है.
Almost 0.
हमारे लिए.
MIBR have managed to negate the stack with
आसपास अपने में आ जाता तो
relative ease, considering the initial setup looked incredibly dangerous. Now Zekken is already tagged low and will go down. But the remaining 2 players full HP and looking to try and play this together. 3 bullets remaining in that Sheriff, but the main problem is the time. Needs to almost be on that defusal already if they're going to get it to half and try and bait players in. And that is the goal. Another nice shot from Shrimp. The problem is the second player may be expected to be further away. It's a crazy shot again from Shrimp. But unfortunately, that clock was already gone. A nice amount of damage on a low buy round. And well, MIBR are a little bit lucky to even get out with it.
Yeah, I think they realized at the end, if he gets it half, he has a chance. But if I stop him now, he doesn't. And that was incredibly close.
This was
a millisecond either side, and this could completely change the game. And that's in a number of different fights. Kira did remarkably well to find 2 up top. Lucky that they were throwing the C's nade as the smoke faded, so 2 of those players weren't ready to fight. And close as they made it, costly as they made it.
Zekken तक आने ही नहीं देगा वो.
Credits even after the buy. They come in here.
अभी तक Zekken भी है बाबू. ठीक है भाई. उसका भी जागना बाकी है.
They've decided to try to catch Kira, and he has been stunned up by the convergence path. No chance with the showstopper yet. It's still a couple kills back in their direction. Fighting through the doors with great success.
Yeah.
All gamers have a man advantage.
If anything, Kira with the showstopper kind of saved the rest of his teammates. Nightfall now being thrown out as well.
Hasn't seen Verno.
Verno sat in the corner, but Bangir was still a relative unknown. The attack side looking to try and take space on the other side of the map, but of course in a massive deficit. Well, Tex might be in trouble between 2. I think the rifle might have been spotted. Just the tip is enough to give the game away, but Tex has managed to escape, but will he escape by timing? Couldn't be any worse.
Nice.
Just as he drops down, and now Aspas will walk into the same man. Lead not taken by MIBR just yet. As a breakback is immediate.
हाँ वो तो है. ये लोग भी अच्छे खेल रहे हैं भाई.
Stand their ground there. I think if they lose the lead and then end up on an eco, MIBR have all the momentum to just run away with this. But standing tall in this moment, a bunch of problems there with like the nightfall not hitting it yet. They're filling in the gaps in those fights. The showstopper being caught by the convergence path, but
actually saving, yeah,
it ended up working out favorably for them, and for MIBR trading out that ultimate. And they come into this one away from a showstopper, and I think Zekken finding that orb would be a death sentence. They look to defend it though on all gamers. They lose Shrimp right off rip.
Okay.
And there's the orb for Zekken. He gets it on a blind spam. The nade almost lands perfectly, but Pangear dodges it.
मारा नहीं उनको, मर
Now
गया
that's
फीड
backed
और
up as
ओमेन.
well. The
वाओ.
problem is they're going to know exactly where these
अबे
players
कोलैट
are.
मरे. वाओ.
Oh, yeah,
No way they
that was an immediate
Blue
cancel
way.
from Aspas. You could see he was about to dive in and then goes, oh, there's two there. No, I'm not doing that anymore. Well, we can just play with the rotation. Second has just turned on this round, though. A shot through the smoke, a shot in a pixel gap through the door. Now the remaining
crosshair
two.
placements. अरे रे रे रे.
Again, there's been a lot of rounds where I
और
feel like
रियल भाई
MIBR have
कब
had
सीखेंगे तुम? क्यों? मैं भी कब सीखूंगा?
ridiculous advantages.
अस भाई अस.
But this one, I like how they played it.
कब
They have
सीखेंगे
just
इनके
paused,
crosshair
they've stood
placements?
still. They know there's trips on the other side of the map as well. One
ये
holding
crosshair
B, one holding
placements
A,
को
so they
लेके
cannot
उसके
be
बाद
flanked
उनका
without that information.
जो play
And because they
style
just
है.
stood completely still, the All Gamers players went, okay, I'm going to get aggressive on B, try and
तुम
find
तो
info.
pro
You
थे.
go
रहने
aggressive
दो
on A,
भाई,
let's try
रहने
and
दो,
get
रहने
something.
दो.
And, well, they might
आप
get
तो
one
ना ही
kill at least
बोले.
onto Aspas. But other than that,
X ascendant ना
should be
बोले.
much, much tougher. Although I am looking at the attack side
हम तो अभी
splitting
तक
up and looking
ascendant
for
का मुंह
clues. I'm going to be
तक
honest, I
नहीं
don't
देखे.
like the
आप तो
the
X
current
ascendant हो.
positioning of the MIBR players. They're giving chances. But in the end, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, considering how
मुझे इनका movement सिखा दो
Shrimp in a
please.
1v3 with a
अरे
sheriff
जेके भाई
almost
मैं
won
यहाँ
the
पे आपको
round.
कोच लग रहा हूँ.
I wouldn't really be playing that confident, but spreading the net has its purposes. Find those players. Hopefully remove their weapons. A
बस
lost
मुझे
rifle for
crosshair
MIBR
placement
won't quite
के
sing
बारे
as
में
much
बोलने
as
वाला
deleting all
जेके था.
those finances
मुझे याद
for
है.
all gamers,
जेके दाओ
especially
जेके
how
बोल रहा है
things have been
कि
going.
इनका
Majority
movement
rounds
सिखा दो.
fall
वाह
into
जेके
those
भाई
attackers'
वाह.
hands. But it looks like
Very good,
Pangear
भाई.
has managed to fly under the radar for now.
Well, that is the one thing
Very
I will
good,
say, though,
जेके
is
भाई.
that for all gamers, they can rebuy no matter what. So if you lost too many weapons by getting aggressive, it would have
मेरे को Valo
actually
सिखा दो.
hurt them
वाह.
more than if they took all of
X
the guns
ascendant
away.
बोलता है
So
कि मेरे को Valo सिखा दो. लॉल.
clearly feeling like their opponents were going to save the second they didn't spot them on the side. But this was the second round. Again, we know that the peak potential of what this man can do. In fact, there's a man sat just over there who definitely knows the peak
X
potential of what
ascendant.
Zakin can do. Yes, Rob Moore is back.
मैं तो हवा में बोला भाई हैं. हवा में
Wow.
बोला.
This is a much faster take coming out
Whoa.
from Zakin. Showstopper. He's got the support of his teammate to at least hold on to the space. 4 players outside of this A site, and they've got to be a little bit careful.
but
But
yeah,
it's only space taken, no lives.
That's okay. Crowd control was all they wanted. Now they can just
Like,
fade away
I
from where that
think
ulti's
so,
coming
नहीं पता.
through. 2 players still going to be caught by it.
Oh my
The
god.
nightfall right back should slow down all gamers. Should, but it might not. The shorty up close here, a death sentence for Kira. Who's 20 HP, swinging that angle, and Tex has torn them a new one. Although, hold on, it's not over just yet. The big swing in leaves all gamers ahead. It's a 2v2. They were behind moments ago, but now neck and neck in this fight, coming in from both angles. GRQ isolates the fight to start, and the swing in from Pangear is beautiful. All gamers looked like they were falling behind. The chances slipping through their fingers, but they got their grip back on this map just in time.
Nice one.
They did well to hold
हो गया.
every single position there.
जीतेंगे,
Because you looked at the
जीतेंगे, all
amount of
gamers
counter
जीतेंगे.
odds. You mentioned it, the
All
nightfall,
gamers
but
जीतेंगे.
they'd already claimed that space, and we're still fighting through it, even with
Uncle
having
जी
some of
नहीं
that
मारते,
later
Uncle
HP.
जी
It left
पहले
MIBR with
मारते थे
not
जब छोटा था.
really any map control to
अब
try
नहीं
and hold
मारते.
on to. Like, they're basically boxed in
Nice one,
on
nice.
that B site, and because of that, it made it very, very difficult to avoid any utility that
Well
was thrown
played.
through, any ultimates that took their guns away. The back and forth continues in that matter. Operator now in as
This
well
fella.
for Fangir.
Finger
And it really does feel like potentially the
pass
team
pass
that wins 2 in a row might be the one to take the map. Smash the wall.
पता नहीं.
He's able to get out of there. He takes a lot of damage for it.
No idea क्या कर रहे हैं.
Yeah, down to half already. Zakin looking for a bit of space towards this B site. The crew right behind him, but they've heard the wall now. Whether to bait it out or it looks like push through it all together. Well, that was the idea.
निखिल था
Few
ना
players
निखिल
have
का
been
नाम था वो
isolated.
नहीं
Now
गया.
left to just Zakin.
We're almost
पता.
all in this together.
निखिल भाई
He's been
नहीं
left
गया
behind
तुम.
by the gang. But a plan found, and no real contest from all gamers. They gave that to them. Happy to play the retake, and after how last round worked out, I'm not too surprised. But the difference
please
is they
define
push them out of those key
from
positions
using
with
foul
the
language?
steel garden. It's not there anymore.
क्या foul language use कर लिया?
Oh, different ults to be expended.
यूसी भाई कौन सा क्या language ऐसा क्या
Already
use कर
the
लिया?
overdrive. Getting one and a second as well. Great work
मैंने
from
तो कुछ बोला
Fangir
ही
once
नहीं.
again. Up top is Aspas, needs to land some shots. Has Verno alongside him, and again, the trading is enough for all gamers. This B-site retake, sure, maybe they do need an auto tool, but this time it was the overdrive that did the work.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, I realize why they're so confident in the retakes when Fangir's just going to pull BS out like that. Like, he sprayed 2 people down, took barely any damage for it, and is able to get out and reset for a big 5v3 retake. This is insane. He's down to 41 HP,
left,
and none of this
sorry,
bounce catch him. Verno really stepped up to the plate in this round, but
present ही foul है
stand
अच्छा
to get knocked out of the park. And for all gamers, this is all they need. 11 to 9.
Yo ललित भाई, welcome to stream. यो भाई कैसा है? आज जल्दी आ गया.
Very low
मैं जल्दी
at
आया.
best.
मैं तो जल्दी नहीं आया.
We should be seeing overtime locked in, and the timeout from MIBR coming in here, they're going to discuss that. Is it even worth fighting for victory in regulation and potentially throwing the map away?
That's the tough spot. We mentioned it earlier when they started this comeback. They were 8-4 down on their own matches.
अच्छा FK लिख दिया क्या इसीलिए? अब मैं तो इसका मैच देखने आया.
Lol. Seem to have the extra little bit of depth. I think them running as a unit has really been working out. Like we saw in the first half with them playing with the almost ruse of their push and pull of the map, and then on the defense, their retakes have looked fantastic. Even if it was a 1v3 in some occasions.
आज गेम नहीं खेलेगा. नहीं आज गेम नहीं. आज only
last
watch party होगी.
Of regulation for either side. I'll say that as well. We mentioned whether or not the impact from the coaching staff will be there. I think especially for all gamers. Both times that they've taken a pause, they've gone on streaks of rounds.
अपनी entry बता रहा.
I think the coaching staff deserves some credit.
Oh, without a doubt, and I think that there's
अच्छा ये ललित भाई अपनी एंट्री बता रहा है for real.
Oh
my god. आसपास भाई ऐसे ना मारो भाई. ये गलत बात है भाई.
34 HP, he's lucky to still be alive after a few shots landed.
ये गलत बात है भाई. कूद के ऐसे आके मार देता है. 21 level.
Potentially a weapon to be retrieved in there. I think they still want to hit this C site, but all
Thanks for वो सबको पता है छक्का. ए कौन छक्का है? कौन छक्का है?
Didn't even expect to see convergence path put through, but they're committing it even on this lighter buy. They saved their credits to fight for the next round, yet somehow they're winning every battle here. A missed shot from Bangir.
भाई ज़्यादा बोलता है तू.
Do you save here?
इसको टाइम आउट दो रे.
It's not worth even giving them the extra weapons.
You don't want to give an AWP over. You don't want to give another
छक्का वाला वर्ड
able to get some upgrades here and there,
छक्का गे वाले वर्ड्स ना बैन कर दूंगा बैन. जो भी लिखेगा
साला get an opener, get his ult, pop the ult, hit I think everyone that was on that site. It looked like they lined up, and then that SMG is nowhere near as weak anymore, because you have to hit an instant shot, and I just have to spray wildly while moving all over the shop. So great round from him, and that has been the case in a lot of this map so far.
ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा करो रे. ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा करो आसपास पे
openers. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like Aspas is going to have a vast majority of them with what he's been able to do with pistols, what he's been able to do with rifles, and it's been fight backs into the round from all gamers. Well, this time, they were unable to fight back. A singular ultimate has been able to turn the tide and give them a 10th.
मैं क्यों बैठा हूँ? टोटके करने के लिए तो बैठा हूँ ना. आसपास में मैं ही टोटके कर देता हूँ.
They had money for the next round if they lose this one. This was a buy what you can and let's win the next. And yet that kill gets the ult out of them, and that's what immediately turns the tide in their favor. 10 to 11. It's been Fangir finding a lot of success.
Don't use your perks of being West Bengal, lol.
But early, we need some heroes for all gamers. MIBR.
मैं तो करूँगा
Once
भाई.
again, look towards this C site. GRQ.
भाई उसकी गांडी फट गई भाई. वो भाग गया literally.
On the backside, he's already in spawn. After what happened last round, no one wants to be standing on site when Aspas comes barreling in. Because of that, it should be a relatively easy plant.
Yeah, but the one thing that we've been talking about with all gamers is their retakes have been incredible. I like in this scenario though that Hex is going to be that dagger in the darkness. They are currently still watching for it, even though the plant is coming through on the other side of the map.
Oh, nice shot.
A nice shot as well off the back of the nade. Forced an awkward position, and there's that patience from Fangir. They said one of the major dangers, the differences to the B-side takes was having Tex in the background. Second though again, any shot he fires through those doors seems to be deadly, and Kira is low.
Well, they had the plant, but MIBR tried to spread their roots. All gamers come in. They've trimmed the shrubbery and a great paranoia into the back. It hasn't got the player up top though. Verno still able to provide that cover. Now the jump in, caught by Verno as well. And MIBR, they fight their way back into this round, back into this map. 11-11.
That was a good read from the defense initially. Like those opening picks that they found, like the nade combo to get rid of Mazzino. Then you have the catch on the lurker as well, but it's those three players just hunkered down at the back.
And it's Verno as well, who he was like 1 in 10 or something. He had a really bad start. And that's 2 rounds now I can point to and say, without him, they don't have a chance. They did end up losing one of those, but this one here, that's all him. He saved that backside.
Yeah, it stops. He protected the president. He kept Aspas alive long enough. Oh, 11-11. Stunned through a weaker purchase, but there is a showstopper. I don't know if it's going to be used in this round. No, it's not. Again, another opener. Aspas Bangir in position once again. No! And he gets 3 in the blink of an eye. The majority of that attack force dissipates. And even a TP in behind. There's plenty of weaponry to be found for these defenders.
3v2, let's go.
No ultimates to play with.
On MIBR, let's go.
Bono will get his,
not
but
MIBR.
its viability.
All gamer AG bhai. Ho jaye.
Look at the pings.
He's just faked that out. That TP was purely for bait purposes.
They were pinging those rifles. They're saying, let's get them and fight our way back into this one.
Rendo.
Buy up in the next for all gamers, but they might have to fight for OT. But with Verno down, maybe not. Tex, the man who's been a problem. Look at his position. Look at the plant. He has to be quick moving to sight. They're going to see him very early on. He'll cut off the first head of the Hydra, but plenty more remain. Tex, a chance in the 1 versus 1. Has his cam, but look for the fight and he wins it. Tex delivers MIBR to 12 with a huge clutch.
That's just insanity. Again, you look at this defensive side and you go, hey, should have had the play of the round. He genuinely might have wiped out the entire squad if he was given an extra bullet or two.
Tex kya maar diya isne?
But that was perfectly played from Tex. A reposition, first player, you could forgive it. The second look to jump across as bait almost, and then get wrecked.
This was not expected. Bhai.
And then because of that, he has the time to flip it back. 3 in a row for MIBR. Sure, it was a low buy round, but they're not going to care. And for the defense, they now have ultimates. They have weaponry. They're in a good position to take us to overtime. But have they been broken by those last couple of rounds?
अब तो कुछ करना ही पड़ेगा. अब तो कुछ करना ही पड़ेगा.
I mean, what a Herculean effort in that last. Unbelievable play. The confidence, not even letting it get to half, swinging in early in the smoke.
locked in किया है. अब ये देखो.
Cool under pressure with MIBR. They've weathered the storm and found themselves to safer waters, at least an overtime guaranteed now. But
overtime करके भी win हो सकता है.
On the board early is what they want. Power again sent to be. We've seen this. MIBR like to push and pull the map. For all gamers, they're left without a read, but if I set up on the A site should lead them a bit more confident.
तो उल्टा काम करते मेरे पे भी करते.
This is looking like one of those all-gamers rounds. They're playing across the map, grabbing their orbs, and it's a huge fake of the C site, but it hasn't pulled rotations.
मतलब क्या? कुछ भी मतलब बदुआ लगाने के लिए सारे बैठे हैं भाई.
Questions are being asked. 2 ultimates have been used on the A side of the map. It felt like they had the right read, and honestly, about 2 seconds ago they did, but because there was no contact made towards Zekken, he's called for the rotations. 12 seconds to get that plant in. Aspas with an operator in a peculiar spot. Now they look to move. If they drop this spike, that might be the round. I don't know if they've got time to plant it. I don't think they do. All Shrimp has to do is survive, and they've taken it off that alone.
Nice.
4 attackers will live to tell the tale of a singular kill.
Oh my god, क्या जीती है?
Right in the nick of time.
That's crazy.
They picked the spike up with 3.5 seconds left.
Crazy.
Just shy of what they needed. That is a huge play.
No way.
And all gamers,
this was insane, bhai.
They deserve an overtime with how they played. And their attack side is really what looked the scariest. But Fangir, every step of the way, has been the shining light.
No way.
The spark of hope for all gamers. Now they look to fan the flames in overtime.
The fuck?
You're gonna see his face.
Nah.
Like that. It's genuinely.
ये कुछ crazy हो गया. ये
He
कुछ
couldn't have
crazy
timed
हो
it
गया
any
सीधा.
better. Like literally, it's not
ये
possible.
जाके सीधा
Gets it on the 6
planter को
second
मारा
mark.
direct.
Stays
planter को
alive
मारा
long
भाई.
enough. And that should have been the end of the game. Instead, OT. Fangir's got to be feeling confident at this stage. It feels like every decision he makes turns to gold. And
निकलो.
the attack side now looking
Bug,
to put the
Cypher,
pressure
bug.
back onto Tex. They suffered at the hands of his trips. And again, you can see how wary they are of running through that utility. But this time, there's no kill trip in that spot.
इनका पूरा मतलब इनका
MIBR of everybody
strategy
in the
देख लो भाई.
waterway,
ऐसा कैसे
ready
सही
to
है
come flooding back through.
भाई.
Fangir will
not
be
hit.
the point of contact and he'll
No
fall,
way,
but
no way.
who else is here? Who's next to fall? Who's next to challenge? Nobody. As MIBR find out, the plays come in the other direction, and a great TP from GRQ. He's passed the trip very early on, and as they now break it, it might be a bit of false security for Aspis. No, he's clearing it still. He's looking for this player, and he'll find him. GRQ down. Good work by Aspis to still be wary, even though the trip was broken so late, but he will be caught by Bai in the end.
Easy.
they've got to be
मत
careful
कर
here.
ऐसे लाला मत करो.
AG in the post one, that was where they were
लाला.
truly deadly. Bai one away from an ultimate.
आजा निकल.
Instead, they're going to look to get aggressive timing worked out for them, but Mazzino has his teammate covered, and now Kira is all that's left. MIBR, they've not been broken by that previous round. They will now go up to 13. Another attempt at map point on the attack.
Another chance to close this out. Last time, it was a very narrow margin by which they lost out of the chance to start the series 1-0. 16-14 against Heretics. I'm even talking about the last 2 rounds ago. Half a second.
Oh, I literally the last time they played this map.
Indeed, yeah, that match against Heretics was laborious, and this may be the same. You look across the stage from MIBR, though, and like Fangir blowing our socks off here. Leagues above the rest, but for MIBR, Aspis is impressive as ever, but the desk highlighted it, hunting down Tex. Was what this was all about, but he proved to be more predator than prey. MIBR, they haven't spotted Fangir. And now they have, but it's a little too late. He'll still get 2. And with GRQ adding to the equation, it's MIBR miles behind.
Let's go. We can. You
Genuinely. Again, just the decision making. He almost gets another triple kill in a defensive round. And
nice one.
Tex is thinking so much about how he can get past the wall. He ends up getting peaked. Aspas has been good. Scratch that. He's been great. He's been so good in opening positions, but how much can he truly hope to find with 39 HP and 3 players? A plant? Sure. Even that might be all he gets. The nade puts him down to 4 HP. He can't afford to take any damage along the way, trying to dodge the boombot, but even finding his opponent's going to be difficult. Nice shot on the first. That's the ultimate, but the spam is enough. We go again. With Bai finding another double, and 13-13 the score.
Yeah, this is where it starts to be a bit of deja vu for MIBR. Last time around, a similar story.
Almost
went the distance and then some. And this time, again, the snake in the grass of Fangir to start this round. The reveal came in just a smidge too late. He'd already got 2, and GRQ, fighting from that open door, was able to trade out to make it an even bigger advantage.
Let's go.
Going into the next OT. For all gamers, the question is, will Fangir slow down at some point? And the answer so far has been a resounding no. Presence to the A site for MIBR. 4 players early on, throwing the season 8, throwing the reveal. Nothing seen. As now the pace picked up by all gamers, and you expect a very direct hit. Tex is going to have his work cut out for him in holding this first burst of aggression, trying to snipe one out of the air, but he'll be forced to play the retake now.
Nice entry, by the way.
It's a little bit of damage. Spike to Kira. 1 away from the showstopper.
Nice entry.
Could play a part in the late round, but it's Spam actually takes down GRQ. That's a man advantage now. Another opening kill for Aspas to add to the growing collection.
Nice
Already
one.
though, Fang is
Nice
there
one.
again, and even with the fallback, finally has
Nice
fallen
one.
down, but there's that showstopper. And now Tex is all that resides once again,
one,
and it's Kira to close. 3 kills for the Rays. Lead taken, and the first map point now for all gamers.
Their first chance to close out this series, as said, it felt like they deserved the overtime. It was a crazy first half from this squad. The calls on the attack
let's go.
MIBR guessing, and they never
As
found
20
the
likes
answers
ho
that they
jayega, 20
needed.
likes ho
Now
jayega,
they
let's go.
call a timeout
Or 8 likes to go.
in a series, in a map that they had the chance to close out more than once. And now they have to fight for survival. With Aspas topping the
कुछ कर नहीं
board,
सकते भाई अब
27 there, but Fangir, the one drawing all
जो
our eyes. He has
number
looked like
7 वाले
the
हर
star
टाइम
of the
थोड़ा
show.
दुखी
Just in
रहते
that
हैं
last round from the
समझ रहे हो
top rope, denying all that space that they were attempting to take back through.
इसका नंबर जर्सी नंबर 7 होता
It's
है
been so
वो
fun
थोड़ा
to
दुखी
watch it.
रहता है एंड आज
I do keep
एमएसजी
waiting
का
for that
बर्थडे है
moment where
हाँ
he
आई नो
slows down. I think the worst I've seen from him is a single missed op shot, but the round before he got 4, so I'll forgive him.
I'd almost be a little bit nervous as well if I'm MIBR to take a pause, because you think back and it's been the all gamers pauses that have gone straight into round victories. I think again,
2v7 है क्या भाई हाँ भाई
has been sublime.
इसीलिए मैं भी
Whatever's
थोड़ा
been
दुखी
said
रहता
to these players, be it from
Argentina.
losing a streak of 4
मुझे
rounds in a row to
अर्जेंटीना
immediate
वर्सेस
winning
पोर्चुगल
3 of the
देखना था
next 4.
पोर्चुगल
The same in
देखना
the
था
first
भाई
half as well. 4-4, 8-4 half ending after the pause. He's been impeccable, and now, well, all they need is one. And MIBR have gifted that pause over to the other side. I will say all gamers had the same opportunity to take pause, but evidently whatever's been said by the players, he didn't feel like it was necessary on his side.
Well, all gamers, they've really grown into this map.
ज़्यादा
They
बोलोगे
certainly did into the attack side. Now their defense to be tested from what we've seen, especially for
Let's go.
Fangir, but
लेट्स
the squad
गो
overall, every
gamers,
leaf
let's
has been
go.
a flower.
हो जाए
And now they bloom
यहीं पे
late,
खत्म कर दिया जाए
but just in time.
ओ वो लोग ये
MIBR
छोड़
look to
दिया
go direct to the A side, and this is not ideal for all gamers. A 4-man stack up on C. They had read the favorite site of this attack side, but things change here in overtime. Here after the pause. The A side is wide open. The Vice utility is there, of course,
Oh
but
my God,
nobody
ये लोग ये पे एंटर कर
do
उनको
anything
घंटा
off
पता
the
नहीं
back
है
of it. The door opens and the Thorns
Fire
activate.
round.
This may send MIBR back towards this B side. You don't really want to play that Vice
हाँ
setup.
भाई,
You don't know how many
always,
players are there. Could be
हाँ भाई,
easier to
always
go for the
7 number
split,
ही
but that will
all
work
time,
in all
मतलब
gamers' favor.
थोड़ा सैड मोमेंट्स जीते हैं
The terrifying thing as well
MSG
is,
7 CR7
if
भी
anything, if you're
कभी 7
MIBR,
है
you
भाई
want those more contacty plays, because the retakes coming out from all gamers have been their best work. Nice shot from Tex
oh
though.
nice shot
He was under serious pressure and manages to get rid of Fangir. He's been the tip of the spear in all of the retakes. Think about it. Using that overdrive, getting in their face while they put the ults through. Him being gone could give them another opportunity.
Well, that's it. We were waiting. What happens when Fangir goes quiet? Well, now a
MSG ने तो
4v4.
पार्टी है
It's
भाई
all
he is
gamers'
crazy
chance.
he is crazy but
The
भाई
break
है ना
back into this. A sees nade thrown down below. A slow at least to buy some time, and the paranoia does the same. The clock keeps ticking.
Nice
and now
shot.
Kira finds the first shrimp with another.
Nice
okay,
shot.
the numbers
Let's
thin.
go.
And MIBR
Hoga,
are
hoga.
left with just second. Standing against the rising tide of all gamers. The tap on the spike. The swing needed. Now it's already half. He'll get the first. But he won't get anything else.
GG's,
All
let's go,
gamers
let's
wash
go.
MIBR away.
Let's
15
go.
to 13. Taking the
जीत
lead
गई,
and taking
let's
the
go.
dub moments later.
crazy भाई
It's
crazy
another nightmare that's probably going to keep MIBR
Wazir
up at
bhai.
night. A second defeat at overtime
हाँ
on
Lotus है MIBR
Lotus
का pick
in
था
just a matter of days. But it shows the resilience of all gamers. We said it at the beginning of the game. I think a lot of teams come in, especially teams with high caliber
Let's
players
go.
who've been there, done that, got the t-shirt, and go up against
Let's
the squad
go.
and feel like it's going to be an easy road. And every single time they prove it
All
doesn't
gamers
matter
जीत
the
गई, all
opponent.
gamers जीत
They are
गई।
able to take it close.
वजीर भाई,
They're able to
यार।
battle and brawl. And
बोला था
well,
ना,
in
देखो,
map number 1, they're able to
अट्टा
take
गट्टा
the
मैच
dub.
होगा but
You may say there were signs of it
MIBR
up against
हारेगी
Heretics for this squad, but now for MIBR, it looks like Lotus might be a bit more of a weak point than we expected, but that's not for
ये
us to
सब नया
say.
लिखते
Let's
chat
hear
पे
from the big
ललित भाई
brains
ये सब
over
नया
on the
लिखते
desk with Degon.
Thank you very much, Mitch and Tom.
ये सब
Great
नहीं
call,
दिखते।
and yet again in overtime. It's heartbreak for MIBR
भाई,
on
it was
Lotus.
crazy,
They
भाई,
fall
crazy,
to
insane.
AGAL, who clutch it out. And I just need to go back to round 22, 23, and 24. Those final 3 in regulation, they were absolutely crazy as we welcome back Kukuka in big time. Both teams having hero moments, number disadvantages, crazy headshots, and still go to overtime. It goes all the way to AGAL.
And that was a fantastic game to watch. That's what we talk. When you talk about heroes, when you talk about the storylines here at AWC, look at a man like Fangia. This guy came to play today. After the last, after the rest of the group stage, everyone's talking about GRQ. Everyone's like, oh, GRQ might be the guy for this All Gamers team. He comes in and goes, no, it's all about me, guys. Take a look at my neon. Look what I can do. Look how I can make this operator work. MIBR had no answers, and they have, when we talk about the all-star operator players, they have the guy. They have Aspas.
It is him. It do be him. Seriously, what a fantastic show and what a dominant also start of the map. Do not forget, at the end of the day, as we said, they are coming in as being the underdog. MIBR should be the favorite here. But we have to say, all gamers, not for a second, not in this match and not in previous matches, have shown any kind of fear to the opponent that they have in front of them. And what a moment also to be here and be able to witness the way that they were playing it, the way they were celebrating once they managed to get into overtime and get and save that spike run that was absolutely insane. From then, the momentum was on their side.
I mean, I think they stole away so many rounds. Did it. The rest did it. My mind goes back to that 5v2 retake MIBR had, but they got shut down because the individual prowess on this AG team. I think MIBR couldn't hang with them in the server there, which feels insane to say when we look at the names on this MIBR squad. Now, don't get me wrong, Aspas really pulled his weight. So did Tech, someone who's had a little bit of a slower tournament, but he did a great job on that Cypher. But ultimately, it's not enough here on Lotus, and this is MIBR's map pick.
Yeah, and I know Verno is IGLing this squad, but he was at 1-9 in the first half.
Tough.
It's very difficult to get yourself across the line. He finishes 10-19, so carried a little bit more, at least going 1-1 in the second half, but it was such a slow start from him.
Seriously, the resilience that all gamers is showing, if you add it on top of getting in the head of your opponents, like for example, Verno must have not been having a very good time at the beginning of that map. If you add on so many of the circumstances that they were able to turn around, where they were one man down, did not matter. The refrags came in very fast. Something also that Tom was highlighting, how Fangir was so proactive even when it was time to flood, when it was time to retake. Again, so on top of their game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just so impressed. I think especially the macro in that first half for all gamers. I think when people talk about the CN region, people often don't mention macro, right? It's sort of not what they're known for, and if anything, they're put down about it internationally. But I didn't get that impression at all. And even when we watched all gamers against Heretics, I feel like game planning is very, very strong. I'm very enormously impressed with this roster.
Man, what's happening with Lotus?
It's always OT.
If you want to be here forever,
मैं तो लेफ्टिंग चैट क्यों चैट क्यों लेफ्ट कर रहे हो?
One team,
अभी तक एक मैच बाकी है, अभी तक मैचेस बाकी है भाई.
Yeah, there's the play those last couple of rounds there with the 3K that kicked it off, but then Tex clutches it out, and then of course the stun during the plant gets the kill, waits out the timer, does AGAL to force overtime, and then Aspas getting this opening kill here in overtime. You're thinking this is it, but AGAL battle back on that round as well. It was a fantastic map of Lotus here.
Again, it's all gamers, so the shooting is going to be absolutely incredible. That is, the show is guaranteed when they are on the stage. It doesn't matter if it's against Team Heretics, now against MIBR. I think that after getting and saving that round, Fangi was like, I am not losing this.
Yeah.
I can tell you that.
These are the type of games that make me love Valorant. When you have those moments where someone is able to step up, be that hero, I love watching it unfold on the stage. MIBR have to find a way to bounce back here, or they will be eliminated from EWC.
And as always, like I like to do on my desk, I do the callbacks. And you said earlier, we talked about GRQ, we talked about Shrimp, we gave shout-outs to Kira, but you're like, Fangir is the guy that normally is here for this roster and hasn't had that opportunity yet, but he does so here today in that first map.
He showed just how capable he can be. That's what we saw from them at the start of the year. That's what we were all expecting to see in Santiago, but they couldn't make it work over there. The one win, but ultimately not enough for them. But right now, if he can continue this form that we're seeing from him, right here, I think his name will become bigger and bigger. One map away from playoffs now. He might have a shot to do this on the biggest stage.
KC Academy, what can I say? It's all the talent comes from EMEA. We just nurture all of them. It's good to see though the fan here, because as I was saying, in the beginning of the year, it was his realm. He played so incredibly well, and he was the difference maker in this team. Everybody tries to speak English for him. He's learning a little bit, you know, here and there, but he's definitely worth the effort.
Well, MIBR now down to their last loss before leaving EWC 2026, but their guns can change their fate. Will they be able to do so? We'll find out after the break. You're watching EWC 2026 Valorant.
मैंने उस दिन भी मना किया भाई. ठीक है भाई, लास्ट ये लास्ट है भाई, इसके बाद और नहीं. तुम नॉर्मल गालियाँ लिखो तब चलेगा, बट नॉट दिस.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out,
एक भाई दोस्ती दिखा दी.
it becomes
अरे
our
इसमें देख, इसमें
superpower.
वो चीज नहीं है ना, वो देख, एक चैट अलग है.
Now
This is a live
imagine an
chat,
entire
समझ रहा है
city
भाई.
being built
It's a
to
live
supercharge
chat.
it.
Nothing else.
Kadir City, powered
Normally
by Play.
दूसरे चैट्स अलग है और ये लाइव चैट अलग है भाई. नॉर्मल गालियाँ लिखो सब चलेगा, नॉट दिस टाइप ऑफ. उसके बाद इसका है कुछ. क्या करे क्या करे क्या करे, ट्राई करे. अबे क्या है, क्या गेम है जो खेल सकते हैं हम. guys, suggestions. Like this stream if you think Cyrus gender has a 404 error. हाँ ये सब चलेगा भाई, तो ये सब लिख ले, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. ठीक है, ये सब चलेगा, बट नॉट दैट टाइप ऑफ थिंग्स, समझ रहे हो. जल्दी दे भाई, बाकी सब ठीक है भाई, नो इश्यूज भाई. हाँ भाई ये ठीक है, ये ठीक है, ये कोई इसका कोई मतलब दिक्कत ही मैंने बोला ही नहीं है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है इस चीज़ का.
Stop disrespecting all gamers. They have all of the gamers. They're here to win. Okay? No. I get it because I think that we've had this happen previously in Valorant. You know, where we have squads that have very good names, players that have performed incredibly in the past. And I think that there is a very big difference between not winning trophies, not this is that, to getting grouped. That is a big difference. And you can say whatever you want. You can speak about form. You can speak about whatever. The years have been fairly similar. If you were in top 4 in the last global event, what were you doing? What were you doing? Like, what is the excuse?
Sat at home.
To not give it your everything here.
Yeah.
All Gamers is doing it.
Yeah, no, I totally agree.
It.
I think for me, it doesn't even matter how the rest of this series shakes up. All Gamers have a new fan in me today. I will be watching quite seriously from now on because I think they've shown that they can hang with the very, very best. I've been so impressed with the macro, the IGLing, leadership, the backroom staff. The game planning is rock solid, but then also you add onto that the firepower, the flashy plays, Fangi's ability with the op, GRQ when he's on top of the world, he's looking brilliant. So I think this is a squad that can really make some damage here at EWC.
Especially when you have a lot of the big names have already gone out and now are making space for a name to be made, like for AGAL, when Fnatic doesn't qualify for the tournament, when PaperX goes crashing out, when RRQ doesn't have it going as well, now is an opportunity for AGAL to step up.
Yeah, not to mention EDG and XLG, right? They had fantastic performances over in London. They re-put CN back on the map, but it's those two that are already out. They don't have that chance. Now it's All Gamers having to fly that flag for VCT CN. Can they bring that representation to the playoffs as we move across here onto Split?
Yeah, and All Gamers decided this, they picked this map, as you can see in the graphic right now for the side of MIBR. They played it last in the qualifier here to EWC versus Leviathan. For All Gamers, they won on it against Global Esports. They already have a little bit of a rep. To me, it has to be about keeping the confidence. We were speaking about GRQ, the cheeky plays here and there. Guys, we need to learn how to open angles together. We cannot one opens, the other one TPs, and there's a third one that just jumps later to the side. We still need to work on those synergies. I know that the pressure is very, very high onto them. They're still do not get me wrong. And of course, all the pressure right now is on MIBR.
Yeah, I love it that in this map now, the backs are truly against the wall. It's a pure mirror matchup. Frankie is going to be head-to-head against Aspas on that jet. It's all about execution. It's all about who's performing the server. No excuses left here.
Match here and map number 2 as we head on over to one win away from booking their ticket into the playoffs.
गेम के चक्कर में गालियां खा गया तेरा इमो होने वाला था क्या
Let's send it on over to Tom and Matt.
69 रख के आ जाते हैं कुछ खेलना नहीं आता इतना
क्या ईमो का रैंक अप था क्या
रैंक अप नहीं अगर मैं वो जीत जाता तो पक्का हो जाता मैं इतना अच्छा खेल रहा था कल फिर मेरा मूड फक ऑफ हो गया फिर मैं गया फिर उधर भी हगने लग गया फिर मैं गेम बंद करके सो गया मैं अभी गेम खेल ही नहीं रहा हूं
बढ़िया है भाई
I think again if you've not watched much of All Gamers or only seen the little bit at Master Santiago.
सुना ललित भाई सुना डार्क जोक सुना क्या सुनाना था
but then they weren't able to take anyone else down. Well, this squad is looking legit at the moment. Like a lot of depth of talent. I think especially we didn't see
मेरा तो
Shrimp, but there were
डायमंड 2 पे अटका हुआ अभी तक मैं आज खेलने वाला था फिर आज वो परमिशन आ गई तो मैं आज इसका स्ट्रीम करने लग गया
of the tournament so far.
Permission
we look at the other side and like,
तो इसीलिए तो कर रहा हूँ
well. Tex had a great
ऐसे थोड़ी करूँ
wasn't enough to get them over the line on their own map choice and now coming into Split still it is their opponent's choice
पूछा है बहुत जो नहीं पूछा
they have looked relatively comfortable in the past like going head to head with some pretty good teams
ऐसा कुछ है नहीं
it's just whether or not like if they're going to have enough to take us to a
चलो मैच चालू हुई
It's crazy to lose a game as well like in that last one MIBR went +10 on opening duels between Tex and Aspas.
मेरे को पहले फीलिंग आ रही थी भाई ये जीत जाएगा
मैंने भी बोला था पहले ही बोला था कि बट वो बीच में थोड़ा गंदा खेल गई थी कुछ भी बताओ डिफेंडिंग के 4 पहले स्टार्टिंग के 4 राउंड्स कितना गंदा खेले थे लोग
time getting into the A side. Spike still needs to go meet the rest of the squad and those smokes they're not going to last forever.
हाँ वही ना
in the nick of time the plant without any advantages found though. They were hoping that someone from All Gamers would give them a fight, give them a scrap, and now they have to go looking for it. Deep push in towards the spawn.
They've
got a foothold now. Now it's more on All Gamers to fight back.
No, they've lost screens.
हाँ जेकन आज उतना नहीं खेल पाया ना
Bai was waiting for them to try and make a move round to heaven. Now the plant is not the greatest for the side of MIBR. In fact, I would say it's a pretty poor one already to half. They need to get a move on. They're just looking to try and defuse it in front of their noses and nobody gets anywhere near it.
Lol.
MIBR was so ready and raring to try the wraparound, but the plant just wasn't for that position.
That's the danger.
आज ये लोग अच्छे खेल रहे थे, कुछ भी
Remember, those
बताओ।
smokes were fading by the time that they
इसका
pushed
वो
in. It was a couple
कौन था
seconds
वो?
left on them, but not enough to go planting
अबे
up for
शाम
head.
को
PC
Chinese
utility to
के
disrupt, and all of a
साथ
sudden you're on the
खेलेंगे
back foot in the
देखना।
round. So
फिर उनके
instead,
पास
they take
फिंगर
a
ने
safe
क्या
bet
बजाया
and
आज
try to use
भाई
those
तब
sky flashes to fight deep into the
फिंगर
spawn.
अलग ही मार
Sure,
रहे
it works out, but like you said, the plant isn't for there. And the second
आज नॉन
that all
पता
gamers get some
नहीं
presence
नॉन
on the
जीत
site, get
सकती है
boots on the ground, it already flips things
उसका भी
massively in
मैं
their
तो
favor.
मैं
That is
तो
a
एनएस को
big
ही कर
pistol
रहा हूँ
pickup. Fangir again showing that he's still got chops in this mirror matchup.
G2 तो हारेगी भाई वो
And an
तूने
eco
ये देखा था
coming out of
जो
MIBR.
VCT मास्टर्स लंदन का
That's a
कैसे
spam on
खेली
the
थी
back
G2
tap.
इतनी गंदी खेली थी भाई
Hold on. Now he's in
Oh my
danger.
god
Never
nice
mind.
shot रे
He'll go down eventually, but the work has been done.
nice shot nice
Comfortable in the end. I think as well, that one
भाई
thing I'm
G2
loving
कितनी
the most
गंदी
about
खेली थी
Fangir
भाई
is I
मतलब
think there would be a
pro
lot of people
मतलब
who go into this game and go like, look at the careers of the players on the other side. Like these are players that have been to champions, that have won champions, won masters. Like there's so much depth in terms of who has been there, done that, got the t-shirt. And Fangir doesn't care. Not even for a second. Like he's like, I'm going to full stick this, and if you guys are nearby, cool. If not, I don't care. Like it is just a confident player. No matter who he is up against. It's got to be tough to play against. Now, bear in mind, a few rifles kept over into this round, an SMG for buy, but there's definitely some vulnerabilities, and because of that, the defense are going pushing.
All gamers not scared of their opposition, that is for sure. It's a blitz, but Mizzino is ready. Plenty of backup there. I don't want to see him push that with the spike, and thankfully he does cancel that aggression. Might be time to flee, but MIBR show no signs of running away, of turning tail. Instead, they're looking to fight their way back through. The dog's going to make it awkward. The stun on Shrimp ends his life after one. Good trades for MIBR to start. And the main thing about this is it's dangerous when that low buy comes running at you. It's dangerous when some of your players can potentially be isolated, but MIBR stayed calm and just clumped together to deal with it, obviously with the exception of Tex, who was the flank control.
I liked as well that Werner was just happy to go, I'm
भाई
going to
इधर
paranoia
नहीं
my
आ
own
रहा
teammate
मैं
'cause he's close
इंस्टा
enough
पे
that it
बेस
doesn't matter, and I don't want to die. So,
चैट में
clearly
पढ़ेगा
happy to hold
वर्ड
their
लिमिट
ground. And,
बाइट
hey, I don't mind it. from
अगर
my
वैसा
friends.
कुछ
You
हुआ तो
got
पढ़
weaker
लूंगा
buy,
नहीं
you
हुआ
got
तो नहीं
SMGs,
पढ़ूंगा
and I don't even think they had one like full price rifle. So just go for something risky. You catch them, you have a far higher chance to win the round.
Also, I think it's good limit testing as well. Like, you do something like that and you just see, what did the opponents do? Like,
Yeah, how
do
do
they
they
hear
react?
4 of us rushing and they instantly run to the A site? Then we know that a little bit of early aggression could potentially push them into our heavier setup if we want. I think it's a really good idea to get aggro, but MIBR contained that aggression beautifully. That's a rifle now, and he's just going to pop the snake bite and run for the hills.
Really not bad in terms of a low buy. You get out with an extra
उतना
gun.
भी बुरा नहीं है
you drop
अगर
2 of
वही
their
तो मैं
guns.
आके
For
देखूंगा
MIBR,
अगर
they'll
उतना
probably be
बुरा
quite
नहीं
happy with
रहेगा
that as
तो मैं
well.
पढ़
3
लूंगा
players alive versus the low buys. They've definitely had some troubles here and there with losing players to pistols. So I don't think either side are going to be too disappointed with that one. But there you go. There's the paranoia. Just go there. Voters like, screw it. If they're going to run at us, they're at least going to be blind while they do it. But this is where the game really should get going. Rifles across the board. Even a outlaw for Fangir being put into play. Does seem like there's heavy shields across the board though, so it's not going to be an insta-kill. In fact, he's not going to land the shot at all.
Fangir's movement to get out was nice, but Verno is hot on their heels. And MIBR, they have made this one look incredibly easy. Running it down on that A site and taking every fight with great success. And another sign that's important, Verno online early on. Like we said, he had a really tough start. The desk talked about it as well, but, well, he certainly didn't let that knock his confidence. You could see him straight up into heaven for that brawl. And GRQ finds Aspis at least. It's some sort of reinvestment needed for MIBR, but they're happy to throw themselves at this just to remove the weapons, at least to start. Aspis was. Seems like a bit more patience on the rest of the squad. And I like that. They've already got 2 players that are fully invested into this round. So if we do lose a few more players, it could definitely get costly and sort of ruin that leg up that you've given yourself. Give all gamers a chance to steam back into the lead. So 2-2 we go. And the question is, for the defensive side, like, saving 2 weapons here, it puts them in a spot where they could force buy around it, especially with the validity of, like, a judge on this map, for example, playing up in heaven.
Half.
But I think, yeah, playing around those rifles and saving up for the next is probably
the other thing as well, I want to bring it up with you mentioning Verno. I think that ultimately, on the attack side of the last map, he was okay. It was the defensive side where they were being pushed and pulled across. So the fact that they've got that attack side start might actually help him out individually, because he can now just go like, okay, I know what I'm doing. I'm TPing up. I'm making these aggressive plays. I'm taking space alongside Aspas and being a thorn in their side rather than trying to figure out what the opponents are doing. And while you mentioned it, it is more of that half bite. 3 rifles in play. One of the pistols already dropped to the deck, and the B side completely under the control of the attack.
Fangir's trying his best to get a pot shot or 2 off. And indeed, a walk up from Bai is quite aggressive. Being caught by Aspas for free. Of course, when you have those pistols, sometimes you try to take your timings. Got to catch someone by surprise, but that hasn't worked out this time around for all gamers. The 2 rifles that they've got left, a decision, perhaps you could carry them through to the next. And they're at least doing that with one of them. Kira's on the A site, and I don't imagine he's going for the latest flank of all time. But for Fangir, he's been good every time. He wants to make it costly, because look at MIBR's credits. Already in an extremely good spot. Winning this round with all 5 alive is going to make this dangerous. The imbalance is going to be stacked against all gamers. At least they carry that 1 rifle through.
Yeah, and I also want to say I like the compositional switch that came out from MIBR, because obviously you look at it on the other side, it's not like they've reinvented the wheel or anything, but I do just look at these agents as comfortable. Like, I love seeing Aspas on the Jet. I think we have done for years. I think Zekon on the Raze also just gives both of them this more sort of aggressive tandem. I think Verno swapping, I believe, with Mizzino, like one of them now playing the Initiator. They do this anyway, with depending on what the Initiator is, but putting him onto the Omen, we already saw the impact that it can have, with him currently being 5-1 on the board. This looks like a very comfortable composition for MIBR. And even just some of the early rounds, the fact that Aspas is, again, he's taking that aggressive space with the dashes and the follow-up. It's very similar to the previous map, which worked great. Like, that was the bit of their gameplay that was fantastic, was when they get the entry, when they get these more direct plays, their execution is fantastic, because the guy at the tip of the spear is one of the best entry fraggers in the world.
Now, like you said, all gamers have been having a lot of success off the back of these timeouts, but this one does feel a little bit more difficult, because on the defense, how it's panned out for them so far has been, well, they haven't gotten to play strong retakes, barring those first 2. They are constantly having to save. They're constantly having to call it off with 2 players left alive, even there in a 3v5, because they only had the 2 rifles. 1 guy's going to save. They haven't been able to avoid the early aggression with... Sorry, they haven't been able to avoid the early aggression at all, and they haven't been able to deal with it in those heads-up battles. Think about the A-site full buy. It literally looked like MIBR walked into an eco. In fact, I think it would have been more dangerous against an eco, because there probably would have been more players there. So for all gamers, it isn't just about finding the solution. It's about avoiding that early burst, not losing 2 players in the initial aggression from MIBR, and all the while MIBR now come in and pump the brakes themselves. I imagine they're expecting to see some pointed aggression from the defense now. Okay, we can't sit back and wait. We have to instead fight for mid, or we got to push A main, or we need the info early. But that hasn't been the approach. It seems like they're just taking much more passive positions overall.
It might be a change-up because of the operator. Gives you a little bit more of an avenue to find those opening picks a little bit quicker. Mid seems to be the point of call for Fangir, and it's something that we're yet to see in this game. Already, he's been smoked off, but he does not care! He's just faster than anybody else. Straight into mid-text, didn't even get a chance to blink, and he's already gone. The read they have, though, is wrong. The flash might just give the game away. Instead, the execution coming through from MIBR. This time they don't have that tip of the spear. It's Zekon to try and fill the void, and he's gone down immediately. Shrimp doing well, and in fact, everybody stepping up to the plate. He's taken a lot of damage, though, but so is Mizzino.
And now the opposite position. They sit and they wait, knowing Verno's in that corner, knowing that Mizzino is in main, but he can't afford to leave this. He is so desperately low. It's on to Verno. 5-1. A big step up from the performance earlier on, but he has to plant. Before that, he wants a pick, and that will be the end of him from what we can see. Fangear swung in, but the rest of the squad did just the same, and all gamers, they managed to seal a pretty convincing round off.
I'd love to see that from Tex's point of view. Because it's literally like there is a half second where he reveals himself through the smoke, insta hits the shot, and it makes things so difficult because then you have the immediate gamble of the third player over onto the other side of the map, and then the flash that comes through that gives them all the information on the other side. Sure, though, those two players still had to do well, but you don't have that 1-2 punch of Aspas and Zekken. It was just Zekken that went in first and definitely became a little bit more troublesome.
Well, Seekers right away. MIBR going for a much more pointed attack. The B side under threat. Kira had a rough time so far, and the Seeker seems to have sent him out of the site. He's now smoked off, and in fact, GRQ is going to come meet him. They want to play a full retake of this B site, and again, that has been the problem. When they try to stand their ground, MIBR washed them away. So instead, they'll look to fight back, which was really the upside for their defense on Lotus. They were very good at the retakes. A Blade Storm from Aspas to deal with, though, could be a different story, and the Showstopper certainly will.
Gets rid of any chance of having smokes on the retake. That's going to make it a lot more difficult. Denied the dog, but needs a little more. 2 quick kills coming up for the defensive side on the way back through. Even still, though, Zekken's there again, and because of that, he has a nade. Up above comes Fangear, but it's only the one. Trading evenly once again, leaves it close and down to just Verno, and he's definitely back in the server after map 1. Another high-impact round for the IGL.
When he's 8-2 now, yeah, that's definitely a different flavor than what we saw from Verno starting out the previous map. As you said, it might change when we swap sides. That's where the pressure was put onto him, but seeing a slow start here would be even more worrying. Giving them a lifeline. In 2 buy rounds now, Verno has been the difference maker for this squad, and considering they've only got 4 on the board, not 4 buy rounds, 4 rounds overall, it's no surprise that he's our highlight. All gamers, right back in with a full buy, right back in with the operator, but 3 players towards the A side, and it looks like again MIBR are going to play this very pointed aggression. It's one of the opposites you can counter this because they're contacting so many of the early angles, but if it's in the wrong place, the rest of the squad will have to answer up. Kira does well to get one, but trades firmly in favor of MIBR.
What this composition does best. You have the Jet, you have the Raze, you have a Sky for the flash, and you're in as quick as possible. Viper's Pit for the post, and this becomes an incredibly harsh retake, especially when you have an operator. That operator goes from being your most valuable asset to a weakness. And in the last round, they had a Blade Storm. Well, they don't have that anymore. Bai's trying to find a gap, but that gap is exploited by Mazzino instead, and for the remaining couple, do you want to throw the operator into this? You might just now. That's one, but that time is too far gone. It's a consolation frag and a lead extension for MIBR.
Yeah, this is their way back through. A strong attack side already on split from MIBR. Some of the quieter players in that first half of Lotus finding their rhythm early on. And I guess looking across, though, for Fangear, for Aspas, definitely taking a step back, and it makes sense when you look at the Jet on this map. For Fangear, or for Aspas, sorry, playing on the attack side, but you look at it from the perspective of Fangear, things have slowed. And I do think that, in my mind, that's not so much a danger as it's a matter of time before he finds that rhythm again.
Wrong place, wrong time. That's been the issue so far, is when his operator was in position, when he swung mid, perfect. But it almost feels like he's reactionarily moving. So, okay, they hit B fast the last couple of rounds. Let me go B. Now they're not doing that anymore. 3 players walking up A. The spike about to rejoin the rest of the players on that side of the map. And sure, you get the early warning system of those sky flashes, but it only tells you that somebody is there. It doesn't go 5 players. They don't have a clue, so they can't gamble everything over. The deep position allows them a 3rd player, and while Zekken maybe a little audacious.
Yeah, most definitely. And with Aspas down as well, it's a fantastic pickup by MIBR. falling like flies, one at a time they face, and one at a time they fall. The rotates in. Texas up against numbers on this cross, won't even get close. A double jump peek on the
double jump था यार, ये क्या सही वाला jump.
To be fair, he could run to the B site for the plant, but he'll have to get through a few players if that's to even be a possibility. I do agree, for Fangir, it feels so unlucky. You look at the last round, he's on the A side, he's ready to pick them, and I do like the approach. What's working for MIBR? They play contact up to the choke points, then they burst out of the choke points and overwhelm you. How do you counter that? You hold ahead of the choke point with an operator. They walk into you, easy pickup. But Fangir's done that every round, and every round he's been sat there while his teammates on the other side of the map go, yeah, we got nade, we got paranoias coming, this dash. It's been an annoyance for him for sure, but he's still 7-5. And we see him there in the late round have success. Just wait till he's on the right side of the map.
Maybe this will be the one. It's looking like more of a mid-press for MIBR. Of course, last time they played this map, it was the attack where they managed an 8-4 versus Leviathan. I believe that was in the qualifier to make it to this event. Where they sent the previous Masters winners packing already. Verno, who has been the best player so far for MIBR, is gone from this round, and not only does that cause the problem of your top fragger going down, but also your smokes, your paranoia. Leaves you with limited utility with this double duelist, and we're right back to contact again, but that contact has a pop flash ready, and the pop flash has blinded a couple, but nobody actually reacts off it.
I think that's going to give the game away. The smoke is delaying slightly, but this looks now like an A hit. The fake goes through towards the B site. That will keep them in position a moment longer, but it thins the herd for MIBR. And towards the A side, 30 seconds left. They still have to get past Bai, who has been a consistent menace for this squad. The snake bite stops the wrap around, and he'll catch the spike on the way across. Now they've got Kira to deal with and the TP from GRQ. 15 seconds to get that plan through, and both will be dealt with. MIBR looked like they were against all odds, but now it's back to even.
Yeah, Kira could have just played the time, but I felt like an attempt to be a hero, maybe not realizing the tech is still up above.
Oh my
instead,
God,
gave them a way back into the round. The duo that was so impactful. Over on Lotus. Can they drag home around? It's patient from the attack. They're not giving anything. You can even see it. Fangir is expecting a wraparound. Fully looking towards the heavens, and again the second the dash is sent out, Tex is there to punish. Every single movement ability that before his eyes ended up with the death of an all gamers player.
Plant होने के बाद
great
अच्छा
work by
hold कर
Tex
रहे हैं
as
लोग.
well.
उनसे
That
hold ही
backside
नहीं हो रहा
hold.
भाई.
He ends up finding a triple, and all the while waiting for the wraparound to come in. This round did not look like it was going to come even close for MIBR. 2 versus 4. A player waiting on the A side. The TP taken from GRQ. It was even a 5v2, no, because Bai was alive initially, getting picked off on the cross. And to end up with control back in your favor there is definitely something that's going to put a smile on your face. A little bit of a tech pause coming in from all gamers. We're getting towards the end of the half. I think it's a good moment for players to take a breather as well, though.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, the moment in that round that fully felt like a bit of a throw was when Kira Blast packs up. It's like, you want the kill badly enough that you're going to try and offset your opponent, but if you just sit in the back with the showstopper, there really is nothing they can do, and all you have to do is get one.
They also don't know that he's there at that point, right? They knew about the TP from GRQ, or at least they could assume it. They knew about Bai, but they hadn't spotted Kira, unless I'm mistaken. And so even the showstopper activated, even just sitting there, there's a chance that they're so pigeonholed on the time, because it was like 10 seconds left to plant, that they just rush in to go for it. And you get the pickup, you get the round. It's a little over-eager, a little jumpy to try and close the round out.
The thing is, I don't hate the showstopper with, like, what was it, like 15 to 18 seconds left. It's more so just
wait.
Yeah, if you just stand there, they then have to run at you. And I think that's actually what Tex did fantastically, was just, okay, just wait. And a player flies into his crosshair. It's like, okay, it's not a bad one. But it's a good recovery. And finally one of those cut rounds actually going the way of MIBR. I think back to the first map, and a lot of the time it was them with the advantages. You mentioned it with the opening duels. They were getting a lot of them. And then all gamers were able to fight back. Half equal at a minimum, and considering they lost pistol in second round for MIBR, this is already a pretty decent half on the attack. But they're going to want a little bit more, and right back to regular programming. It's looking like a fast A hit.
Smoke and orb up top. Okay,
in the right
Gear's
place.
taking down Tech somehow.
Nice shot.
A spam straight through, and it's going to be a 5 versus 4 in the post plant. All gamers, as we've said, very confident when it comes to those retakes that they can get on the site. There's a Viper's Pit, and if not, it's there for the next. Good work by Shrimp. He's been so consistent in this half, and he's kept the advantage in their court. That little sneaky spot by Aspis will be checked. Jumping across. Kira through the eyes of GRQ could find the headshot and leave Zekken all alone. Was against 4. The first is his, but time ticking. He can try to use that to his advantage, but finding these picks should be nearly impossible. Boxed in! Nice work! And the nade thrown out. Goodbye time!
Oh, no,
He's evaded!
man.
The shots to start with, but the op
Nice
will
one.
find him in the end. As tight as it will be, there is enough time
Oh
on
my
that
God,
clock
kya
for all
खेल रहे हो भाई?
gamers
कुछ
to
तो
push
मार
up to
रहे।
5.
It's a nice attempt
I'll
in a
right.
scenario that definitely felt impossible. And
Okay.
I think you might have been sat there at home going, yeah, these guys are talking an awful lot about if Fangir was in the right place, the right time. And I don't know what they're on about. Well, this is the example. Like 3 kills, an opening kill, 1 on the way back in, and then 1 to close the round. Like this guy, when he is in position, has been a real problem for MIBR. But it is just the all-in gamble every single time of if he's in the right place at the right time. A chance for a 6-6. Maybe not the greatest defensive half from all gamers, but if they go in level, they won't mind. That's an immediate showstopper, and it's close. Bai is down to 40 HP, but will live to tell the tale. Is he going to get back into the vibes? But I don't think he can.
No, he's going to let it fade. With Aspis
भाई दोनों भाई
holding up close,
कैसे
it would have been
बैठे हैं भाई
a risky fight.
वो
The
पीछे
judge
चला गया।
invading with the decay, but Aspis on the other side. Not a gamble they wanted to take. By forced back by the grenade as well, but Kira does really well! It's a triple for Kira! He'll fall in the
What a
end. Dex
shot.
and Verno still have some life left to give.
क्या खेल गई भाई क्या खेल
But
गई
an op waiting for an overextension. In fact, he
God.
drops it
Didn't want
at
that.
just the wrong moment, picks up the judge, and it's a little
Nah,
bit of an oopsie.
Tex,
Now
nah.
look who's posted on the angle, or who was. It's Tex right down below. He's managed to slip the net.
I've got your trail.
The Seekers will find him, though.
Ooh, that makes it a little bit more awkward. 35 seconds. They've still got time to play with. MIBR are hoping that somebody makes a mistake. That might have been it. A quick double for this attack side. And Shrimp still expecting further aggression. And, well, to be honest, he might be right. They're still not planting just yet. Are they about to try and hightail it to the other side? It'll be very late. No, they want to make sure that the spawn is clear. Another smoke. Another attempt to get that plant in. This one will be stuck. And in the meantime, Shrimp is going to try with the spam and has managed to catch it. That was the planter. This time, Tex now has to stick it all the way through. His opponent gets a chance to reaggress. The orb utilized on the other side, and a sneaky move from Tex to escape and close the round. Again, another nice attempt for
भाई
Shrimp.
जोक ज्यादा
but it
डार्क
will
मैंने
be
देखा नहीं मैंने
MIBR
बस
to
ऐसे
go in
सीन
with a
करके
lead
छोड़
at the
दिया बहुत
half.
बड़ा है भाई
Yeah, I
बहुत
think Tex
पढ़ने के
finishes
लिए
that
बहुत
one
टाइम
with
लगेगा
double
उसे अभी
digits in terms of kills, and I think every single one
पढ़ते
was
पढ़ते अभी
high
बूढ़ा हो
impact.
जाऊंगा मैं
Verno
बाद
in
में
the
पढ़
same
के
boat as well. They
सोचूंगा तुझे
both
रिप्लाई
stepped
करूंगा
up to
बाद
the
में
plate in a
No worries.
big way during this first half, and MIBR now with a lead at the halftime. That's got to be a big upside for them to bring us to a map 3. It feels like the wind's in their sails, but I won't be finding myself counting all gamers out. Remember how this started. They were not able to deal with the pressure. Well, that's not going to be the case for them anymore. No, they get to dictate that pace. And considering it's still a close half after them being deactivated in those kind of round 3 to 5, still anyone's game.
Yeah, it's worth saying that both teams on the previous map were able to win it out over on their attack side. And then their defense felt like much more of a grind. I think both teams able to, well, in the case of all gamers play with the rotations, and on the other side, the more direct entry style was working wonderfully for them. Even still, though, I think MIBR not winning the pistol and coming out with 7 rounds. Sure, there were, I think, multiple either 2v3 or 2v4s that they had to clutch out, but it's definitely looking like a better scenario for them, rather than I would say in the last map where they needed that 4-0 start to have the closer attack side.
Feels like the competition a bit tighter. That was a great round as well. We just saw in the replay from Zek in the 2.5 seconds, considering he was a 1v4. The nade almost taking out a player.
Round throw हुआ, round throw हुआ.
What a try. The spam, the reposition, the flash down to try to cancel the plant, force the fight. It was a very nice try, but Tex in those clutch moments finds himself in the post plant backside. Something activates in, and we saw it on both sides of the map. And now we come in to half number 2, all gamers. Still, and the thing for them, they're down by 2, but they know this is a chance to close the series, to take it 2-0, to send MIBR home and lock in playoffs. And a pistol round could put them right back to neck and neck, considering how the attack went last map. Yeah, as we said, MIBR not out of the woods yet. This pistol could make it a bit more comfortable for the defense.
Yeah, they are. The only representative of China left. MIBR look to join 100 Thieves and NRG. Maybe even G2 later in the day. It could be 4v4 in terms of Americas versus EMEA. Depending on how these two last games of the groups go. Zekken is already going to spot a couple, but this is a ruse again. This is exactly what we spoke about when it came to Lotus. You have what looks like an all-in play early, even give information to the other side, and then they have this slow walk-up. It's only going to be the one player. It almost makes me question, are they going to go back again? It looks like they are. This is like ruse on ruse on ruse on ruse. And I can't really blame MIBR for being in the wrong place. No, they're going back.
Same as what we saw on Lotus, Tom. All gamers were pulling the threads, using MIBR like puppets.
Yeah, there you go. You see it from Mazino go, okay, they are now on A, but now they have a backstab of their raise and a second one in the form of Shrimp.
Exactly. Normally it's Bai who's left behind to play those roles, but all they have to do here is delay. This is the problem, though. If MIBR do go direct, if they go quickly into the site, those flanks won't matter. The position, at least, of the plant is for Heaven, but Aspas and Tex clean up the site immediately. GRQ trying his best to slow them down. The Heaven position needed from Shrimp, but he will not find anything. Nice. And MIBR, that's what I said, right? They're grouped up. They're in that clump. So when it comes to the retake, they're not waiting for the guy that's coming from the south side, that's in sewers, the flank. They don't care about any of that. They're ready to go the second that they get to the choke point.
I really like that as a pistol round from MIBR, because that was their major problem on the last map was they've gone this way, then that way, then this way, and then I've rotated through spawn and I've been killed by a late flank. They then implanted a player on B. As I leave B, I get killed by that guy, and then it's like, okay, now we have a 3v5 retake. Instead, okay, all 5 of us wait somewhere in the middle of the map. We then rotate all together. Even if we trade 1 for 1, we come out far more even than before. And then in this case, Aspas hits 2 immediate headshots on the players holding. They are now the panicky team and not us.
It's going to be a full eco from all gamers, as you'd expect. The classics across the board. Paranoia left just to take Fens. It's already a bit of an investment, even with that piece of utility thrown through. And now you've lost Kira. No nade for this round. No smokes anymore with GRQ down. But if they can find another pick or two, it'll be damage done. The thing is, for MIBR, the buy isn't what we see a lot of the time, where like you have a lot of Bulldogs, or you even have some players playing low buy for the Vandals and so on. It's SMGs. It's a Marshall. Losing these for the next won't be the end of the world. And I think 2 picks probably won't get any sweat on the brow of the defensive side. We'll need it to be a little bit more than that, and it doesn't look like we'll get any more than the 1. Last man is Shrimp. Spike in his control at the very least, and there we go. I was going to say, Zakin must be aware that he could be coming from screens, and he looked at it and now backs off. They'll just concede that space and punish him when he walks out a little, or not even punish him when he walks out a little further. Catch him in the doorway. Nice work. MIBR with 9, and I think they did a good job of avoiding the real dangers around mid there.
Yeah, I think this looked like a round of just like, let's make sure we get the conversion. Everybody has a weapon. We have a chance to farm up orbs. We can go for something risky in close range. Like, I think Split allows you to do that. Like, you can play some angles where, firstly, if anybody has light shields, that Spectre can do a lot of work, same with the Stinger. But also, if they don't, if I sit on a tight angle, I have a chance to win that battle. So it means that the likelihood of winning this round is a lot less than if you go for all the rifles. But also, it means that you're not going to have crazy, costly rounds if you lose those rifles.
Yeah, you're not going to have weapons recovered by the opponents that are really that scary up against you. And with the way that the economy's going, they'll have an operator as soon as they want it in the hands of Aspas.
4 light shields.
Indeed. For all gamers, there's especially close range. Like, those SMGs are now going to find a much easier fight when push comes to shove. Look how they're set up as well. Initially, there was the attempt of a crossfire in mid, but there is still that setup towards A main. From what we can see, all gamers want to take it in this direction. 2 mid, spike outside A. It's just clearly going to be a split there, and I think that info should be pieced together by the defense by now. Maybe not. They might think that they've gone back on A main, I suppose. Re-clear of the flash in B. Very soon, all gamers are going to have rotations coming their way or a flank underway. It's time to pick up the pace.
Oh, a tight low angle that's not been cleared. Tex is the snake in the grass. A chance to do so much damage first and the second as well. This gives Aspas an opportunity. Bear in mind those light shields, and that's where the Spectre is all the more deadly. He's landed his shots and left it all onto by. They can just wait for him to go for a plant. There's only 15 seconds. He doesn't have much on the clock to play with. He's being flanked as well. There's still a flash available, and he desperately needs someone to fight him. And when they do, Mazzino wins the fight at range. A fantastic round from Tex. And I'll be honest, that duo of Tex and Aspas is not necessarily one. You look at their roles, you go, well, they're not going to play in tandem. But the way they play off of each other is genuinely fantastic.
Yeah, and this is the thing. When you leave the clock that low, you're pushing in towards the site. Still, there was like 40 seconds left. They have enough time, but it's that tiny little gap from Tex for him to be able to fly under the radar like that, for them to not have the utility to clear it out. Like, you're pushing towards that A site, a boombot, a dog, something has to clear it, but it doesn't. And that narrow gap left. And that's the thing. Every time that Tex has been in that position, think of the first half, his backside plays on both sites. Right there as well. You give him a chance, he takes it and runs to the bank with it every single time. For MIBR, look, that last map, Lotus in general has been a problem for them in the last 2 series that they've played, but bouncing back like this, if this is a dominant win, I think third map favor swaps massively in my mind. But I have adored how all gamers have played the attack so far. I really don't think it's over just yet. Even look at that pistol round. They did manage to sell the fake, but MIBR were too quick on the retake. And I guess that's the other question, is have MIBR adapted to that slow style? Because they certainly
I think they have
the read.
I also think as well, the thing I like there from Aspas is the patience. He knows his teammate has a play. He lets him make the play and then goes for his own. Like, it's good synergy. Well, now a chance to farm up orbs towards the ultimate. Can even see Kira shying away. Does seem like Kira's more of a ruse in this scenario, though. 3 players already taking deep control. Zekken, well aware of the position that has been lost. And the closer they get, the more deadly their weapons become.
Oh, nice work from Bai. That's Tex down already. The wall falling. Doesn't go down in time for Zekken to catch them on that cross. But he has called for the rotation. He's heard it. Verno now knows to give up that heaven space. The smoke in to make it uncomfortable, but the dog clears everything behind it. Flashback out could come through, though. Look at this sneaky little position from Mazzino!
Oh my god, again. Oh my god.
MIBR strike from the shadows! And all gamers can't quite adjust. The ace might be stolen, but it's all smiles from Mazzino. As MIBR looked to take this in dominant fashion. That was such a nice setup. He got in that smoke just at the right moment.
This was unexpected,
and no one was looking his way.
This
maybe not a round that you expected to need a play like this.
No way.
But I don't think it's going to do any harm. And that's the thing. Like, you're able to come back in moments where it looked like it was about to slip away. 11-5. They're now far and away from all gamers. And from that map one, a map that ended in overtime, a map that showed the caliber of players, but their own map choice of split is looking like more of a blunder. Now, the operator purchased up for Fangir, him being one away from Bladestorm as well. Gives them opportunities, but his counterpart in Aspas has also bought up that operator and is also one away from the Bladestorm, so swings and roundabouts.
A minute 5 on the clock, and the AWP now rings out, but the shot doesn't land. All gamers at least know where that is now, but what to do with that is the question. 55, and they're spread in the default. Mid, off limits with the Viper's Pit. A with the AWP. Guess B seems like the easier choice, and it was moments ago. But that's changed now as the Seekers confirm players towards the B side. Aspas on his way. The operator will be here by the time the push comes in. And mid is still very much defended, for the time being at least. Tex waiting with 2 players on the other side. They're invading the smoke. They're looking for this fight, and they found him. That's a huge pick from Bai, but Aspas being in position, deadly as ever. The blade's drawn, but he's put to bed. Trades for now, keep it workable for all gamers. They'll even get the plant, and that all being dropped, it might be the mistake that cost them the round.
Leaves it on to GRQ.
It's
safe to say he's had his moments throughout this tournament so far, but this one might be enough to cling to life. He spots out the first. And that's the easiest one done, but the wraparound already coming through closer than maybe expected, and the blast pack is good enough to just completely discombobulate GRQ's aim. That's 12 now for MIBR, 1 away and 7 in a row needed from all gamers. But you know what, Mitch, if they take a pause here, I might just believe in the comeback.
I know that, Tom. You've been a day one believer of the new 12-5 meta.
Well, after they did it.
Day one. I remember first time they did it, you said, "Oh, this is a good idea. This is exactly when I want to see that one."
Yeah, no, the first time they did it. No, sure.
But no, there's not going to be a timeout here. No moment to breathe. Instead, perhaps Ascent is on the horizon for MIBR. What a resurgence. A dominant map here, the choice of all gamers, but I doubt they'd choose it again. Bangir. Bladestorm is good for 1. A clean opener.
Nice shot, nice shot.
They should get the plant off that.
Where, with no ultimates online, a post plant and a Bladestorm makes it quite difficult to break back in. I am looking at Tex as maybe the one player that has a gap. It's how long that gap stays open for. How long does GRQ face the wrong way? Well, the entire time. And Kira actually hasn't reacted either, just moves into the corner instead. Not wanting to rush to take that fight, but Second has just saved his teammate. That couldn't have been better timing. Fangir, though, seemingly had enough of the blades, wanted to go back to the SFG, and well, either way, whatever it is, it's working. Verno left to try and fight versus 3. It's going to be Shrimp to close. The first, what needs to be a 7-round streak has been found, but even still it felt a little bit shaky.
I haven't seen that one in a long time. The triple kill, double kill with the blades, and then just, I don't need these anymore.
I don't want to play with you anymore.
Right clicks him in the ground. That's enough of that.
Defending easy है, but पता नहीं ये लोग defending कैसे आ गए.
I guess he expected the re-swing from bottom ramp, so he's pre-firing.
MIBR भाई attacking में फाड़ देती है वो.
Like, yeah, maybe back like in 2021, that might not even land still.
Logged in भी हो चुका है, तो कुछ कर नहीं.
6 rounds in a row, it's a big task. Up against a squad like MIBR, players like Tex, like Aspas, showing up in these moments when they're needed the most. They have delivered. Even when they're not needed the most, they've delivered. And Ascent may have to be where that bounce back happens, but let's see. Momentum can only carry you so far.
कुछ भी कूद रहा है भाई.
Start from Asino as they look to shut this one down, and it seems like mission complete. Shrimp, last man alive, and well, he'll make it deeper into the spawn at least, but what do we do from here? Surrounded in every sense of the word, no lane open to him. A minute on the clock, and if he wins this, I believe in the 6 rounds in a row. I believe in the comeback.
He's cornered. And they are not letting him out of the corner, more importantly. Even the lower HP Aspas is now being healed up as well. It's not like you're saving that heal for a rainy day. He is going to bypass his way towards the side, but instead he has to face Mazzino, who hasn't really missed a beat in this round. Finally, he shows his mortality. But speaking of mortality, a man with surely no more lives to be had eventually will fall. It is Tex to confirm a 13-6 victory from a tight OT loss on their own match. That was incredibly clean from MIBR.
Yeah, well, the sharp blade of all gamers from that first half, first map certainly blunted here. They tried the same plays on the attack that worked so well on Lotus, but MIBR this time were ready for every trick that they had up their sleeve. Now we go all the way to Ascent, somewhere that Flare isn't really what we get to see. Variety goes out the window, and considering we had a mirror matchup there, I think it is going to come down to those head-to-head matchups. It's going to come down to if Fangir can find that same form as map number 1, because here, map 2 belonged to MIBR. Before we get into our third map, it's time once more to go back to the desk with Deacon.
I love that there from Mitch, man. He was correct. When we go to Ascent, it's about the guns going ablazing, less about the strategy there. And we will do exactly that as MIBR take control of the second half and run away with it before AGAL can get back on the board. So it is 1-1 in our decider match here in Group D as we welcome back Big Time and Kukuka on that last one. And that was more of the MIBR, America's potential team. The one that needs to achieve it with all those names on the roster. That's what we wanted to see more of.
Yeah, I think that it got easier as the map was progressing, especially when we swapped halves. Good to see that Tex is carrying a lot of the team for today. Good to see especially that in those last rounds, Massino found a little bit of a bounce back. He did not have the first half. It was very, very shaky. But I think that by the end of it, they would have never been able to close it without the confidence that he got.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this was a little bit of a class difference for me on this map. MIBR looked well drilled, well prepared, and it didn't feel like all gamers could really find the answers, especially in that second half, like you say. When they get over to that attack, they really do begin to struggle. Started out well for all gamers. I thought this could have been a much closer game, but I think MIBR really just, like you say, settled into the game, really showed their class as it progressed.
Yeah, I think as well, when we were speaking about this last half that we were seeing and how dominant MIBR was being, we think about the flooding, right? Think about literally the last round that we saw being incredibly quick in not letting them set for postline, barely even getting the spike down, if they even managed to get up to that point. Difficult task also to keep the mental in, especially with how back and forth this map also started for both of these squads.
Yeah, I mean, I think also, I love the comp in general, but I like it a lot more for MIBR. When we look at who's able to play what, it looks very, very comfortable. Aspas, Jet, Zek and Raze, big names, but all the supporting cast comfortable. You know, we spoke before, GRQ, he's having to play this Omen. Is it as good? And I will say, on this map at least, it didn't look like these were the most comfortable roles. I felt moments where there wasn't fluency with all of the utility, which is what you want to see. But when we move across to Ascent, fingers crossed that will be a different story, but it's hard to know.
Yes, and on that Ascent, GRQ did play Phoenix, top the lobby, 300 ACS plus.
You were waiting all day for this.
I want to see the young kid GRQ on the Phoenix.
Yes.
I know Kira is normally the duelist, but please give him the opportunity to do so, because that's your tournament lives are on the line. We've seen what he can do.
I think there's even more interesting things to talk about when we talk about Ascent. The end of the day, they are in the same group. Both of them played Ascent against Heretics. The results very, very different. And MIBR that thought that they found a weakness to exploit, and Heretics that definitely bounced back on that map the second time that they played it, having an almost flawless defense against MIBR. For the side of all gamers, RCRC playing with the duelist, having GRQ almost doing everything that he wanted to. It's going to be definitely an interesting one for the decider.
Yeah, I will say
for MIBR, though, winning this map 2 in pretty comfortable fashion is exactly what they needed to get themselves back into this series. There's no more doubts about firepower. They got outshot in map 1, in my mind, but map 2, they dealt with it very, very easily. So they will be the ones moving forward with that momentum now, taking away their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, that's always the thing that you're afraid of when you lose your first map pick. Are they asleep for the day, or will they be able to bounce back and have a strategy prepared for the other team's map pick? And here on Split, the answer was a resounding yes by MIBR Los. They're going to go ahead and regroup as we have our elimination, not match, but map. This is it here for both these squads, and one of them will move on to the playoffs, one of them will go home. We'll find out who after this short break. You're watching EWC 2026.
बेताब सा मोहब्बत का तो इनकलाब है मेरा जहां मेरी बस जो भी ये वीडियो नहीं देखा है जाके चेकआउट कर लो यार जो भी ट्री हिट्स यू वाला लाइक वीडियो नहीं देखा है, जाओ जाओ गो फॉर इट। एंड आज का थंबनेल कैसा है प्लीज़ रेट करो आउट ऑफ 10। हाउस माय थंबनेल? गहरा हुआ गहरा हुआ आशिकी गहरा हुआ मेरा भूल गई सारी रातें Guys, let's go. More 5 likes, guys. हो जाए आज. More 5 likes. More 5 likes.
There just for a little bit chatting with Dan B, and I love the fact that in EWC you have some of the greatest players all here and the respect between them because they know each other, they watch the other regions, and just great to see the personality between them.
I mean, any excuse to see cross-regional play is what we're all about. I think one thing a lot of people who aren't super up on Valorant don't get is this game developed in COVID. The regions developed separately. The metas are very different. Everyone hates MEA. It's all comes together.
Whoa. I was not expecting that one. Well, just catch us straight. You're like, oh my God, COVID, we were so sad. We're all so different. And then somehow you hate us?
I just had to get it in there, but it's okay. It is always
Is that
nice.
the best you could do?
I mean, you can
And
always
you're
just
still
bring it. Hey, what's
disappointed.
the big time? You're a stats guy. What's the Pacific record here so far at EWC?
So we're moving on to Ascent here.
Thank you.
Number 3. I can't address
It's 1-7, by the way.
We'll get to that in the next one. No shimmer here. They're going to do fine. But right
Or not.
now, maybe they will.
Or not. You're not supporting Baby. You're like such a fake friend. I will say about that video, love to see also those two from MVP to MVP, you know, like Zekken in Madrid. Like, I just think that it's good to have history and have players that, although the game attracts a lot of new youngsters that can shoot, it's good to see that players can actually stay throughout the years at the top. And especially when we're moving on to Ascent and we were speaking about Zekken, we have to re-highlight the duelist.
Yeah.
A massive bounce back there on the second map. I don't think that they really needed that much different from that first map at the end of the day. Another Lotus, another overtime, a map that could have gone either way. But everything ends here in Ascent. As we were saying, both of these teams showed their cards against Team Heretics. One of them was successful, and the other one got the other side of the coin in MIBR.
Yeah, look, MIBR only got 2 rounds. I was kind of surprised to see them be okay with this coming up in the veto once again. Over on the side of All Gamers, they're running with Vangear on that chamber, and GRQ, I want to see you lock in this Phoenix.
Lock it in!
Oh, he will. He will.
I mean, Kira's already on the Omen, so unless he's going to pull out a different duelist or there's like a final lock here, this is the pick where GRQ put himself on the map during this tournament. And so I'm very, very excited to see what he can do up against Aspas and Zekken.
Economy here is super important, right? For both of the teams, we've seen the impact that the operator has been having on both of them. For Vangear, of course, with him having the chamber and whatnot, it's going to be easier to get an operator in hand. But when we think about Aspas, even Zekken, the rest of the players as well, to even catch a flank, care for mid, a lot of aggression from the side of All Gamers, but not that much utility. If they misuse it, the round should go for MIBR.
Yeah, over on the side of MIBR, there are no changes from what we saw coming out last time. This means they forward reviewed. They felt like it was some, different types of mistakes. It's not a comp issue. They think they have everything they need to make it work here. But can we see that improvement? Otherwise, they will be going home if they played this map like they did against Team
Discord देखो, Discord, then Insta, then
AGAL. Only
क्या
one can
Insta
continue
post,
through. 2 teams from Americas has
YouTube
already
का जो
qualified.
post होता है
तेरे को एक बात बता देता हूँ, अब नहीं हो रहा भाई इनसे कम
are the final
इससे
opportunity for VCT China to have representation in
एसेंट आया है भाई
playoffs, but they've
एसेंट
got
में
to
रुको
earn
ना
it.
हो
Who
जाएगा
will step
काहे
up and
टेंशन
who
लेते
will
हो
rise
अरे
above here at EWC
बस
2026
पागल है
players?
इस बॉक्स
Let's
एसेंट
find
में
out as we send it on
देखते हैं
over
ना
for the final time.
मैं सच बताऊं तो सीसीसी सच बताऊं तो आसपास ना सारे मैप में पागल हो जाता है जैसे कि लास्ट मैप में
नहीं
पागल
भाई
जैसे कुत्ते हैं
मैं
हमारे
बता रहा हूँ कुछ मैप है जहाँ पर इसने ऐसा कमबैक दिया है ना आइस बॉक्स फ्रैक्चर एसेंट ब्रीज भाई यहाँ पे तुम इसको मार ही नहीं सकते हो भाई
पता नहीं इसको स्पेस अच्छा खासा मिल जाता है इस पे इन मैप्स में
अरे इसको
मतलब ये
आता है
अच्छा
यार कुछ तो करता है
फिंगर ऑन चेम्बर वही तो देखो
To be
अभी
honest, the bit I
फिंगर
love
ऑन
about this
चेम्बर
is that you and when I first saw it, I was
Chamber पे
like,
है
wait, the guy
finger.
who was playing Smokes is now playing Phoenix because they swap it up.
सबको
directly.
फिंगर कर
Like,
देगा
it's Kira really likes the Raze,
लेट्स
so
गो
he'll play
देखते
the Raze.
आसपास
And
मैप
GRQ really
ब्रदर
likes Phoenix because
लॉल
Phoenix was nuts.
Exactly.
Like it was probably the
देखते
highlight
देखते
when
कौन
they
क्या
came up
ये
against
करता है
Heretics. Of course, you're going to look at this.
फिंगर
and do
चेम्बर खेल रहा है
kind of
मतलब
proxy thing
कुछ
where it's
गड़बड़ है
teams beat,
आसपास का मैप है मतलब
Heretics 38, the
इन
other
पे
one
भी
got
कुछ गड़बड़ है
32, so this is easy for
देखना पड़ेगा कौन
all
कैसे
gamers,
खेलता
right?
है
Like, no, I don't think it's going to go that way at all. I think the fact that MIBR have gone back here shows that that was more of a blip on the radar, maybe being boomed after taking a a defeat earlier in the tournament. This is a different scenario. They've just dominated a map. They come in with most of their players having highlight moments. I think we're in for a very level game.
Well, let's hope so.
उसने trap लगा दी, वो आगे नहीं आ पाया.
After that first map, a tight affair. Oh, damage done. Shock dart chasing down Bangir. Just about.
ईरा ने ओमेन लिया है. मजीनो ने ओमेन लिया है.
He's still waiting.
Mazino.
Push up inside of B main. Stalemate across the map. Flashes.
ईरा भी अच्छा खेल रहा था ड्यूल लेके तभी पिछले मैच पे. बट वही है कि थोड़ा गंदा खेल गया सारे.
40 HP. Could be an easier fight.
ये पीक ले नहीं पा रहा है. 40.
That one tap could be landed. The jump peak with
1
40
HP भाई. 1 HP बंदा 1 HP है. No way.
The flank coming in, and the defenders know this. I like this from Verno. He knew if he sits back and waits, he's going to get pressure from behind. The dart is going to help him out massively. The paranoia nullified, and Verno is having a crazy round once again. And now his teammates are looking to try and wrap him. Kira, though, has given an opportunity, but they're both so desperately low that it ended easy for MIBR. Verno, a hero once more in the early rounds.
Yeah, huge work by Verno. I don't know how that reveal didn't get broken. It allows a second pulse out, and that, I think, gives him the upper hand in the third fight. Indeed, yeah, panic, mistakes made there as Verno holds the line. I like the idea as well from MIBR. It was a stalemate for so long, but they were ready to push B main. They were ready to fight on short. More so ready to fight A main.
Oh my God.
And the second that push comes in through mid, they're like, okay, now we gotta go. We go back, we're dead, but we go forward, we have a chance. And that chance converts to a round win.
Is that a round 2 Odin?
I don't think it's round 3, so yeah. That's
the Toadin.
It's a nice strategy, I have to say. I love it. You look at the trips that are in play here. The idea, if they go straight through a mid flood, you're going to already deal with them quite easily. It's shooting.
I really want him to get one shot.
Then you've got that reveal that would come off the back of it.
Oh, there was a chance for a second. There was a chance.
He gave him a moment to aim, but not to pull the trigger, at least.
Yeah, okay. They've managed to bypass his angle, but he's given it up. Has Zekam for support. The only other real rifle, but Mazino, he ended that last map. I think it was like there was 2 rounds.
भाई गलत बात है. Second round में Odin उठा लिया.
Just Mazino just popped off, and that does make me a little bit more worried.
Let's go देखते क्या होता है. 2-1 होता है कि नहीं.
It does seem like every single member
भाई ये second map में Odin कौन उठाता है भाई?
At times there's been a lot of criticism of a player like Tex, but I think in this series he's been one of their best players.
इनको like lead करना ही है, नहीं तो इनके लग जाएंगे वैसा वाला.
The Odin hasn't been lost, and we'll be coming back in to what is a bonus round.
इनको lead करने के लिए भाई Odin तक आ गए ये लोग. Wow.
In a bonus round.
No, you really don't. It's a problem to deal with. It is a different setup, though, from MIBR. This time, Odin's going to be sent towards the B side again. It's going to be has lost 2 in a row, which I wouldn't want to fight him at this point. Not feeling the odds that he loses another, but hold on. Aspas is walking up on him, and there it is. Bangir landing the shot.
Nice one.
Fool him once. Maybe even twice, but...
मुझे लगा वो गया. मुझे लगा वो गया.
in Texas.
मुझे finger गया लगा.
A chance now for 3 for MIBR, seeming less likely.
What's the saying?
Fool me once. Shame on.
Oh.
Shame on you. Fool me, can't get fooled again.
I thought from Tennessee it was, are you from 10 IC? Or are you from Tennessee because you're the only 10 I see?
That was excellent. Are you from 10 IC?
There you go.
Because you're in Tennessee.
Exactly. That's the only saying I know from there. Fool me once. I don't know where that's from.
That was exquisite. Okay. Well, all gamers on their way to the A site. There is a big setup waiting for them here. A lot of trips, as they've just found out, an easy spam for Mazzino. That's not the only one. There's another kill trip on the back in the camera, landing a tag, and maybe a little bit more. The door's gotten in the way. Saved the day for now, at least. Tex, well, as difficult as he normally is to deal with, they've got him in 1, and now the Odin retake. They might not want to go for this anymore, but Verno, he's giving them a chance. It's so close. The shoelaces taken off of Shrimp. GRQ tagged heavy
Mate.
as well. Down to
ले
one.
लिया गांड मार दी.
The Odin spam would be
Loved
enough.
it.
He needs to tuck in that corner. He needs to find a safe haven. And Zekken doesn't know how desperately low that player is. He'll still be peeking in with the AWP,
Nice
and it's
one.
a death sentence. Verno,
अब तो मत पिला, अब तो
5
पीकी मत.
and 1. The ult to deal with. He's found him to start with. The spam can take him down with ease. And now just
Nice
one.
Oh.
But the mag
Oh my
runs dry. All
बच कैसे
gamers
जाइए?
just about finding the round.
It's a weird one because normally going out of a bonus round, you'd sit there and go, okay, that's not great. But they had an operator and an Odin. So
And
इसके
the
लग
AWP went in
जाता
the
अभी.
hands of the
yeah,
opponent.
it was barely a bonus at that point. It had a lot of bite too. I think Mazzino did fantastically well to play off of the utility that was thrown in front. But they actually do still have enough to buy in with another operator. Sure, it's at the cost of Mazzino, who's been their best player so far, so maybe a little bit surprising to see him have to take the bullet. But then also, the operator's on the other hand for Fangir, which I wouldn't want to give him that for free.
Aspis is going to be sent back. Blaze has bought them space. Bought them safe passage through middle, although Fangir's looking to fill in the space after. He can't cross anymore. Not without looking for a fight. So short's going to be his responsibility. All gamers gearing up for an A plan.
If he pings him, then there's a chance that you can maybe get the kill with a wallbang. Instead, it's going to be the Hunter's Fury thrown out, almost seemingly off nothing, and that's an early double for Verno. He's been playing incredibly well so far. And one, and then out, and in fact, no, Aspas feeling confident, goes for the repeat, the swing off his contact from Tex, and this trap setup has worked, well, I want to say more than perfectly. That is as good as that could have gone.
And this has been the case. Looking at the last map, you said it, it's an unusual pairing, but Aspas and Tex get so much work done together. Kira, you are dead to rights here. Big stun landed.
But that Tex cam was just enough for the contact of the Hunter's Fury. Because you've got to be sat there as the attacking side going, why the hell have they randomly popped top mid? Who Hunter's Fury straight into top mid? But it's because they could see them on the cam. Like, he's able to get just that little pixel of information and go, look, there's guys here in a narrow laneway. If you line this up, you're going to get a couple of opening kills. That's really lovely stuff coming out from MIBR.
Yeah. A sneaky little play that ends up sending all gamers down to an eco. Round number 5. 2 away from Fangir, having a big old gun to work with, so there's definitely still dangers, and they didn't notice Kira slide right past. Zekken down and out, a rifle into the hands of the attackers. Mazzino, he's got a player behind him. He doesn't have a clue, the buy's already passed. It's 2 players striking from behind, and well, now all of a sudden it's a competitive round. Those rifles not recovered just yet. They can be, they could be, if not for the instant rotations coming out of MIBR. The timing here on that main peak could be everything, and Tex has already cleaned house before the swing comes through.
All revealed as well. Looked like that was going to get seriously dangerous, and then Tex basically dropped in alone. Like, it was a little bit risky, but because they didn't have the plant down, he just looks for a timing. And unfortunately for all gamers, I think one of the first players he drops is the spike underneath Balk, which as a place to drop the spike, it's about as bad as it could be for where the remainder are. Still, a little bit of initial damage coming out from the side of all gamers. But this defensive side is looking good so far from MIBR. And you have to bear in mind, last time they played this map, they only managed 2 rounds total. So yeah, it's safe to say it's going a little better.
Indeed. A 4-1 start, and the wind is in their sails now. For all gamers, oh, that paranoia has landed, but doesn't look like they're going to continue the push on MIBR, sitting back, sitting safe up against these rifles. Now, one of the things I'm curious to see, because Lotus, it was much easier to push and pull that map. They attempted it on split, but MIBR did not fall for it anymore. They had the responses, they had the reactions, and now here on Ascent, I'm curious to see how this attack side will shape up. We've had a lot of failures here with the slower plays, and now an attempt to start with a bit of control towards the A site, late move back in the other direction, but again, MIBR haven't moved. They are sat still. An operator in a position that I don't think they could have ever expected. The angle onto GRQ and a big player removed. Still the Cypher setup to push through as well.
Yeah, they've got the TP to the backside if they need it. There goes Mazzino. That will now be a third player defending this site, and a question of whether or not they want to fall back. No, they're going to try and pressure into what is now a pretty hefty setup. In fact, I think Mazzino even cancelled. He was like, you know what? I'm going to TP, then realized that Aspas has already rotated in and went, I don't need to. Let's hold up the other side of the map just in case. A player tagged up as well. They know exactly where they are, and they've got 20 seconds, Mitch.
Well, I think Mazzino would have committed that TP if not for map number 1, if not for the attempts in map number 2. Like, you see that push, you see it stagger for a moment, you think, okay, but the others are outside my site. I'm going to fake the TP across, they'll push in, we'll clean them up. This time it was a more direct play from all gamers. The problem is, as they decide to save, they're not allowed to. Zekin, one side of the trash compactor as the walls close in, a couple seconds left, and I guess we'll never know if he saved the weapon. That's how it goes sometimes. That's life.
They did celebrate very quickly, so I'm going to assume they killed him.
Hi in April.
I'm going based off purely celebrations. No one wants to hear that. Yeah, see?
अब तो one-sided game हो गया
we know.
I guess we'll never know.
Wasn't
We know. He doesn't have a gun. We definitely know.
Might drop them.
See, as said, my read of body language and celebrations. Oh, yeah.
one-sided game हो गया ये तो पूरा.
Moving away from Mitch's idiocy.
वो कुत्ते जैसा मारे जा रही है, ये भी मरे जा रहे हैं लोड़ा.
And now those pauses that we spoke about in map number 1 become imperative. They need to find a response here. Sure, versus Heretics, it was a pretty horrific attack side and coming out from MIBR, and a great defensive side on the other side of things, with both Shrimp and GRQ having a performance to remember. But as of right now, they're getting shut down before the round even seems to get started. Like, they're looking to try and take control. They're failing. They're looking to try and almost sell fakes. It's failing. They can't hold on to mid. They're losing it to the operator and set trap plays. Bono's in form. We've seen Mazzino have a decent couple of rounds. Tex has been fantastic throughout the series. And the funny thing is, right now, Aspas and Zekin are at the bottom of the board. They haven't had a whole lot to do in this matchup. Now, one thing that was building up into the last round were those ultimates. Shrimp, Bangir, and GRQ have weaponry to play with. But can they make something work here?
Oh, GRQ, as you said, just being a little quiet, a little missing. This time picked off from the side, but it is only the ultimate that's taken down. That trade good for the start, but enough to finish. Aspas has upped him through the floor. The convergence path goes through. The spam is fantastic, but hold on. GRQ and Kira, they've got some life left in them. Caught by the ult they might have been, but they fired back at the start. Now it's Kira. Alone, he was getting some great shots in that first. Look at second, quick to walk through. Kira could never expect that level of aggression for MIBR. A 6th round locked in. There was definitely a bit of danger there, but considering the ulti's thrown by the other side, that's just fine.
Yeah, they throw in the running back even while not having a weapon into the hands of the player.
Logged in कर गए और इनका motive down हो चुका है.
That came out from Aspas is just disgusting because Zekin is dead. If he doesn't hit that,
one-sided game
he's
हो
the guy who
चुका
ends
है,
up
कुछ
cleaning
कर
up
नहीं
the rest
सकते
of the round. Tex continuing to be a safe
फिर कल
pair of
मिलते हैं,
hands. And
not कल.
the problem is you look at that round and go, hey, it was a low buy. They use Tour de Force, they use Overdrive, they use Running Back, they use Hunter's Fury. That is 4 ultimates committed to 1 round, and it doesn't net you a win.
That reveal, sending him scurrying. Look at the push up from Aspas. Aggression cancelled by all gamers for a moment. Now they start to fight inside of B main. Aspas loses his TP back. He's a player pushed out on short to help him. The drone is going to send him flying. Dash out, but now look who's stuck in mid. Mazzino has to stand his ground, has to stand tall, and that he does. A double kill on the Phantom. They were so pigeonholed on trying to deal with Aspas, they forgot that he might have had help.
Even still, that is Mazzino over-delivering.
Yeah, 100%.
You're supposed to keep him alive. Instead, you've taken 2 bodies in response. That's got to be infuriating. As said, this is the best we've seen MIBR look so far this tournament. Sure, they had those blowout games initially, but everybody can have a round, can have a moment. And that's exactly what they're doing now. Aspas, the man who was saved, has dropped the spike into middle. The remaining 2 players are running around like headless chickens. They're having to try and just get that spike back, and instead they are caught from every single angle.
7-1
in the
bhai,
lead.
7-1
MIBR
ho
are
gaya.
running away with this.
Yeah, things have really changed since that first map where throughout the entirety of it, all gamers were competing, or even at times, especially on the attack, looking like the better squad.
Lose
top
opening,
down.
win round. That was how it was going every round.
It was, I think, +4 overall for the team, but you had 2 players combined, +10 in opening duels on the side of MIBR, and they lose that map. It was Aspas, it was Tex, putting up numbers. All gamers dealt with it every step of the way. Now GRQ goes on to a favored agent, and still, we're not seeing that flare.
Well, the reason it was close was because Mazzino was 0-6 in opening duels. And now he's in the argument for being their best player. Like, if you talk about a turnaround, he just single-handedly destroyed them in that last. And, well, when you're 7-1 down and this is the purchase, no ultimate still. And look at the pressure that's being put on. They've eliminated Fangit. Now, what I will say is that is the delivery of a fairly hefty upgrade in terms of weaponry. They get to keep the rifle and then get given an operator. I don't think that trade was worth it.
No, normally you're going to see players drop that up first, go in with the shorty, and then refract back. Of course,
finger आज खेल नहीं पा रहा और
at the moment is
finger
the best
का हो
explanation
चुका
I
है.
can give.
घी खत्म हो गया
7-1
guys.
up, but a little bit
Finger
overzealous.
का
Up
घी
against
खत्म.
an eco, downright silly. But that's
Great
what happens
delivery
when you've got
service,
this. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Honestly.
That's
Aspas delivery. You'll get more than you bargained for.
problem is they still need to push out through this, and breaking in with the operator of all weapons might not help all that much. The Odin on the choke, the spam from both players catches by. He tried to slide through, but so many bullets came his way, it didn't matter. GRQ having to recover, another spam! 2 players through the smoke on this initial push. GRQ tagged low again, even after his heal. He's on 23 HP. And they've barely any time left. This plant should be impossible with an Odin still in play, and it will be. Time running dry. And chances for all gamers are running out. 8-1 in the lead, our MIBR.
I always find this when I watch Verno that he looks like a player above his age.
अभी के लिए और 3 राउंड निकाल पाए तो
oh, if that guy's
chances
fought like
है
3
इन
of my
पे
teammates,
comeback
I can
करने
probably
का,
just
नहीं तो
go in and
घंटा
kill
भी
him. But
नहीं
he's
है.
like, nope, I'll wait 4 seconds, and then it's like 3.7 seconds. He's like, and now I'm fighting. Because I know that he can't plant the spike anymore. I'll just sit in the back line and make sure this round is over, and then I'll be a little bit greedy with the kill. It's just smart stuff that basically makes it impossible for GRQ to get anything sure. He's got that run it back online. They have been farming up those orbs from all the way through the game, but we are yet to see that same heroic play that he was pulling out versus Heretics.
After a very competitive first map, it does feel like these last 2 have left something to be desired from all gamers. The last remaining hope. Joke's over. Of CN, here comes the ult. From GRQ, it's delayed for a moment. Flash lands nothing. Reveal is there, and it's shut down right off rip. Dive through. Bye-bye. No one's with them. And bye-bye indeed, it seems. To all gamers, we need someone to step up to fill these shoes as players drop across the board. Zekin's on 10 HP, and he survived that fight. Shot back for the kill, and with 9-1 on the board, is there any hope left for all gamers?
Okay, that is the second round I've now watched where Zekin 100% should have died.
He was
so,
dead
but
right.
bear in mind, they knew he was in that corner since the run it back. So that was when they still had their entirety of their team online. They then peek him from short as well, while swinging him at the same time. He ends up with 3 kills, and then the fourth player that runs in just goes, nah, I'm killing him, and just runs full swing, and it gets killed by Aspas because he's so tunnel visioned in on just getting a singular kill onto Zekin. Just look at the scoreboard. I think the bottom fragger right now on MIBR has 9 kills. There is nobody underperforming. And this is the team that was promised. This is why at the beginning of the year, you're almost laughing at the fact that Zekin has managed to go and join Aspas on the same team. You're almost looking at the fact that they've held on to Verno and built this superstar-studded roster. And it's not quite delivered, but when it does work, this is what you get. It feels like they are fighting a literal war. And everything they do, they just run headfirst into it.
That's been the same for the last map as well. Like, that first half was close. It was a chance to be 6-6 if I'm not mistaken. And then we swapped sides and MIBR ran away with things. Now, on this map, GRQ. Look, he's top fragging at least, but I did think that, like, I liked the comp. I liked seeing them play last time. I think GRQ especially is a huge step up, and he wasn't bad so far in this series, so you imagine that ceiling's going to raise. Fangir, map 1, looked better than Aspas, which is one hell of a feat, but now it looks like he hasn't even started playing. Indeed, nobody had. They've got one round of the board. 9-3, the best scoreline that they can hope and pray for, and even then, the Divine will have to answer for them to have a chance, and perhaps he has. Aspas has made a mistake. He's missed a shot. A rare miss on one side, but then an immediate filling in of the blank shrimp. Tries on the wraparound, but look how confident Zekin is! He's running at them! And maybe he shouldn't be. Fangir, quiet so far, but now a chance against one of the world's best.
He's got nothing left, though. He's down to just a classic. He used his last Headhunter bullet just to try and escape. And now with 7 HP, what he can hope for is that either Aspas makes a mistake, or he can get towards that site and find a gun, but you can already tell that the information has been given over. A rifle in the hands of Aspas, and it really does just become a game of chicken. And at least for the moment, it seemed like the Brazilian had the right idea. Or maybe he still does. He's going back towards. It's been okay. It's been long enough. Both players decided to move at the exact same
दोनों का mindset कैसे चल रहा है देख रहे हो?
Aspas
जो उसका
is low
चल
enough
रहा है
that
इसका भी वही चल रहा
the
है.
classic could just do the work, but his opponent at this stage might end up running out of time. That's going to be the bigger problem. He has to now get in and get that plant. And in fact, Aspas was starting to believe that this was a move towards the other side of the map. Instead, now he's got to go running back towards B.
And there's a TP available for Fangir, but he's not going to take the risk of even placing, and he doesn't know how
देखते
close
हैं क्या
Aspas is. Of
निकलता
course,
है
Aspas
ये
went to A
round.
thinking the spike had maybe
क्या
been
ये
taken.
round
He hadn't seen it
निकलता
for so
है?
long.
Let's go, Frag. You can,
As
you
time
can.
ticks
Come on,
away,
you can.
The info not yet given away. Aspas. He'll break the trap. He'll step forward as Fangir swings in, and Aspas lands the shot, digging a hole deeper for all gamers, burying them under round after round. This attack side, they may end the half with one.
It's looking more and more likely as they go by. An incredibly nice attempt from Fangir. This round shouldn't have been particularly close, especially after Zekin put him so desperately low and just seemed to have it dead to rights. This correction with a singular bullet left seemed like it might have been enough, but in the end, the final boss, look at the scoreboard. 11, 11, 11, 11, 10. Like, there really has just not been a missing piece to the MIBR puzzle. And wow, Zekin's getting more and more confident. In fact, this is a just sheer rundown. Bai is having to just try and hold on for life, and even an escape route doesn't exist. They are being surrounded, choked out, and they think maybe, okay, is this the open site? Is it the one that nobody's holding? No, it isn't. There's still one, now two, now three and a fourth. Wrapping round, and well, it was Verno to close.
ये one-sided match हो चुका है पूरा 1-11 भाई ये क्या है भाई ये
showing up once again.
Zekin भाई Zekin क्या खेल रहा है आसपास तो ठीक है फिर भी Zekin क्या खेल रहा है भाई अचानक वो लॉक कर गया भाई
But you definitely don't want to face MIBR.
और सबसे भयंकर तो ओडिन भी चल गई.
हाँ वही तो सबसे भयंकर इस साले ने ओडिन उठा ली सेकंड राउंड से उनकी और लगी पड़ी है.
Be activated, but now Mizzino, Verno, they're there alongside.
अरे मैंने कहा था ना जीतने नहीं देंगे.
लॉक्ड इन अरे इनका क्या पता है इनका एक तो मोटिव डाउन हो चुका है ठीक है और दूसरा ये लोग लॉक्ड इन कर चुके हैं ओपोनेंट ये तुम्हारे MIBR ठीक है.
I'll be honest,
अब कुछ कर नहीं सकते वहाँ पे.
If he hadn't died a couple of rounds ago to the Headhunter,
इसलिए GG हो रहा है obviously.
Oh, he was in God mode by accident. Yeah. I'd go, oh, you know, actually that makes sense because there were rounds where, yeah, he gets wallbang like that while being spammed out by an overdrive. The round after where he gets 3 kills while stuck in the same corner for a whole round, and then a player runs at him just to kill him, and Aspas goes, did you forget about me? Like, come on, guys.
Oh.
Like, please don't forget the guy who has a champion.
और वो लोग पता है कुछ भी तो मतलब इसके थ्रू मारे जा रहे थे. तुम्हारे स्मोक्स के थ्रू कुछ भी स्प्रे मार रहा 2 बंदे मर के बेंच कुछ भी हुआ था.
It gets
ये तो
shut down. This was probably
ये
one of the best opportunities they
9-1
had,
का
and
स्कोर
still
था
it didn't
जब
go their way.
और वो
Right
शॉट ही
after
कैसे
that,
मार रहा है,
complete
तो देख तो सही।
decimation.
हाँ
11-1.
ये सही है
It was a good defensive half last time out for all
कहीं भी
gamers,
कूद के
but
शॉट ही मार
बट
रहा है।
point,
फिंगर ने
every single
लास्ट
round
में
is
वो
like
थोड़ा
hanging
सा
off
निकाल
a
लिया
cliff
था
edge.
अगर उस पे एचपी होती आई थिंक सो निकाल लेता वो राउंड 7 एचपी का था एंड ही वाज लाइक दो को मार रहा है वो भी किससे हेड हंटर से
Maybe at 12-1 we can see a pause. I do think though, like the game that they played on map number 1, they made MIBR at times look like fools. They caught them off guard.
All gamers घर जाने वाली है
Triple fakes that worked almost every time. Bai was lurking in mid and catching so many players off guard. But once MIBR realized what was happening, once they had that time between maps to discuss, okay, how should we react to those kind of plays? How should we react to them pushing and pulling like that? Ever since then, they cracked the code, and all gamers haven't had that extra gear to shift into. Now,
They need the fan gear.
they need the fan gear. If they're going to have any chance. And there he is to start it off.
शॉट है
Fan gear activated. I don't know what that means if you're still going for a car analogy, but who cares about that at this point? Anything that will work has to come through for all gamers. An opening pick is about the best scenario they've had, but Zekid just looks like he's hit a completely different gear, a different level. In fact, an even scenario, a nice work from GRQ, a player revealed, but they are losing as they go. Just the two players underneath. The flash is perfect, and a second round will come through. The lifeline has been garnered, and more importantly, GRQ getting most of those kills gets him closer to that.
Let's go.
Yeah,
back हो जाए
perhaps a consolation prize.
back हो जाए 11 का स्कोर रहने दो
out. Remember, this isn't a situation where they can
11-12 हो जाए sorry 11-13 हो जाए.
There's no extra layer. There is no safety net to fall into. It's a long way down and a long way back home for all gamers. This pistol guarantees them at least a bit of runway. I was waiting to see if
ऐसा comebacks हुआ है already.
as confident as they feel, they go in for the crazy force buy here, but MIBR are looking to get this over as quickly as possible in a more conventional way.
Ooh.
And take the eco.
Yeah,
and gear an opportunity to pick up a couple more orbs, but it's really GRQ you want to see with a few coming out of this. The buy in the next for MIBR could be the beginning of the end.
हो जाए.
Keeping this clean as well is exactly what they want.
Nice one.
Alive for all gamers. It's a good start to the half.
Yeah, especially when they invest in every single player. They have to do that. You can't be playing a conventional bonus round where you're risking it here and there. And for Fangit, getting a few additional orbs, it's not going to help him in this next round, but if he could do the work with the operator, he might be getting one for free. The problem is he lost all of his shields, so he's going to come back in with an operator, but no shields alongside it. It's a thin line between another round onto the board and his opponents with an operator on the attack.
A buy has been bypassed. Oh, he's just shot, but I don't think they've noticed just yet. Never mind. They turn on a dime, catch him off, but the trades keep on coming in favor of all gamers until they don't. Verno dropping shrimp. Means the spike makes it to the site. Means a 3 versus 2 in the post plant. And there's not much to help all gamers get back into this. The operator would love a pick, but I think they've spotted it now. They've seen that big gun. A paranoia for Kira can perhaps, in fact, it could catch them all if it's at the right angle, but waiting to get into position before it's fired through. It'll find one towards the backside. Clean pickup on Aspis, but Tex was not blinded by it at this point for Fangir. 11-3, you need the round, but the time should be too far gone. And by now it most certainly is with 2 left to get. It's all about orbs. It's all about punishing the attacking side, making it costly, but nothing to be found. No op saved, and 3-piece for Verno gets 12-3 on the board. The beginning of the end is here.
Yeah, maybe he thought there was no way out, but I think at that
क्या
stage,
scene है
saving the
game का?
operator holds so much more value than a singular kill. Like, that round was already over, and definitely mistakes starting to creep in a little bit more. I think Shrimp walking back into the site after they've already completely lost it. It just seems panicky. And you can understand why. Their tournament life is on the line. The last representative of VCT China.
यार क्या बकचोदी है.
And it looks like America's might be getting one more team at least in towards the playoff stage. They all have a man up for now. Not a bad start.
Man to the good. Zekin down as well, the immortal man.
He bleeds.
Finally. Early pickup, but still some weaknesses here. They're certainly not out of the woods. Paranoia Prime fired through, caught one, but not the second player. Look at the Aspis is quick to get out of there. He heard a shot coming at him from behind and bailed. Bai's now rotated in to help the squad, and Spawn still cut off by Kira with the flank up by Fangir. All gamers have MIBR boxed in with a man advantage to play with as well. This is looking set for 12-4.
ये लोग पूरा ट्रैप हो चुके हैं एक तो. अब all gamers इसको भी ना जीत पाई. कर नहीं सकते हम.
Just try and make things even more awkward for them, even just a singular pick, but no, he's denied by text. The problem is,
at least
should now know that there's a decent amount of players at the back of this site. Aspas desperately low already, and Bai will hold his ground. The move towards the other side of the map doesn't even seem like an option anymore. They've only got 15 seconds to try and make this move, and although eventually we'll see a player lost, it's not going to matter too much, although if he got that TP off, there was a chance at a plant, but Shrimp made sure it wasn't.
Yeah, they just got there in time to take him out before he slipped into the shadows. Another opportunity for the streak of rounds for a legendary comeback against some of the best that the world has to offer for all gamers. They proved themselves on map number 1. But this task, it seems too tall for any team to make 8 rounds against MIBR in a row from this point forward. Tour de force online for
3 likes, more 3 likes. 20 likes हो जाएंगे आज. Let's go. फटाफट. More 3 likes.
Yeah, I think with the fact that
आज
they
हो
don't
जाए.
have the credits.
आज 20 likes हो जाए. Let's go.
Lose a player or two and the panic will kick in, but the Outlaw's
Also,
perfect.
Yeah, all of them are one shot to the Outlaw anyway, but
Let's accept Aspis.
interestingly going for that hero gun in this round.
He's heard them, right? He's heard them, right? He's heard them, right? Oh my god! What is happening? They were stepping for the last 5 seconds. The man's deaf. He's unplugged his headphones. It's a 5v3. And Aspis has got by. The dawn of this series looked so bright for all gamers. They pushed MIBR to the limits. But as dawn turns to day, a dark night on the horizon for VCTCN. They are going home. And MIBR pushed through the playoffs.
It seemed like it was going to be a worrying day for MIBR with that first match.
Confidence पूरा
They had
low.
themselves in a pretty decent position,
Confidence
and then we saw
down
the
हो
fight
चुका है
back
इनका.
from their opponents. But on map 2 and map 3, this is the MIBR we hoped to see here at EWC. A brilliant performance, adaptations in map 2 and map 3. Honestly, it could have been an email. That was so quick.
कब चालू होने वाला है आज? कितने बजे? 7:50. अच्छा B है. लॉल 20 हो गया.
Were there from the second we stepped into map number 2 on split. We saw those issues fixed in the pistol round.
2-1 हो गया.
Ready
2-1
for what was thrown at them, and from that point forward, it became more and more dominant. But this last map,
पार्टी बदल लिया 2 सेकंड में.
to just how strong MIBR can be.
Finger gonna finger himself.
Locked in for playoffs. And that's all the time we've got in the game.
JK ने देखा पार्टी बदल लिया. वजन भाई.
Beautiful, the wonderful.
देखा 2 सेकंड नहीं लगा पार्टी बदलने में.
Thank you very much, Mitch, man. As
Nice.
it is MIBR Los getting the job done here against AGAL, and as he so eloquently said, crushing the hopes of a VCT China representative in the playoffs. It also means it's 100% win rate so far, qualification rate so far here for VCT Americas. They are 3 for 3 and will go 4 for 4, attempt to, in our next series. But it's time to celebrate MIBR Los hitting the right
भाई
notes
आसपास
and
है आइस
finally
असेंट
achieving that
प्लीज
potential we've
फ्रैक्चर
been waiting
भूल
for them
जाओ
to see.
It's good to see that it is in
Okay.
Ascend, right, as
Yeah.
well. To
कौन
see
सा
that
party?
face, to see the bounce back from what we saw
मेरी
against
पार्टी
Team
तो
Heretics.
मेरी
All of the
है
players, I believe,
इसके
showed
कॉम्स
up. Verno,
क्रेजी
I
है
think that
बीसी
throughout the
में
series, redemption arc complete.
Yeah, I mean, I think I love that they went back to Ascent. I think it
अच्छा
shows
खेले भाई
good
लोग अच्छा खेले they played really good अब होगी next live
this game. That's what it felt like. Every move all gamers tried to make was so confidently shut down because they had all the information. This was prepped well ahead of time, and great IGLing there. I think I really want to give flowers to Verno because that map 1 looked very poor. It looked poor. We were, saying sat there at 1 and 9. Is he going to be able to pick himself back up into the game? He did a fantastic job individually in this map 3, but calling structure rock solid here for MIBR.
बेनिफिशी को देख इस बेनिफिशी इसको देखना एक बार इसकी टीम का नाम भूल
Love to see the voice. They'll love
बेनिफिशी
to hear the voice that Mitch was given to that situation, because I think that was going through all of our heads.
Yeah.
Like, oh, come on, no, not this way. You can battle through after the series that you've given us today, after what you've given us throughout the tournament. This is the way we're gonna say goodbye to you. Bit sad.
Yeah, I want to go back to the Verno point just because it was a difficult start for him. The 1 and 9 on that first map, first half, and then finishes top of the lobby
इनका
here
दो
in the
कोच है
match
बस
that matters
G2 का और
while
इनका
still
तीन
calling the
कोच
game
है
for
भाई
the rest of the squad.
I think that also something that we didn't get to mention in the first one is that in head-to-head duels against Fangir, he was like 8-0 to Fangir. I said, like, Verno was like, I can't kill this man. He's coming at me. I shoot, my weapon don't work.
Yeah.
But that didn't happen for the rest of the series.
I mean, it's great resilience. That's why these are top-level players. That's why these are players that, when this roster was built, we keep saying it, was expected to lift trophies. Great names across the board. Fantastic organization behind them.
भाई दूर से लिटरली मैं बेंजी नहीं मुझे आई दिख रहा वो दूर से यार तो दूर रखा तो
मैं इतनी देर से बोल रहा हूँ बेनी क्यों कह रहा है बेंची पागल है वो पागल वो भी एक पागल है ये लोग पता है कुछ टीमें जिनसे जीतना है ना बहुत हार्ड होता है भाई PRX तो खत्म हो चुकी है बाकी है भाई लिटरली को डर के की टीम है भाई वो डर के डरा के ऐसे हेडशॉट मारता है ना वो टकला भाई सामने वालों के बाल उड़ा देता है भाई
वो अलग ही अपना खौफ में रखा है सबको
वो पागल एसपास पागल और एक और है यार और जब ये दोनों सामने आते हैं ना आसपास और डर के तब देखना भाई तू सबसे जो बोलते हैं ना कोऑर्डिनेट टीम जो है वो एक ही है भाई वो कमबैक कर जाती है 11-1 से भी बता कौन सी होगी
वो
सबसे हेवी आईजीएल जिस पे है एनआरजीटी है भाई नेटिक
है
भाई वो बूस्टर पागल कितने कमबैक दिखा दिए उन्होंने भाई 4 तो मैंने ही देख लिया भाई 10-2 11-1 ऐसे 9-3 भाई पागल लोग है भाई लोग
Speaking of focusing on yourselves, you individually had a really good performance even on that Lotus map. So what do you think allows players to really just lock in when they are on the stage competing?
Honestly, my teammates make it really easy for me. They have a lot of confidence in me, and I honestly am feeling a lot of confidence. So my teammates hype me up, they tell me nice shots, and I don't know, I feel comfortable.
Right, that sounds like a lovely group environment. I'm going to say congratulations once again. Thank you so much for the interview. That's it from us over here. We're heading back over to the desk.
Thank you very much, Ginny, as it is Tex who has been a rock for this squad. Plus 21
Yeah.
in this whole series.
Black Myth वो कौन
You know, we
खेलना
talk about
अभी
the
नहीं खेल
firepower
सकता Black
that
Myth
Aspas brings, that Zekken brings, but
आज
Tex
मैं
is just
स्टोर नहीं
so
खेलता मैंने
solid
चलिए
throughout.
देखते
Yeah, I
हैं
mean, I
स्टोर
think
पे
these
क्या
kind
है
of some more supportive players. They're big
Ego
name duelists in a
Outlaw,
big
Vestal
duelist
and
meta
Bulldog,
will often get talked
Ace
about,
का
but it's
split
the
and
quiet
Wifi
players, the
है,
support
ठीक है।
players that I know they're the guys I like the most.
Ace का
You know, when
knife
they start to
ही है।
fry, that's when teams find this next level. So full
Ace
credit
का
to
knife
Tex
आया
and the
कोई
squad
sponsor
for
कर दो
bringing this one home. They will
बाद
be
में हाँ बाद में देखेंगे
advancing to the playoffs on the big stage now.
Score पे तो
They're getting the
कुछ
job
अच्छा
done
है
for
नहीं।
Americas, doing fantastically as a region here.
Is this when I say that Tex also comes from EMEA? Like, how many times can I just say
How
that?
can you
Is that
spin this?
every team? Yeah, I can always spin it because there's always some talent coming from our way. I think that it is important what he's saying about figuring out how they play and how they replicate it in the rest of the maps.
Yeah.
And I think that one of the things that has characterized, especially the old gamers that we saw today, is how quickly they skyrocket with it. Sorry, they actually makes a mistake and everybody triples down onto that. MIBR takes advantage of every single one of the situations. You cannot lose sight of what your goal
guys,
is when you're
मैं
playing
तब
against a
तक
team
इनको
of this
फोन
caliber.
Yeah, I mean, I think composure
तब तक होने दो Yo guys, we are back. We are back. We are back again. जैसे आ चुके हैं अब कौन जीतेगा?
7 teams have booked their spots into the playoffs, but only 2 have the opportunity to get that final number 1. It is the Group C decider match between Nongshim Red Force and G2 Esports, a rematch of day number 1, and the lone win for Pacific as a region here at EWC. Pacific sitting at 1-7, the Americas sitting at 7-3. Will they be able to go 100% qualification to the playoffs? Let's find out together as we break it all down. Kukuka and Big Time here for you to kind of give insight on these squads who are now on stage and almost ready to go.
I'm a super big Nongshim fan.
अब कौन जीतेगा?
Wow. Crazy hate.
Wow.
And crazy fire.
Hate. Crazy. Yes.
I see where it is. You
Whoa!
Look, we all love Baby Bay here. We all love Baby Bay. My love.
Who will win?
I feel like some people
win.
like Baby Bay a little bit more than others.
Look,
some people.
I love my region. I'm here for Pacific. I'm here for the boys on Nongshim. We have to get a team in playoffs, people, and Nongshim is by far our best shot, like you say. Look, they got the only win. It was against G2, and I was impressed by them. Look, in Pacific, Nongshim have been a team I might have doubted a little bit. I might have slept on a little bit. I think they made some mistakes. I think that they did some things with the roles that I didn't love, but they're back to normal. Dambi's back home on the Neon. X-Ross is now in that supportive second man in that secondary duelist, and I love the changes from them. I think we've seen them play very, very good Valorant here, so maybe now's the time.
Tell us about G2.
No, you disagree?
Listen, Breeze, I understand.
Yeah.
It was a mistake, okay? The 2 times that G2 has gone against Nongshim, that has been both of them this year, they have lost. We've always gone the distance, but you can never count G2 out. I think that the history is just Andre just like doing his things. I remember the story about the previous mouse mat that he had, but I think that Valen, this man here, this entire squad is the pride and joy of North America. So many times that we have believed in them, and I know that there's been some hearts that have been broken. I guess that you can say the same for Nongshim when they made certain decisions, but G2 is a team that always manages to reinvent themselves, to look for the next wave of Valorant, to just keep innovating with incredible individuals. And just always topping the Americas region. And I think that,
EWC
the only thing funnier, I am willing to sacrifice having all the Americas teams in playoffs if that means we do not get any Pacific ones, because such cool league just pissing you off all the time.
ये देखते हैं क्या करता है
G2 या NS देखते हैं G2 Esports, they're in the final of Masters Bangkok. This is their best chance to lift the trophy.
पहला मैच क्या मतलब इतना भी गंदा नहीं था, बट अच्छा था, ठीक था। बट MIBR सेकेंड और थर्ड मैच क्या खेल गई ऐसा कंटिन्यूस 2।
अबे MIBR तो खेलेगा ही ना,
वो खेलेगा ऑब्वियसली, वो बड़ी बात नहीं है, बट ये मैच में MIBR दोनों मैच में वन साइडेड खेल गई।
अरे ऑब्वियसली भाई,
उससे पहले लोटस
खेलेगा
ये लोग, ठीक है, ये लोग क्या किया 15-13 से, मतलब 15-13 तक हारे हैं MIBR।
अभी लाइनअप क्या कौन है अभी MIBR में अभी करंट?
अभी वो तो है ही, आसपास तो है, जेकन है, आसपास देख, आसपास इज द बेस्ट प्लेयर, पता है वो उनका टी है, बट फिर भी भाई ये लोग भी तो अच्छे खेल रहे थे, बट अचानक से इनका
भाई सब खतरनाक था भाई MIBR।
वो तो ठीक है ना,
अच्छा पता है ये जो अभी टीम दिखा रही है ना, ये कौन है, कौन सी टीम है ये, इसका नाम
नॉक्सिम और G2।
इन लोग का टीम पता है, प्रीमियर प्लेयर्स थे ये लोग, सब नॉर्मल दोस्त थे।
हाँ पता है, ये पता है, खेल गई थी भाई इसमें VCT मास्टर्स, क्या खेली है ये,
करोड़ों में कमा रहे भाई।
बट वही VCT मास्टर्स जो लंदन था, ये अच्छा खेली थी, बट ये नहीं कर पाई, क्वालीफाई नहीं कर पाई।
Yeah, I mean, one of the things was like, all right, we're gonna move Davey off of the Neon that he's so good at, probably one of the best in the world. Some would say the best in the world, and
Venus भी आया, कब आया?
and that didn't quite work out. Now they switch him back onto the Neon. Things look look fantastic. Ivy also firing up as well. It is a very scary Nongshim roster that G2 have to come up against.
You know what it is? It's like putting training weights on, you know?
I'm going to need some explaining here. You said training weights, and I thought about the scene in Mulan when she has to go and climb the tree trunk.
Is that what you mean? It's like trying to run underwater, and then when you run on land, you're so fast. They play without Dambi on the neon just as practice. How do we sync up as a team? How can we make this work? And then when it really matters to EWC, they swap it back. They go, okay, Dambi, let's go. You're back on it, and now they're ready to go. It was the plan all along. Silkanon, I never doubted you.
Listen, if Pocket was here, I will make a Dragon Ball reference,
comment, share
not,
करके आजा.
I will save it for the next time that Nochi play, if they are to make it out of this group. Let's take a look at the map.
Comment कर मेरा दादाजी करेगा.
It looks pretty familiar.
मैं ये कह रहा था कि ये लड़की G2 का सपोर्टर है. चल हम भी बन जाते हैं G2 सपोर्टर.
Good on this map. A lot of A spam.
They went A.
They went A.
And then they went A. And then we went Sunset on the second map.
It was Breeze, Sunset, and Split.
Literally, G2 just wants revenge, it looks like.
Yeah, so...
Oh, no. That's the switch there. It will be
On the
Haven
last
closing
one,
out there, not Split by G2.
Okay, so yeah, G2 are the ones that make that little move. Obviously, map 3 didn't go their way in the past, so now they
change it.
Split Lotus ban किया.
Win.
Yeah, I mean,
what you gonna do?
I like it. I think I always need confidence when both teams run back the same veto, because the winning team is going, we beat you at exactly this, we can do it, and the losing team has gone, we learned from that, we know we can take you next time. So it's always a nice little bit of mind gaming when these first two maps are going to be exactly the same. So a lot of weight goes onto the coaching staff then, in my mind. If you're going to run these games back...
Sorry.
You're okay. But if you run these games back, it really does mean that the coaching staff from both sides feel like they've learned from that game and will have a read now. So it's read versus read.
I expect this game to go to a third map, and I think that we all should be on the same boat, not only based on the past matches that we've seen from them, but also from the form that we have seen. But to me, seriously, the most important is that Breeze. We were speaking about and laughing it off a little bit on how Nongshim just kept going A, but the massive...
Let's go, guys. That's 20 likes. So more 3 likes. More 3 likes. Let's go.
So we cannot blame that in the slightest. They have, however, kept
playing
and they have fixed some of the mistakes. To me, still the one player to look at is Jogemo, and how much he suffered playing on that KO. Baby was saying that he was setting him up time after time, giving him his kudos for obviously playing for the team. But at the end of the day, I want to see a Jogemo that is unleashed as well.
Yeah, I agree.
9 and 15 was Jog in that first Breeze. 8 and 16 was Baby Bay on the Neon.
Breeze.
So again, we'll see if they stick with it as we move towards Agent Select.
Yeah, look, it looks like G2 doubling down and they're sticking with this composition again, even though it didn't work against Nongshim before. You know, it's tough when Dambi's the Neon on the other side. Baby Bay has a lot to live up to in that direct head-to-head. Can they make it work this time? Because I will say, when we saw it from them again later down the bracket, I did like it a lot more, but it's all about what have you learned? Can they stop the A spam that Nongshim will almost definitely try and condition?
I also like the harbor a lot. I think that in this map there's so much versatility that you can have with it. So many walls on the side of Nongshim. You have the Neon, you have the Phoenix, you have the Harbor, you have the Viper. It's incredibly annoying to deal with that, and that's probably why you want to go in. There's so many ways that you can segment that. In some occasions, if Jogemo doesn't hit the first 9 because of the nerfs to the initiators, it kind of loses value.
I mean, the big thing I want to see from G2 is fight forward in a main. If you give a main, Extros will farm the ult orbs. He will get the ult online. That's the game plan. Everybody knows it, so I don't want to see G2 sit too far back. Normally, you see A being played for retake, but you can't do that against the Phoenix comp. You have to show you can beat them there. Look for that area of the map, especially in the first 6 rounds.
Agent Select has been completed, but you can see Baby Bay pointing something out there with the light, so I think it'll take a little bit of time as they try.
Hello.
To set that one
He
up.
actually didn't want to pick Neon.
What a misclick.
Oh, the light was in my eyes. I picked Neon. I didn't mean to. And also, Jogemo just happened to lock KO as well. And that just happened to be the same composition. We'll get you an update in just a little bit from a competitive standpoint. on that as we wait to see this one here.
I will say for me, one thing that I don't think is touched on enough in this G2 comp is the use of Astra. We've seen a couple other teams try Astra, and I do think it's a really nice fit across the map. I think on that attacker side, it unlocks B a little bit more, which is very, very important. And the theory is there that you should be able to fight A main a lot more aggressively. You can place those stars to kind of limit the attack.
Yeah, speaking about the attack, they first need to get onto that attack in a healthy enough form so they can get some rounds on the board. And as you're saying, for the defense, all of these possibilities are definitely there. But the way that Nongshim were playing it, sometimes through main, sometimes through mid, being so abrasive with the walls and the utility falling onto it, is almost like you cannot blame Valen. He really tried to create those situations, but Nongshim were on top of all of them.
Titan Pixel
very much so. I mean, I think this is a map Nongshim continually love because they understand that A side so well. And I will say, I've been very, very impressed with Xros since it's him that took over on that Phoenix. I think it's a role that fits him incredibly well. For those of you who don't know, before he came to Tier 1, he was
SSD मिल गया SSD मिल गया मजा आ जाएगा भाई
SSD मिला तेरे को
अगर मिल गया तो मतलब वो कुछ भेज रहा है ठीक है
अरे भाई
मुझे पता चल रहा है कि कुछ भेज रहा है क्योंकि उसने मेरा ईमेल एड्रेस फोन नंबर सब कुछ लिया एड्रेस में कुछ भेजने के लिए लिया होगा एड्रेस लिया है मतलब
So far throughout the EWC 2026 Valorant tournament, it has been 4 out of 5 playoff spots claimed by EMEA, and 3 out of 3 potential so far here for Americas. Will G2 make it a perfect 4 out of 4, or will Nongshim finally rise up on the Pacific? The rest of the squads did not show up, but they were doing very surprisingly Paper Rex. We will start with that breeze as we hand it on over to our casters for the call. It's Achilles and Paper Thin.
guys, मैं निकलता हूँ मेरे को
Thank you very much, Digan. Yes, here we go. Ready to get into the action just about. Breeze again between these two squads. A rematch not just from us.
I'm physically absent mentally. I like physically present, mentally absent.
For Nongshim to be able to take this map. G2, what have they learned?
Physically present है mentally क्यों absent है पता है mentally absent इसलिए है क्योंकि उसका mental कहीं और है समझ रहा है mental piece कहीं और है वो किसी के चैट पे भी हो सकता है ठीक है या किसी के घर पे भी हो सकता है किसी के मन के अंदर भी हो सकता है नो आइडिया
भाई हर समय भाई इतना मत बोलो भाई स्टॉक मत करो
Astra to get more value here for this new G2 comp. Obviously, yes, Baby Bay as well on the Neon. Had a real rough go of it. It's a tough Astra to go up against.
Let's go guys, चालू हो चुका है.
On the Neon, no matter who you are in the world.
Let's go, देखते हैं कौन जीतता है.
Couple players that we're looking at.
NS और G2.
Find some impact here. See if they could slow Nongshim's
NS और G2 guys, NS और G2.
Exactly what they're looking to do. Some cheers from the stage. These players already fired up. It's going to be a full share of purchase here for Nongshim, wanting to have some oomph to this, but obviously are going to be working without the util. G2, though, looking decently prepared as they have this double stack ready to strike into mid.
G2 one-sided.
Oh my god.
Very cautiously.
Oh my god.
It absolutely annihilates them.
Hella क्या खाया.
3 kills found, only Xros able to peel 1 back, and now Ivy.
पहले राउंड से पता चल चुका है. ये लोग जिस लेवल से मर रहे हैं
फालतू not the connect with a swing out. He will be overwhelmed and taken down. Jogamo able to find the second kill.
ऐसे लाइन से मरा टन टन खत्म.
It's good read. Just remembering and looking into the past.
G2 खेलेगी भाई. G2 अच्छी टीम है.
They don't check that
फिर भी NS को सपोर्ट करता हूँ because
absolutely
NS
brilliant those
एक
shots.
अच्छा टीम है. ठीक है.
That is not easy to do even when you're offered the time.
किससे क्वालीफाई किया किससे?
Clean.
प्रीमियर से क्वालीफाई होके वो आज स्पोर्ट्स खेल रही है.
Big round win.
So
jumpstart things here for G2. Should be leading into a pretty easy 2-0 start for them. Good amount of firepower here.
It was crazy. Crazy.
Outside of A main.
Yeah, only one bandit invested here for Nongshim. Ivy, who is a real menace on a lot of maps against G2 last time, faltered in their follow-up, but maybe
not really bringing a weapon into this outside of the Sheriff, so Diffuse to come in and G2 start things off hot.
Yeah, they're looking really well drilled right
Quality
now.
change का round ही
Good
change हो
reads
गया
on
wow.
some timings. You can see there's a
मैं हूँ कहाँ?
little bit of practice and preparation, anticipation of how Nongshim's going to want to time those lurks with Ivy. They had the grab well ready for it. So really just very solid understanding prep. It's tough to beat a team 2 times in one event.
Okay.
G2, very, very good. Comes to their practice and their ability to adapt. Babybay 3-0 already. Much better start than we saw the last time out.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit of a warm-up for him.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if he gets one more kill, he's already halfway to his kill total from the last time they played on this map, so.
The Chamber is a little bit different than Neon.
A little.
So there's some adjustments to be made. Quick little walk, clear down through elbow, and this should give G2 a lot of comfort and a lot of information that this is still going to be an A-side lean from Nongshim, able to flank through. Give that drone, so players now those site will be taking the plan to come in. Watch.
भाई evergone कर रहा हूँ मैं. Holy shit.
Previously used, won't be able to find anything there, but Ivy not winning the fight. Leaf is able to take him down. Early advantages again for G2.
And Valen gets spammed up. But G2 maybe just going to have to try to play for a few.
Oh, wow.
We'll see, though. They've got an opportunity if they can find a pick.
Fragment out. Xros knows exactly where Jogamo is. Francis is able to find the one. The double swing's going to be coming in, but Jogamo not fast enough to find that punish. So Xros still going to be good for one before getting taken down, but it's still good damage found. Need to get onto this Diffuse ASAP if they want to have any chance of winning this one out. But Leaf now knows that it's going to be over, so we'll just get taken down. We'll see if he can find anything additional on the back of this, but he will not. 2 players surviving. Still good damage for G2, but Nongshim get on the board.
Yeah, so even though you're playing a bit of retake here, you know, one of the things the desk was talking about was how important it's going to be for G2 to not give up those easy A hits or just kind of have plans around it. You're playing for retake very difficult against this Nongshim comp. In particular because of the Phoenix, makes it really tricky sometimes when you're getting flashed, trying to clear a little bit of extra space towards those pyramids. It's going to be Xros with his ult coming into this 4th round. It's going to be the Outlaw there for Babybay. It's only 2 players who are 1-tap to it, RB and Ivy. So here's Babybay hoping to find that lurking player from the side of Nongshim, but actually they leave Francis here as the lurk, and he's kind of got his hands full. He can't really clear too much space. The recon goes pretty deep. He's just going to peel back. So Nongshim, I think, probably pretty aware. They have to try something a little bit different, but so much util here at the door. Lock can be absorbed.
Running back through. Ivy, however, going to be taken down. That snake bite from Leaf is able to find him. Kill to come in, ult to expire. Now Leaf just poking forward, finds RB, down be dead. Xros now needing the rescale forward, but as these walls fall, so too shall he. Is Francis going to be able to find just the one more kill? Is wary about this flank, but can't really do anything about it. Jogamo has the jump, 5-1-1 on this KO, and 3-1 now on the scoreboard.
Yeah, really impressive stuff.
I think G2 one-sided.
G2 showing that they're willing to contest that A main a little bit more and have good ideas on how to hold the B executes. That one there, you know, maybe just relying a little bit too much on the run it back that it can clear a lot of space. There's just so many smokes at the front of the site there. And Ivy just tries to disrespect the util, and maybe it was the decay, maybe it was a spam shot while he was walking through. That snake bite goes down to it, so you're back onto an eco.
Oh, quick shot. Tommy trying to up the pace with Babybay. Absolutely denies it. Pumps the brakes for them, and Jogamo back up forward for another extra kill, but it will end up getting taken down. Weapon potentially to be grabbed. RB will be able to slink forward. Takes that Vandal into hand. Hurts away as the Nebula will fall.
क्या लग रहा है G2
जीतेगी?
जीतेगी.
Looking to try to spot someone, and Ivy will give them a glimpse.
Yeah, NS के लिए GG है ये match.
And they opt not to challenge him this time. Just going to instead split 2-2. Try to play it a little bit safer. See if maybe they can outlurk the lurker here. Get behind Ivy. It's going to have to group up. They need to make sure that this hit goes through, knowing that there's likely going to be 2 left at least on this A site. You don't have the brute force of Dombi there to lead the charge.
It's a grab well on the timing. It's well read by Valen. Baby Bay about to be under some pressure in the center. No scope, not going to be able to connect. Ivy
Nice.
barrel stuffing is able to find that headshot now.
3-3.
Take that outlaw into
Nice
hand.
hold.
Leaf, the only one that would be vulnerable to the one shot. Push forward, that's going to be Trent taking that contact. Takes him down, no damage to be suffered. 2 players to try to hold the line here for Nongshim. Get around back into their favor, but it's another kill for Leaf with a snake bite. He has the follow-up as well. He is on fire already. There's a G2. Starting things off 4-1. Ahead of the next buy. Some ults cycled in here for Nongshim. Do we see a timeout called?
I think they should. I think you're going to have to talk here pretty quickly about how you want to address this. Like, do you want to try to take some more aggressive A main fights? But G2's already shown that they're willing to contest that space, use some of their flashes to try to make sure that it's not just going to be a free run into the front of A. Instead, Silkanon gonna let this run down at least one more round to see if RB dial up the proper response. You do have a couple big ults here on both sides. No command for Jog. RB's ult and Francis's ult available. So see what the plan is behind that, but it's a similar 4-1.
The peek out. This is going to be a double face. Ivy gonna have his work cut out for him. There's a slide out. He's trying to split the difference. He's trying to take down Leaf before maybe they can plant his feet, but to no avail.
It's a nice check with the knife too before they make that move. Really smart stuff.
I knew that window was going to be clear as well. Again, that space going to be given up on A, taken by Nongshim, but now here comes the retake starting. As Reckoning not quite in the range of that null command, so he's able to send out the wall. Gambi, he's going to go chasing forward. Try to catch them off guard here, perhaps. Oh, tucked away. 3 swings. Jogamo will end up falling. The null command now expired, so no res to be had. Simplifying lead. Trent peeling one back down. Elimination, but Nongshim looking like they're finding their
nice.
Starting to warm up a little bit more. Quick little transfer over to the side. Cleans up Valen as they will find their second round win.
Yeah, and this is one of these rounds where you can see just how oppressive it is to try to play retake against this comp. Yes, you have the comfort of having the Harbor ult to give you a little bit of extra space to get Dombi next to Orange, and that pays a lot of value there. Nice little start, though, to isolate Ivy, take him out of the round, give yourself that 5v4 advantage. Still, though, Nongshim very fearsome, and they're still going to be carrying over a bunch of ults. Exros into a second, run it back. Francis still holding on to the Hunter's Fury. Dombi into an overdrive. So you used one of yours last time. G2 can match with a lot of their ults, too. Pit available for Leaf.
Scanning ahead.
See if he's not in a position to drop it early, so happy to maybe think about it as a retake option. Still, G2
Poison's off.
giving up that front A space again. And Nongshim will just take this all day. I mean, they're so good at these A takes that they don't care if you know what they're doing. They'll just keep doing it. And very few have been able to really stop it consistently. But they see one there, and it's taking their time. They really aren't too sure. They're looking for some of those aggressive push-outs. Seen them a couple rounds now from G2, so being very cautious, making sure that Ivy's not in a position where he's going to get just dusted on his own.
Start the ready. Just beat the grab well, but no, will be tabled for now. As Exros sprinting around the back of side alongside Dombi, just scouting as much as he possibly can, but nothing to be seen. Nongshim know that they're, oh my god!
He is
safe enough to find the plant, but what in the hell is that?
What the fuck?
Face.
I mean, yeah, he just got away with murder. Unbelievable. Hunter's Fury sent the blind down. Exros to cover, keeps him protected for now as Jogamo strafing across that molly. Cleans up too. Francis now. That Hunter's Fury, a lot of weight going to be put on his shoulders with this one. Snake bite sent previously. The fuse going to be interrupted. Jogamo down to 8. The bursts coming through, the hold to begin. Spray over to the wall.
Nice one.
Will connect on to all 3.
Ivy is Ivy, bhai.
Ivy was an absolute monster for Nongshim the last outing. Very quiet beginning, but that is a massive way to get right back into this game.
Yeah, I mean, you could really see the thought process from Nongshim in this round. It's make sure that nobody's going to be able to get those lurks really established. Why? So you have that Hunter's Fury, a safe position for it to cover that post plant. So, you know, Nongshim, a team that's well known for their, you know, pseudo W key style, right? They're going to come at you with Dombi, but they know how to slow it down. They know how to take a pause, and they know why and when to do it. RB's been around for a damn long time, so you best believe he's wise to some of the games. Dombi this time slow creep up, but another flash at the ready.
Oh, there's going to be the exchange.
Nice.
Here's Dombi, hits the transfer. The cleanup too. Jogamo will be able to find a shutdown with that stinger. The weapon maybe a bit out of grasp. Wants to maybe try to recover that, but instead will end up falling to the wayside as Trent similarly going to be caught in mid. Ivy starting to get these lurks going as he scales forward and will be able to intercept the lead as well. Back-to-back rounds here for Nongshim as they tie it up 4-4.
And this is what makes Dombi so scary. Yes, weaker buy for G2, I get it, but also he can just disrespect your util. They know he's coming and they still can't stop it. So maybe Rifle's there, it's a different story. But yeah, look at this. I mean, just ridiculous. Just sliding on in. No fear. Tough one. Yeah. I know G2 has to feel like they might have had a moment where if they could have killed Dombi there, maybe it could be a different round. Maybe you can get that Thrifty to go, but not meant to be. This go, Valen has a Cosmic Divide. Jogamo getting close to another null command.
With the op online as well for Baby Bay, but for the moment, I mean, it's being avoided. Nongshim have just forgotten that the B side exists.
Yes.
Tried to go for it the one time, and it didn't work. They say, okay, well, let's just keep hitting A over and over again.
If they change this to just a one-site map, Nongshim would be perfectly fine with it. Like, they would just be like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. We agree. B-site, why? Who needs that? Although they might be rotating back this time because I think they figured out there's quite a heavy stack here again. And even though they've been able to best the 3-man stack at A at times, they're trying to make them think they went the other way. But G2 knows better. I'm a little bit worried about Baby Bay. Look where Ivy's gotten to. And they have no idea. They have no info on that. And I don't think there's any way that this drone sees him. Unless it goes like this.
Yeah.
So
that corner immediately going to fall. Now Nongshim are pushing into the stack. Dombi.
Oh my god.
Going to be headshot on that push, and Jogamo right up in between the pyramids. Finds it. Push through, and it's going to be Jog coming away with 3. Shuts them all down on entry, and Nongshim not able to gain the lead for themselves.
Yeah, I really like G2's approach so far here on Breeze. And why? Because it plays a bit like how they used to play Breeze with the Harbor comp in that they throw all this till at the chokes, right? There's the flash, there's the shock dart, there's probably an Astra util in there sometimes as well. And then they're aggressively hitting you with a counterpunch while you're trying to make your execute. This is something I really liked that Valen used to do a lot with the Harbor. Now they've kind of got some new ideas as well baked into this to really shut down Nongshim. So finally, gonna have to make Nongshim consider other parts of the map.
No, it's all a ruse. It's all to try to make them think that they're going to be, make them think that they've rediscovered
surely
this section
time
of the map.
Knife only catches on Francis, but now you're seeing 2 guns. So now as G2, you should be like, okay, they're coming this way again, surely. Right? You have no info in mid, though. I mean, you have no idea.
And they've given up the space. That's why Trent's getting back over to Ness. Would suspect that he's going to be maybe trying to drone out of that position, but the strike is going to be coming in a hell of a lot faster than they can afford. So Ivy, curious how aggressively he wants to play this. Could go for a very deep backside pit. Will send this. Going to occupy a bit of space around Orange as well as the mid doors. Really just funneling all of G2 either onto a flank, which Francis is watching for, or just from the spawn. Stun will connect, but Jogamo going to be put down on the floor. The res can come in, and is. Valen's able to find that, but there's the backstab. Francis arriving out in the mid. He's able to find that kill. Now suddenly it's just Trent. Stuck within the smoke, pushes forward, finds Ivy, looks for a little bit more, but nothing more to go his way. 5-5, Nongshim, they will keep it neck and neck.
Yeah, so actually this does end up kind of working, but also G2 loses a bunch of information control on the map, trying to make these aggressive moves early, and Nongshim's able to take just a short pause to use it against them. Some really good back and forth in the shot calling right now. Really impressed with some of the adjustments being made. RB again finding another little micro change in some of their macro. Get the round win, but Valen's been good about counter adjusting. Putting in a lot of good prep for today. BB going to be on op duty in mid again, this time up from window.
Just when the spike started inching further up cannons. It'll drift back into the spawn.
Don't worry. Surely this time they'll buy it.
Ivy has to be wary.
It's a tough spot to be in for Baby Bay, though.
Oh. Lucky for Ivy. Can go for a full speed swing, but Baby Bay immediately is pivoting over. That 0 point should have spotted out quite a bit, and Balance done it again. This time will be counter spam. Fragment will fly to stop the flood.
ये smoke के through कुछ
Smoke's down on either side, but also the reckoning out of the equation for Nongshim.
ऐसे नहीं पता.
I have to suspect that was going to be a big part of the plan to try to take this site.
Yeah, so Nongshim's going to try to send an extra player over with Ivy this time. Create the extra angle. May work a treat. He really wanted to get in there, but that was a really nice recon dart. It slowed him completely down. Couldn't clear it.
I mean, the overdrive's just gone now, but I can find the timing through mid doors. Jogamo going to be struck down. Trent spotted.
Nice.
Just a hair off from being able to find Tomby's head. 2v4, the operator in position, but given the weapon investment and the cash that G2 don't have, I think you just have to give this one up. Leaf is not coming to the rescue. He knows that this is going to be a save. Baby Bay's just trying to see if he can find a pick and then rotate out. If they find out where he is, I can see Domby sprinting right at him, so he will keep it quiet.
Go.
Drift away. Nongshim will gain the lead.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's still a similar answer for Nongshim in terms of mess around on the map a little bit, take a pause, make them rethink their ideas, then eventually go back to A once you've kind of maybe confused them a little bit, but it's sending that extra layer over in towards mid. Not sure it was necessary. Ivy was actually pretty much on point there regardless, but you know, Nongshim round around making little micro adaptations, adjustments, make it difficult for G2 here. G2 again tried to go for that choke point punch and lose Valen quickly. And they just don't have enough of a response. Again, able to slow down the overdrive, sure. There's so much more behind that Nongshim explosive entry power. It's really tough unless you are able to gum it up at the chokes like we've seen a couple times. This time around, maybe with that harbor smoke at the front of B. See if that causes any alarm bells. No, G2 holding the line.
There's the reckoning. Leaf going to be blinded up, but still is able to find Domby. Exos with the turn to the side. Gets that kill. Blazewell now going to be situated. Molly into the Nebula just to try to make sure that everything is cleared out. Will just be drones exchanged. Spike can be brought forward to be planted, but they're still taking their time with this one. Nongshim. These walls are only going to last so long. B still just checking on that backside corner. Goes for it now. Ooh, Francis to try to scale forward. X-Ross taken down. Baby Bay able to find the kill, but a quick peek and a quick kill. Francis finds the headshot, gets some more damage. Baby Bay down to a sliver. 5 health remaining on that Neon now. But Jogamo out from tunnel is able to find Francis. Just put himself on an island. Out of util now. Nongshim are just going to have to win this with the rifles. Jogamo spotting the one. RB trying to collect that elimination. Can't quite do it. Jump up over the half wall. Noise made. Trent knows exactly where he is. A swap of the guns to dive forward. The swing out. It's all to play distraction as Ivy from window will mow them down. Nongshim Managed to make this a 7-5 half in their favor.
Yeah, showing they've got some legs on that B site too. Been a lot of A hits, but this one, we're able to get going. Even though it looked like maybe Leaf was just gonna close the door on him, but Xros able to get the counter spam through the smoke to go. A little bit of a preview. This is the opening pistol where Leaf, pretty sick bandit play. And a good start here, and obviously a much better.
Get to see a timeout call and all from Josh RT. Decided to just let it ride. Granted, from the defender's side, this isn't a bad scoreline.
Not at all.
But we need to see a really impactful attack now, if that's going to be justified.
It's got to be better than what we saw last time, because they only got 5 rounds on their attack side in the previous matchup. So, yes, I think from what I've seen on this defender side, I think from Josh's perspective, I'd be pretty confident that, hey, my boys are following the game plan pretty well. It seems like they have a pretty good read on their opponents for the most part. Yeah, some rounds in there maybe you'd like to have back for sure, but there is a sense of the game plan, and it seems like they're pretty locked in overall. So, sure, let it ride.
We'll see. G2 can find that second pistol here on the map, or if it's going to be Nongshim building up the streak even further.
Or maybe his timeout button's broken, you know.
Frantically slamming the damn. Hit it too hard, and now it's not working. So.
You just blame Alex. It's the same coach's booth. It's him. It's his fault.
Clearly, for G2, a bit of comfort, but not going to be feeling relieved. You're not going to be feeling truly comfortable at all until you're through this series with the win.
Yeah.
Loser goes home. The winner will be advancing forward into the playoffs, playing on the big stage.
I mean, if you can get this map to go, you got to be feeling real good about that sunset.
Oh, yeah.
Do not like the way that Nongshim played it. Do not like their agent comp on it. But we'll see. Maybe they made changes. I hope. My hope of hopes. See a little bit more consistency. Francis, clear the drone, and under a ton of pressure just says, nope, not even worth it. I got tagged by a dart. They're throwing stuff out. I'm out.
It's a gamble stack for Nongshim that is not going to find success. I mean, should have known G2 was just going to look at the playbook from Nongshim and say, yeah, hitting A seems pretty good. Here at shop, there's Xros going to be overwhelmed outside of bridge. Fallon cleans up downbeat. Now 3 players versus 4.
Oh my God.
Francis looking for a timing, but Trent, she's not ready for him to also swing up towards bridge. And now they're completely surrounded. Fighting on multiple fronts, but Fallon has a backstab opportunity. Ivy will fall on RB, now has to do it all. G2 looking well slated here to get themselves right back into this to tie things up. At 7-7, if they can just close out a clean anti-eco.
Whoa.
It's a solid tap there from RB, but it's a matter of time before one of the players will find him. It's going to be Trent, as G2 now just 1 round away.
All right, giving themselves a real shot in this map. Love the aggressive post-plant play from them. A very different look to G2 here today, and a lot of different ideas. They're being much more proactive on the map, and that's really catching Nongshim off guard at times. You know, 2 players coming up towards bridge there, absolutely fundamental setup crossfires on the site. You know, post-plant style here today. Come to match firepower with firepower, and I am all about it.
Here. This time, gamble stack onto A, looking to be correct for now. Maybe with a, no, I mean Leaf maybe with a minor spot out here onto Ivy. Now has it fully confirmed.
Ivy by this time, no. Actually, RB's got a ghost.
Yeah, the only one.
Yeah.
Everybody else just with classics. And G2, they're going to look to explore elsewhere, at least fake back for a brief little moment. Sure that there's no deep flank through mid. Leaf starting to stray away. Going in with the rest of the team.
I feel like that dart and response should make you change directions here.
It's not out on Xros, but at the cove situated. Pushes forward. A couple right clicks going to be sent out. They know that somebody's going to be playing up close. 40 seconds remaining. It looks like that's going to be the pivot call now for G2. Rerouting over to B, where for the moment it's still just Ivy alone. Gambi on the walkout into mid. Immediately going to be dispatched as Leaf finds that kill. And they say, well, we got one here, so let's just go right back into A. Defensive hold going to be significantly weaker. As Extros, he didn't check to the side. He was ready to try to shut down the crunch from mid. And he ends up getting caught by Baby Bay. He should have been able to have that kill for free. That would have been a bulldog scooped up off the corpse. Absolutely misses the opportunity, and now it's just Ivy to try to see if he can get any additional damage. Basically needs 2 kills. That just feels very unlikely.
No, it's pretty difficult. Gonna try to tuck in and die to the spike. Nice little mid-round here from G2. Kind of almost walked into the trap, but Nongshem pulled the trigger on it just a little bit too soon. I think they actually could have had G2 dead to rights if they wait for just a little bit longer. Or at least done a lot of damage to him. And, instead, they were just a little bit too trigger happy. That gave G2 enough time there for that mid-round to move in towards double doors. But as Valen, I'm probably going, ooh, I almost sent the boys into the grinder. So let's try something a little bit different, maybe. Like to see
Heading to the above.
toy with some different ideas. Now, Nongshim's strategy here today continues to be gamble stack.
Just stack up.
Just gamble.
Going for it again. Maybe a push in the mid. Flash out, but now the lean back over to A, where it's just RB alone.
Boys, we're in Paris, not Monaco.
Yeah, I don't know what we're going for here. Throwing the check. G2 free to scale. Swing of the elbow. Nothing there. No one home. Nongshim now getting ready to have the bad news. Hear the sprint forward from Baby Bay, and RB just has to try to stay tucked back.
It's got to be full retake now. And I mean, yeah, you've got 4 coming from spawn that you may be able to just kind of.
Trent hears all this.
Yeah. That's so many footsteps. Oh. What a read.
Will stun him up, and Gambi with the slide in is able to find that kill. Wise to that. Meanwhile, RB was still able to find an elimination as well.
Nice.
Turns to the side, Baby Bay trying to barrel stuff, but RB still comes away with another before finally getting taken down. Her ball fully connecting with a swing a little bit late. Jogamo covering fire, keeping his IGL protected, at least for the moment, as Jogamo gets this into a 1v1. Ivy sprinting, tapping, the swing coming in, and Jogamo does it again!
No way.
The 4K to take them back into the lead and convert the bonus. G2 looking significantly improved on Breeze.
Oh, and a huge glow up on the KO for Jog. His flashes have been really, really good, but the gunplay has been even better today for him. He looks so comfy on the KO.
I mean, at its peak, it's a 2v5. It's just Valen and Joel.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bales
I thought the round was done.
17, 9, and 5. Looking untouchable right now on this KO. And G2, they want to try to up the pace. Not going to go for the more precautionary play against the Thrifty. That could have cost them everything, but Trent barely able to stabilize and take down Dambi.
Oh, God.
RB had been tagged up, but that's going to be a couple weapons now recoverable. At least the one passed over. Trying to assess where they want this to go. They will leave it in the hands of Extros after all.
Kind of a weird post plant for G2 because they have to go fanning out, looking into spawn to see if anybody's out there before they could turn their attention back towards the site. Turns out that's where all of Nongshim is.
The Reckoning's going to be committed to this. It's not going to connect on anyone here. Balance position now known off the drone. Cosmic Divide going to be called in, and Ivy dead moments before that wall gets lifted up.
Oh, Leaf.
Leaf on this backstab could be monstrous. Jump through.
क्या हो रहा है भाई इतना अच्छा सीन इंटेंस मोमेंट में हक दे
They're still now up 9-7. Nothing more to be found. Looked like it was going to be the Thrifty confirmed. X-Ross hearing the footsteps, but know that this is going to be over. Takes down Jogamo, but nothing more to be found. Looked like it was going to be the Thrifty confirmed, but G2 still stabilized. One player surviving. They're still now up 9-7.
This is a very different G2 in a lot of ways. They're being so aggressive post-plant, willing to take some risks, willing to make fast counter moves. Now this time Nongshim on this eco does something that you see all the time. Turns up the tempo, tries to go for the big swarm. Nongshim actually going to take a timeout. Finally, someone does. It's getting a little too out of hand. You're coming into a big buy as well. You're potentially going to have that operator for Dombi. So some things that certainly Silkenon wants to talk about, and I imagine this is probably something like, yo, let's go back to the game plan here, guys, with how we usually play our defender side. Let's, you know, keep maybe Dombi mid, have him take some controls, split it up 2-2, Viper front of B, everybody else over towards A, and maybe somewhere a floating player out there like Francis.
One of the things that they've started leaning into more with Dombi in particular is using that operator, but they've not gone for it yet, and they also haven't had very many opportunities to try to get one online.
No. I think it still isn't fully comfortable for them and for him. I mean, as good as he was with it the other day, it's still not something he's...
Well, I mentioned it. They have it now.
Yeah. I figured it'd be coming here in this round. But I think it's hard on the attacker side, too. Like, you want Dombi to just be getting in their faces.
Oh, on that side, sure.
Yeah. But here, this is the first time they've had money for it.
Let's see if he's going to be able to find value, because for now, G2 completely avoiding it. They are going to go into the heavier stack side of this map.
Like some of this from G2, they've thrown up a bunch of smokes in mid to try to deny info over to Nongshim, but Nongshim went 3-2 from the get-go.
Oh, well. Hell of a shot from Francis to start things off. Shuts down Baby Bay right as the null command comes through. To clear a neutral win as Francis going to be further spotted out. Fragment over to backside. Another going to be layered in. The flash is the back pillar. Ivy going to hold his own, but Xross getting the spot out. Relays that over immediately. And Dombi will be able to find value. Catches Leaf on that deep lurk. G2 for now. Looking to be held at bay, especially as RB does that.
Nice.
Cleans him up. It's just Xross. Killed through the ult. Still on board for a flawless, which would be a huge way to jumpstart their economy. Get them back into this game. And yep, RP will be able to find the third final. Flawless round confirmed. Nongshim.
Oh, NS
again. Just one round behind G2.
NS can win, bhai. NS can win, but
the op really doesn't mean much of this round. It's more that Nongshim just sticks to their early round read, the 3-2 setup, and a really nice opening shot from Francis to take down Baby Bay. That's so much of that entry power denied. You need that Neon on these executes. And to have him just be instantly headshot, that slows you down so much, because you know that Snakebite and some of the other utils is going to be following. And it's just going to be so much harder for you to make entry. You're only running the single duelist. As G2, Nongshim runs double. They have like an extra layer if they lose one of those two. As you as G2 don't really have the same comfort. We're going to try again, though, a little bit faster this time.
Two players on the side of the side to drop them from Baby Bay. Going to be spotted here as Francis will fall. Leaf able to find that opening kill. G2 trying to make this happen, but RB swoops around from behind, is able to find one.
Oh.
Xross dead, leaves RB all alone now. In a 1v3. 6 bullets remaining. Now down to 5. G2 trying to find the timing on that catch. He managed to make it happen. Gets the reload and swing out. Valen has the headshot. Nice. G2 get a thrifty, staving off Nongshim once again as they reach double digits.
This is all Valen for me, and it's the play call at the beginning of the round. We're just going to turn up the tempo. They're not going to be ready for the fast B hit. It's the last thing they're going to expect based on all the conditioning we've shown so far. It's like we're either going A or we're doing a delayed hit B. This time, they just turn on the jets. Well, sort of. They go in there quick, I should say. Get some space, have a good flash to clear the back of that space. RB almost plays spoiler.
Oh boy, this is a glass cannon. Damage about the peek in the mid.
Well,
all of G2 are there, and he cannot find the shot. Jogomo taking him down. Baby Bay, however, not going to be clearing the corner. Suspecting that op is going to be playing alone. Curveball out, but Jogomo just dances back up behind the door. Is able to dodge that out. Francis We'll have it on the trade with that Hunter's Fury. Meanwhile, Ivy out of the cannons. Valen going to be taken down, and so far the crunch looks decent, but then they overstep. RB's pushing past his own wall.
A tough read now for G2. Cleared so many players here. Like, is this actually free? It is not.
Francis needs to win that one. He's going to win them both. Leaf and Trent will get taken down. The op can be recovered, and Nongshim will spare their blushes a bit. It still ended up being a bit of a nail-biter for them, but they scrape by with the round win. One away from tying it up.
Yeah, I mean, I think doubling down on the fast pace makes a lot of sense because you take down that operator so quick, but then Baby Bay doesn't fully clear the corner. I think there's a little bit of confusion because of that. He checked it, but he didn't look far enough to his right to really confirm. That cost them quite a bit in that round. Baby Bay will cut funds for that overdrive. I'm going to mention he picked it up in the previous round. Well, he's just going to dive on in.
Sending it out. Not spotting anything. Francis, sends out a shot. Might have been a bit of a misclick there either way. It's a drone and will have that Neon rerouted. Meanwhile, Ivy trying to hold forward with a full blind. Going to be connecting as he backpedals away. Gets that snake bite out. But still going to be 2 kills going over to G2. RB only able to find Valen. Ivy again looking to try to refill this space. Catches Trent. Can he find Baby Bay? No, he cannot. That elimination to come through. The overdrive. Tomby just trying to run him down. Speak from window could be everything, but Baby Bay just turns back, plants his feet, and holds his own.
Huge shot there from Baby Bay. Very well, may have saved the round.
I think if you're G2, messing the pit here even might be good enough to go for. You still are going to have 3 more ultimates to work with going into the next round.
Yeah, I think it's pretty worth it. They're just so scared. They have no idea where Xros went.
I mean, I don't know if they've seen him at all. He's got a full util.
No, I don't. I think he was on the other side of the map the whole time.
He's going to be looking for a backstab. Can spot out any of these players in transit towards A. Then used to think this is going to be B.
I mean, I think you have to pit, most importantly, because you don't know where he is. Give you that extra layer of safety. Beautiful. Love it.
Yep, and they also gamble on the right side of the pillar. Backside plant. Try to make this nigh impossible for Xros. Really now he has a bit of a quandary. You just save the op. You try to play it out. He's going to try to play this. Try peek at the corner. Finds the first. Gets the fadeaway shot! What is that?
Clean shot.
What a monster! What a hero for Nongshim!
Xerox.
As Xros wins an ungodly clutch to tie it 10-10.
That is unbelievable. The youngster for Nongshim.
Yeah, bhai.
Absolutely crushing.
Voted.
G2 there in that moment. They had a real chance. This is a nice little execute, able to get that extra little off angle created. You know, Baby Bay swinging in from mid opens up a lot of space. It's going to drag a gun. I mean, just disgusting. Just disgusting. I don't know how I feel about leaving the pit there, but I mean, he did hit a crazy good shot. You have to kind of tip your cap on that one.
Now that is just unbelievable. So into the immediate timeout call. A round like that, it could be just soul crushing if you're G2. Because you leave the pit. Also, you're playing it in those circumstances as well as you can. You're double stacking the angle and making sure that you're not giving him really, I mean, what you think is going to be, you know, a 1v1.
Right.
You're playing against that, but somehow, some way, Xros, he manages to separate him.
Yeah, I mean, they just hit that timing where they're close enough to the corner that he can isolate that fight. And so it's just, yeah, it's tough. That's, you know, when you take a risk like that, you think you're going to catch your opponent off guard, but maybe just took a little bit too long. I think they maybe expected Xros to be to the site a little bit faster, in fact, and that they maybe could catch him, like, as that pit is dropping, him trying to scramble to figure things out. Goes that no command for Jogamo. He's in mid. He's just kind of standing there.
Kaun jeetegi, guys.
Real scary. I'm scared.
Cosmic Divide now to be called in. Tomby just has to backpedal, give up the space, give up the sight. 5v5 retake attempt, and Trent should be able to get into a disconnected position to utilize his Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, this should be a tough
Pit is Ivy.
Tough round here for Nongshim.
Leaf just on the other side of this, ready to try to find the jump here. Ivy, however, still pushing forward.
Oh boy.
And Leaf not spotting him at all. This is now a huge backstab opportunity for Ivy. I'm just going to be quickly cleared out. It's under the side, baby bait. Rerouting. Ivy still circling closer and closer to these players over at main. Valen, however, still going to be able to find one. Francis going to be taken down. Leaf watching for this flank. Meanwhile, the rest of the team still profiting on the front lines. Ivy can find the one, but now he's all alone. Nothing more to do. Rotates out to try to hold on to this gun. Jogamo will fall to his hand, but G2 win the round, regain the lead.
Well, this is exactly one of the rounds that you love to see from G2. I talked about it earlier. Just that traditional on-site crossfire setup post-plant. Yes, they're watching for the late lurk and things like that, so they're hanging some players out in their spawn a little bit longer to linger. But that is so well executed, and Jog continues to thrive. 25 and 15 on the KO. Huge glow up for him today. The difference maker right now here for G2 for sure. And you've put Nongshim on another weak bye. It's going to be one rifle in Ivy's hands. He tips it over. Two, since Xros has a Guardian. They're going to go for a three-man slow creep out of A main, two towards mid. G2 curious about where exactly Nongshim's going to try to cheat on the map a little bit to take space, and they don't see it over at elbow, but a quick pivot. Sure. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think that drone saw Ivy.
Still deadly. Still a lot of work to do. Recon to backside, and Jogamo is silently crept forward. They have no idea that he's made it this deep, and now they find out in the worst way possible. Quick little shot, but Ivy quick to trade it back. Finds that kill, still operating alone though, and it's going to be Trent. Run of sight, take him down. I don't think he got the confirmation on Leaf as well in mid. Going to be down to Xros, who's about to swing this corner with the peek in towards elbow.
Okay.
Just trying to be so cognizant of too many angles. Leaf will strike, swing around the back. Domby able to find that kill, gets it back into a 2v2, but they're just so outgunned. Relay bolt chucked in, push into the fast lane, making sure that he is not scaling forward. All this to try to play in RB, but Trent watching, has him covered, and Trent will get them over the line. A 3K for the Sova, 12-10. G2 just need one more to take down Nongshim on Nongshim's map pick.
The thing I love about G2 is that they always give you a different look, round over round. It's so rare that you're going to see them kind of do the same thing twice and a half, unless, you know, they've conditioned their opponent that they can double down on that. This one, a quick check up elbow, and then a push in towards the front of B. Almost, though, Ivy goes crazy. He got unspotted by the Sova utility initially, but that allowed Jogamo to sneak in the back. Ivy this time says, okay, I'm kind of sick of you guys doing this on my site. This is a Viper's Pit for you. Do what you want.
Let's
go, for now.
भाई welcome to Sim भाई अपना dream PC build
from Nongshim, looking for that scaling. Want to be better safe than sorry here in this round. Anything really on the map is Star over at double doors
Ryzen 9
right in front of Xros there.
I will go with Ryzen.
Doesn't tell you much. Pretty much gonna perma put that
Intel के
smoke
साथ
down.
नहीं जा रहा. I will go with
I think the
Ryzen
Poison Cloud
always.
is in mid 2 there potentially.
Ryzen 9 9800X.
Trent,
close
the dart. You're not going to get any contact off of
फिर
that.
मैं जाऊंगा
So Leaf
5090.
can at least hold the line here.
64
Now you can start to establish your presence a little bit as G2. Take a little bit of map control, start to work things out.
ना high ले रहा हो तो at least
long range with that
120
Phantom,
चलता
took a couple bursts, but eventually he's able to find that.
Dream PC बोला है इसलिए बता रहा हूँ.
Situated RB.
अपनी औकात के बाहर है वो.
Wall, trying to see if he can spot out anything. At the same time, this drone forward into the pit. He's trying to sell a bit of fake. RB trying to find that timing, but he cannot find the shot. Jogamo again, the 1-2 deliver.
भाई एक 5-6 टीवी की स्टोरी
is being heard, and Ivy's going to be outdone. Trent
games भी तो वो like
never rotated. Stayed stagnant at Dami now.
GG's guys, GG's.
Taken out of the equation. X-Ross and Francis having to do it all in a 2v4. Now the 1v4 X-Ross.
Just तो अगर निकाल लिया,
finds the first.
अगर गलती से भी निकाल लिया,
Util is still. An all command will expire, but on the swing, Valorant takes the fight and takes his life. 13-10. A massive rebound. G2. They did their homework. They were prepared, but no one should go back to breeze.
And it's really on that defender's side where they made some really nice adjustments to get some rounds, to get some big rounds. Getting up to 5, they win both pistols, that's huge too.
Well played.
But it's all in the preparation. I mean, you can see it right from that first pistol round where they tucked the player into a position where Nongshim had no idea they were going to be there, and it devastated them.
A 13-5 on the first outing. Now we get ready to go to Sunset. G2's pick where they were able to take down Nongshim in 13-7 fashion. Nongshim, their backs are up against the wall. They need to fight back, otherwise their run at EWC will come to an end. But for now, let's send it back over to Deacon and the desk.
13-5, as Achilleos said, was the last time that these two squads did battle in Breeze. This time, G2 come prepared, and they stick it out. It was a very, very close series of back and forth, but ultimately goes the way of G2, and they are up 1-0 and one match away of making it an all-Western affair in the playoffs of EWC 2026. Welcome back, Kukuka. And big time on that last one, and big time, you just winced there at the very end as RB on the harbor holding down the site just gets a little too curious, a little too greedy to get information, gets picked, and the site's wide open, no harbor for retake, and that seemed to be a problem that
they fought in A main, they used that as well to be able to condition Nongshim. Nongshim managed to recover that pretty decently as well.
मैंने जब देखा कि G2 ने पहले ही राउंड वो 3 निकाले तो मैंने बोल दिया कि जीजी है मैच, क्योंकि वो लोग ऐसे खेल गई पहले ही राउंड पे, वो कुछ अलग ही खेल गई। ठीक है, पिस्तौल राउंड पे कंटिन्यूस कैसे टैप 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 खत्म, 3 कंटिन्यूस टैप टैप मारा।
Region. To me, it was
send them home.
Yeah. Just send them home. Send them
सब
home.
अच्छे खेले, बट मुझे
love to see also that Jogama was
MIBR तो अच्छा टीम है, बट मुझे इससे उम्मीदें नहीं थी कि ना गंदी खेलेगी। ऑल गेमर से ये उम्मीदें नहीं थी क्योंकि ऑल गेमर अच्छा टीम है। ठीक है, जो कि सबसे पहले मैच में ही उन लोगों ने टक्कर का मैच दिया था, बट बाकी के 2 मैच में कैसे लाइक वन साइडेड मैच कैसे, व्हाट द फक भाई। वो एक्सपेक्टेड नहीं था, तो इसलिए
it wasn't perfect, but it was still solid. I think they lose both pistols, they lose a bonus, they can't get momentum in the game, and that is backbreaking. But I do think it's G2 that showed dramatic improvement on this map to get the win now. But as we're going to move across the sunset, I need to see Nongshim find the same level of answer, or they will be going home. They couldn't get it done here.
अंडी संडी जिसने स्ट्रीम लाइक नहीं किया उसकी बीवी गंदी, ये चलेगा? हाँ, ये ऑब्वियसली चलेगा। +1 भाई, +1। ठीक है, मेरी तरफ से +1।
that they were playing, the way the Valiant was trying to read them time and time again. Very good showing from G2. We said we expect this series to go the distance, but that was kind of accounting for Nongshim getting this first map.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I kind of feel like they needed this into the series. It's hard to know, but it's going to have to go the distance, and they need something better on Sunset.
Yeah, just speaking about this Breeze one more time on G2 side, this is that unique composition that they pulled out earlier in the tournament. They had the second match to try it again, see if they were switching. They did not. They stuck to their guns, and Jogamo leading the line here for G2. 27-16, the only player to hit 20+.
मैं फिर स्ट्रीम ऑफ करूंगा, फिर अपना काम करने जाऊंगा।
A very, very solid showing
सबकी भी सारे बग साला।
He's the one flexing the agent.
Yeah, he's got that dog. What are you saying? He's jogging well. He's got it. He's always had it.
Yeah, look, we got to give him his
गाइस
flowers.
20 लाख हो जाए तो तू न्यू क्या बोल रहा है? ए साइफर ए ए साइफर ए साइफर क्या बोल रहा है रे तू चैट पे? हैं? क्या बोलता है?
Yeah, for sure. But I mean,
कुछ ज़्यादा बोल रहा है.
Yeah, we've had such a variety of teams all throughout the tournaments that we have had. China, Pacific, but if G2, as you're saying, is to win this next map,
ऐसा रैप्टा मारूंगा वहाँ. ऐसा रैप्टा मारूंगा ना. यहाँ पे वो ऐसे वाला वो मार्क बन जाएगा. समझ रहे हो? मार्क बन जाएगा मार्क. स्ट्रीम देख कौन सा वाला मार्क पता चल जाएगा.
कौन सा वाला मार्क?
देखना स्ट्रीम देखना. समझ रहा है?
वाह भाई.
ले लो पुदीना.
अबे भाई मेरा वॉइस का क्वालिटी तो अच्छा है भाई.
हाँ तो है.
स्ट्रीम में दिख रहा है भाई, मजा आ रहा है देख के.
हाँ तो है तो अच्छी बात है. मैंने कब बोला नहीं है तेरा वॉइस का क्वालिटी. ये ले लो पुदीना. जो ललित तूने लाइक कर दिया. जो बोलो बहन आई है. जो बहन आई है.
अबे तेरा पुश टू टॉक है भैंस की आंख.
हाँ पता है.
वाह. ओह भाई गॉड भाई.
तुझे अभी पता चल रहा है कि मेरा पुश टू टॉक है. सब म्यूट बैठे थे तो मैंने पुश टू टॉक कर दिया. हाँ हाँ किया. हैंस प्रूव्ड साइरेक्स. क्या बोलते हो रे तुम? क्या बोलते हो रे तुम?
क्या हो गया?
ये यहाँ से लाइक करने की बात है. ठीक है, लाइक करने की बात से मैं गे कहाँ से हो गया? लाइक में और मेरे गे होने पे कौन सा कनेक्शन बन रही है यहाँ पे?
अरे जो लाइक नहीं किया है उसको गे.
नोप.
अबे चुस्ता. हेलो चुस्ता भाई. अबे मेरा वॉइस स्ट्रीम में भी जा रहा है. नहीं भाई मैं आई एम कंफर्टेबल विद दैट.
तो भाई तू तो आवाज किया वो. अरे वो ना करना पड़ता है कभी कभी ना. उससे मेरा गे होने पे कैसे हो गया वो? उससे वो लिंक कैसे हो गया? क्लिप करो. क्या क्लिप करेगा? नहीं कुछ भी मत कर क्लिप. तू किया तो नहीं होगा. मैंने बस मॉडरेटर ओनली रखा है. अब लूसी भाई ना टपके बस. लूसी भाई टपकेगा अभी क्लिप कर लेगा साला. हरामी है बहुत.
हेलो हेलो
बोलो।
अरे सोना, अबे यहाँ पे मत रहो भाई, इधर आओ।
चुस्ता एवांडी चुस्ता है, ये क्या बोल दिया? ये क्या बोल दिया?
व्हाट
चुस्ता एवांडी चुस्ता, ये चुस्ता ये क्या है? क्या बोल रहा है भाई?
क्या क्या है क्या
ललित भाई तू क्या बोल रहा है?
ए ललित भाई चूस्ता के बारे में आपको कैसे पता? लोर तो दे दो।
ललित भाई क्या बोल रहे हैं भाई? चुस्ता एवंडी चुस्ता क्या सब बोल रहे हैं भाई? चुस्ता भाई अबे मेरा हो गया बे।
अच्छा तेलुगु है। एक किसी ने गूगल पे जाके गूगल सर्च करते हुए देखा किसी को? कभी गूगल पे जाके गूगल सर्च किया किसी ने?
नहीं तो बचपन में किया था।
हाँ तो बचपन में किया था। मेरी एक इंग्लिश टीचर है, बूढ़ी है थोड़ी, ठीक है, वो जाके गूगल पे जाके गूगल सर्च कर रही है, फिर से वहाँ से चैट जीपीटी सर्च कर रही है। बताओ
क्या?
हाँ तो बढ़िया है ना।
नहीं मतलब हम भी ब्राउजर जब खोलते पीसी में गूगल में तो चैट जीपीटी खोलते हैं।
उसका मतलब देखना इन तेलुगु। मैं पूछा क्या देखता किसका देखता है?
किसका देखता इन तेलुगु। निगाह मेरा बर्थ प्लेस हैदराबाद है, ऐसा मत बोलो।
मेरे डिस्कॉर्ड में एक बंदा बैठा है, उसका नाम चूस्ता, हम चूस्ता बुलाते हैं उसे, चूस्ता।
अरे उसका नाम चूस्ता है।
उसका नाम, उसका इन रियल नेम चूस्ता नहीं है, बट हम इन रियल नेम चूस्ता कर देंगे और कुछ दिनों बाद। नो इश्यूज। है ना चूस्ता भाई? सही बोला ना मैंने?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
अरे भाई हाँ भी बोल रहे थे।
अरे देखते हैं क्या ये फाइनल मैच होता है या इसके बाद और एक मैच होगा। देखने के लिए बने रहिए एंड तक।
It's a very, very different composition coming out from Nongshim. They're swapping back to an old school style that this Nongshim team ran way back in the day. When I remember playing this team in 2024, this was the kind of thing they would do. Dambi was that solo neon. He was heavily set up by Swapping. Now we know Francis and Ekros have the capability to do that. They've for sure swapped styles here. Now the plan here is you have so much util, you want to bait out that.
क्या आज एस दिखने को मिलेगा किसी भी टीम से, कोई भी एक टीम से? दोनों टीम में से एस दिखने मिलेगा?
मुझे तो लग रहा है
आज के मैच में एक भी एस नहीं हुआ, एक भी 4K नहीं हुआ, बस 3K हुआ सारे राउंड्स जितने भी देखे।
EWC तो सही है यार, लेकिन मैं फीफा में मुझे को लग रहा है इस साल भी अर्जेंटीना
हो भी सकता है, नहीं भी हो सकता है। भरोसा नहीं है ना, भरोसा नहीं है ना कब क्या हो जाए।
जब से रोनाल्डो गया
खाली खाली हो रहा है ना, होगा क्यों नहीं होगा?
सब गया, जिंदगी चला गया।
देखे तुम लोग उसका चूस्ता रखते हैं।
He did. He's very good at it, no doubt there. But I do think they have their work cut out. I'm feeling the copium for Nongshim. It's growing. I'm believing.
में आके बोल पिछवाड़े में लात मारेंगे, डबल मीनिंग लेते हैं। अच्छा
in the quickest of moments, they have to do it right now. And G2 have fought off the phantoms of failure on international stage.
मैच पे फोकस करेंगे, मैच पे फोकस करेंगे कुछ देर पे। मैच चालू होने दो।
सेट लगा है, मैं इस मार दूं।
क्या आज एस देखने मिलेगा? बताओ, एस देखने मिलेगा आज?
बेबी बे मारेगा भाई एस।
बेबी बे मारेगा लग नहीं रहा है, बट मारे तो ये मार सकता है। कौन बोल?
जॉय
एक्सरॉस और नहीं तो आईवी। ए क्या बोल रहा है?
ओ भाई
देख, एक्सरॉस है नहीं तो आईवी, इन दोनों में से एक जन मारेंगे
भाई। पहला मैच कौन जीता रे?
पहला मैच ये जीत गया। इस वाले का
हाँ हाँ
G2 वर्सेस NS का या MIBR वर्सेस
नहीं MIBR में तो MIBR जीता है G2 वर्सेस रेड की बात कर रहा हूँ
G2 जीती पहली वाला
भाई जितना मुझे लग रहा है ये रेड का नाम मैं कभी सुना नहीं हूँ लेकिन इसमें बस डाम भी है ना इसीलिए मैं देख रहा हूँ
इसका
डाम भी क्रेजी खेलता है यार
डाम भी खेलता है बट आज खेल ही नहीं पा रहा है हग रहा है वो डाम भी
भाई G2 के अगेंस्ट में कैसा खेलता है
भाई पिछले बार अच्छी खेली थी भाई सारे टीम के अगेंस्ट एटलीस्ट मतलब टक्कर दे रही थी G2 को भी टक्कर दिया ऐसा नहीं है डाम भी इतना नहीं खेल पाया अगर डाम भी थोड़ा सा खेल लेता आई थिंक तो जीत जाते ये
अरे तुम्हारे ये सब नहीं बोलते
ये तो यही तो हो गया चलो मैच चलो
G2 does give them a little bit of space, allowing Baby Bay to push forward, but I think
मुझे पता है कि मिड पे ना दो बंदे मारेंगे या फिर दो बंदे मारेंगे
Quick slide forward into the A side. Widely empty here from G2.
मीट कैसे होंगे
दोनों सेंटिनली बड़े अंडर एस्टिमेटेड हैं सुना कि मुझे बोलो
We'll take him down the 9 HP but cannot finish the job. Ivy moves over to safety. Ivy now can slowly
sending long messages. No
space
way,
back.
no
How much
way.
impact is going to be able to have is the question. Has that ghost for the team?
ज़्यादा बड़े messages मत भेजना
Hell of a lot of poke and prod, looking for some kills, but Dami will be the first one to fall. Francis shortly thereafter, but RB rushing forward, classic in hand, is able to find two. Ivy now.
नहीं.
In the back, it's just Baby Bay remaining. Two bullets in the headhunter. They cannot get the classic out fast enough.
Well played.
A 4K for RB will get the pistol win for Nongshim.
Yeah, RB just sending it in there.
Best round.
Just going for the right clicks. As well, if there's going to be a lot of smokes on site, I'm going to just see if I can use that to my advantage. That is exactly what happened. It was very, very nice from him. Some good ideas from G2 here, but the fact that Baby Bay not able to get that kill onto Ivy leaves him at 9 HP. Means that he has to wrap all the way back in through Link instead of trying to come through their spawn or something like that. To keep Nongshim guessing a little bit more. Goes for the early shot, does not connect. Flash there. Make it a little bit more difficult for him. And away we go.
अरे वो तो हमको भी पता है हमारा इधर भी वही मतलब होता है उसको ऐसे ही मतलब मजाकिया में बुलाते थोड़ी उसको मजाक में बुलाते
that trip Ivy now to scale forward will miss his timing on Leaf just now slotted into market. Always going to be heard all around as Valorant will get taken down. Trent trying to send out that sky flash, and it's just all to play Leap in. Gets that backstab. The Marshal now going to be recovered. Taking into hand, but spike is planted. Pot shots flying through.
Baby Bay का नहीं पता कब क्या मार.
Nongshim need this one to be clean. They could not do in that previous map. He's just riding in alongside the smoke. X Ross able to find one. Jogamo going to be struck down on that approach in domain. Time starting to tick away as Dombey will be able to find the two at the back of sight. Francis cleans up Leaf, so about as clean as it can get. Marshall going to be carried over. All the key weaponry retained. Nongshim find the 2-0 start.
Yeah, they're able to eventually suss out the correct read. Sure, there's the sky flash in the mid. Gets you the kill. That's really all there was there for G2. We're looking to maybe get that early head hunter kill and try to use that to scale into some success. Let Baby Bay go for those quick one and done peaks. Just wasn't able to connect really, but it's that early util from Nongshim that keeps him a little bit off balance, makes him maybe pull the trigger a little bit sooner than he'd like. Only gonna have one bullet in the headhunter here. Got the outlaw though.
Oh, fully blinded up. Stuck behind that box, and Dombey able to wall bang him down. The shot from Baby Bay not going to be connecting as Dombey's able to find a second. Trent going to be eliminated now. Ground into the corner, trying to hold his own. The right click will get some damage, but it's far from a kill. Nongshim are everywhere they need to be. As they will be converting this bonus. 3-0 start for them on Sunset. Perhaps this just means both teams took their time. to prep for their opponent's map pick, suspecting that this draft
तो ओडिशा
is
से
going to end
है
up being very similar to the previous.
मीनिंग बोल
I think you're exactly right.
मेरे दोस्त बोलते
Fully
हैं
agree.
हर
Leaf trying to skirt between Nongshim players.
किस चीज का
Very precarious
किसका
position.
मीनिंग
That you ask. Hearing the whole of this noise that Dambi is making,
चूस्ता को
and should
पता
have
रहेगा,
Ivy
चूस्ता को।
falling into his trap. Takes a quick little
Hey,
second to
काहे,
readjust
काहे।
now. Turns his sights back over and catches Dambi in
Ooh।
midair. Good damage found from Leaf, but
क्यों
still
मर
a
रहे हो भाई
bonus
जाके
converted for Nongshim as they start building up this economy.
I wouldn't be too surprised if
Wow।
Josh
do it।
rips a timeout here, or very soon.
ये
You got to
फालतू
talk
का मर रहा है
about
जाके।
some of these setups and how they have counters to maybe some of the set plays you have where they didn't before, right? They've got flashes, they've got the breach in there this time. So that quick hit that Jogamo wants to make there, that slide behind the box outside of B main, isn't going to work this time because there's so much they can actually throw back at you, whereas before they didn't have nearly as much. They had like a paranoia. There wasn't much.
Looks like for now we'll just be tabling it until the next rifle buy.
मतलब अच्छा
Now
रहना
a bit
को
of a
भालो
13
बोलते
attempt
हैं
that carried over Hero Vandal
अच्छा
in the
लगा
hands of
या
Leaf.
अच्छा
One
लगा
charge away from having that res online. As Ivy's going to be spotted nice and early. Jumps back across in the tiles to safety. Meanwhile, the exec getting ready to come through on the A site.
हिंदी में दो तरीके का अच्छा होता है एक नॉर्मल
Pop
वाला
flash going to be
अच्छा
sent
और
in.
एक अच्छा
Try
होता
to
है
hound down
कि
Dambi, and they will be able to do so. Leaf onto the one Trent with another.
अच्छा
X-Floss is
ठीक है
dead,
वो वाला
and
अच्छा
RB
ठीक
can
है
only find one.
और एक होता है कि खुशी
Jogamo
मतलब
picks up the Phantom,
ठीक
puts
वो
it
वाला
to
अच्छा
use, and it's a thrifty for G2
भालो मतलब वो
to get
ठीक
their
वो
first
वाला
round
अच्छा
win. And if you're Josh RT, if you were considering that timeout, you're not doing it anymore.
Nope, definitely not. Nope, don't need
बंगाली
to.
में
They
भी
just had to be
यही
a little
है
bit
और
patient.
इसमें भी
Play for the
ओडिशा में
retake,
भी
get a
यही है
great
मतलब
flash to go, a good
इतना
paranoia
तो
there
मुझे पता
too.
है अब उसको पूछना पड़ेगा
Hitting them from
तू
both
कहाँ से
sides
लड़ ले
there are
मैं
G2.
वेस्ट बंगाल से हूँ भाई
Really
और
nice.
ओडिशा का लैंग्वेज और
I mean,
वेस्ट बंगाल का
Nongshim never
लैंग्वेज
even had a
ऑलमोस्ट
chance to
सिमिलर है
react. Francis had a
ओडिशा
rolling thunder, no
आसामी
opportunity
एंड
to
वेस्ट
use it.
बंगाल
They just get smothered
Yeah.
out of that
और
round.
बिहार
Kind of curious
ये
if Baby
तीन
Bay was
थोड़ा
going to go
सा
for the
मतलब
op here.
अपने
Had
लैंग्वेज
enough money
से
for it.
कोऑर्डिनेट करते हैं
Ops to just
तब थोड़ा मिक्स
hang on to the
mix
rifle
है
for now, since he had been cutting
ओडिशा
funds. I've
में
been keeping
थोड़ा
track of
अलग
his headhunter bullets.
टोन है
That's what kind of had my interest peaked. Still only at 2, but was for the Phantom this round.
वो लोग
Maybe just since
काली
he
है
scooped a gun
बोले
up off the ground.
काली
They pass one over. Oh, RB though through the smoke.
काली
Giving
लग
a bit of a
मेरे
freebie there.
भाई एनएस लॉक इन किया
Trent dead.
एनएस इज
Was one of the
लॉक्ड इन
big
भाई
reasons
खेल
why they were
रही
able to
है
get that thrifty over across the board with that pop flash through the smoke.
एनएस अच्छी टीम है भाई
Going to be the safest res ever, but still are going to be going for this one as Relay Bolt's going to be sent through, and Jogamo sliding across. Does manage to take down an RB, but the trade is going to be there. We're back into a 4v4 as the Rolling Thunder will crash across, connecting on the 2, but the wall has them contained. Flash out, Dambi widely avoiding that touchback!
Nice
And that was Valen not
what
getting that
the
kill!
fuck क्या मारा
Got him absolutely screwed, but the cleanup is still looking decent. Leaf and
easy
Trent trying to pilot this one together. Trent able to find that elimination. Ivy now getting ready to swing, striking,
nice
and
one,
knocks them both
nice
out.
one, nice one.
It is a clutch for Nongshim to maintain a 3-round lead.
There's actually so much to talk about in this round, but it all happened so fast. There's the Rolling Thunder, there's the res, there's the cover of the res with the neon slide, there's the wall from Leaf to block in this entry to set G2 up for a potential last-minute defuse, but it's a wrong guess on which way Ivy had gone. They just assumed he had wrapped back to Link.
और
He
कौन
actually was
जीतेगा
just staying behind A the whole time.
Just
Tough to read
vote
in that
करो
situation.
NS और
Nicely
G2
done by
NS और
Ivy there.
G2
Be patient. Wait for his moment to strike.
who will win NS और
Tommy
G2
Flashed up.
कौन क्वालीफाई
Doesn't
करेगा
wanna continue there.
NS और G2
Trent, that prowler. Let's see if he wants to keep reconfirming with the dog. He's going to see a lot if he does.
नेक्स्ट
High-low
मतलब
setup.
नेक्स्ट राउंड के लिए कौन क्वालीफाई करेगा
Couple shots out, gives Dambi some pause.
Cage trigger.
Slows it down for now, and Ivy just trying to cause some disruptions in mid.
And because of Baby Bay's op, you can lean your strong side into A now. This is really comfortable for G2. A site simulator all over again.
guys more 3 likes यार करा दो यार
Seekers. Yeah, oh, you know.
नहीं तो लाइक करने यार
Don't clear him.
It's a decent amount of
They're
information.
yours.
Meanwhile, Valorant on the scale forward is able to find Francis. Spike on the floor, but Dambi still sliding in, is able to find one. Forces the reposition from Valorant.
It's a beautiful relay ball.
Being out, oh, Hat's going to be spotted. And there's a strike. Jogamo.
Mid देख तू ऊपर में रह के साला वहाँ देख रहा है.
Tries to attack that flank.
ऊपर
However, slow approach, pop flash, confirming his presence, and Valorant has the counter swing. Meanwhile, Plant is going to be coming through. RB is all alone, and Xross needs to win that fight, and he does.
Nale.
Trying to get into safety, but oh well, we're going to be spotted, but it's still into the open, so it's an easy kill for Baby Bay to find, and now they know exactly where Xross is at. The swing, not even going to be allowed to get started. Baby Bay will just pre-fire it. Finds that kill, and G2 find themselves a second round.
Yeah, this is exactly how G2 wants to draw up their defense. You get into that op with Baby Bay. He locks down B site pretty much by himself. Then you can lean the rest of the players to the other side. You get the confirmation with the Sky util there. Even though Dambi almost gets away with 2, doesn't quite. They're still able to keep him contained outside of A.
अबे क्या बोल रहा है? मत बोल.
Then you're able to spread your wings on the map a little bit. Dambi will have that overdrive. So does Jog. Finger there for Dambi though.
सबसे गंदा गाली है वो.
Accoutrement of pistols.
वो किसी को गलती से भी ना भूल दियो. सबसे गंदा गाली है वो. बंगाली में.
Pretty similar thoughts
कौन
here.
सिखा रहा है भाई तुझे?
Little bit of extra help towards B this round though.
तुझे?
They want to put Leaf over there, sensing that Nongshim might try a different setup, and they are correct.
Can they break the op? Sprinting.
Nice.
Baby going to be good for the kill. Makes his exit.
अच्छा मारा Baby Bay ने.
Posted up on top of 10 spot. Here at Market will drop back.
मुझे उसका ऑफ शॉट मतलब उसका ऑफ शॉट का एंगल देख के अच्छा लगा.
Gonna be eating a bit of that paranoia here. Now RBs goes out. Saves him off. Tries to go for a quick little cheeky reposition, but Valen able to find the kills. RB will get taken down at backside.
देखो 5v.
It should be so very favored for G2, especially as Valen does that. Francis can't find a damn thing. And some of it the heals, but frankly, none of the players in G2 really ever feel like they were truly in any peril. All surviving with quite a bit of health. Will deny a thrifty attempt. They get it flawlessly done. Now they're one away from trying to tie things up.
You know, what's funny is in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, you know, Valen doesn't have a smoke. That's kind of a tricky crossfire. You might lose a couple players here as G2. And then he just shows up with the Phantom and answers the problem. Great stuff from him. G2, again, getting into that op, so crucial on this defender side to start locking rounds down. Now they're going to reposition Baby Bay a little bit. Move him in towards mid. Nongshim maybe kind of sensing that. A big stack. Door shut, but he has the rendezvous.
Taking the top mid. Could even go for a re-peek from there. But will still get rewarded. Peek out from RP. Just enough shoulder.
Here. Prowler didn't catch him. They went and thought that maybe they could do a little bit of peeking.
Well, Ivy also had eaten some damage. Swing out. Joggo trying to get that readjustment, but Tambi will eventually find him.
Was ambitious. The tough one. Try to catch him off guard.
Cage trigger.
Jog is as Jog does.
Yeah, sometimes great. That right there, just a little bit off.
Unless Ivy jump peeks this. Hops over the crosshair. I don't think he's going to be getting away with it. But oh, no, fast swings it. And wow, absolutely destroys Baby Bay.
I think Baby Bay hit him. It's just so much of the box ate through that. Unless he'd taken damage somewhere else.
ये गाली तो किसी को भी मत बोल.
बहुत ही गंदी गाली है. On the mark with it, but two players quickly in position. Valen and Trent trying to get this retake going. As Overdrive is going to be popped, slide to the back. It's going to be X-Ross collecting the first. Trent able to find 2, but now Leaf going to be noted. The camera set up from Ivy.
1v2
spotting him out on this approach.
1v2
and against that quandary. You let this round go over Nongshim. Go back, recover the operator. Do you try to play this out? A caliber of Leaf's player, the player of Leaf's caliber, absolutely possible of making this one work. He's going to have to find them pretty damn soon. Now knows where they all are. Ring around the rosy here with Francis. Running low on bullets, so just 4 remaining left in this mag. The time being played, he's out. And that will be the round going over to Nongshim. Francis is dancing on him. Nongshim will
Maxis मर जाया
maintain
तूने
the
भाई.
lead.
Yeah, even though the initial
English में बोल.
mid-pressure that Nongshim tries to create feels like it's going to be a round ender in itself. I mean, you lose RB, you lose that Omen so early, but they're just so good individually, and Jog kind of goes for a risky play. And then Ivy wins that big 1v1 up against Baby Bay's op in top mid. That really opens up the map. So, kind of one of those rounds that comes down to
बाद में बता दूंगा, टेंशन मत ले.
individual play.
मतलब बाद में बता दूंगा.
Nongshim able get ahead in that regard in a lot of those categories. Tour de Force going to be there. It's going to make it a lot more difficult for G2's economy. It's going to be over towards B again.
Oh, Ivy trying to do it again, but this time Jogamo is there. Yeah, played in beautifully.
Read him like a book. Beautiful.
Flash over the top, Leaf watching from Alley, gets the spot out. Sends out that slow orb, and there's just no way to try to find a punish off that.
I don't know. Did that
That's
hit
no one.
anybody? Yeah.
Meanwhile, speaking of connections, Leaf.
भाई
Hell of a
लीफ अच्छा
shot,
खेल
takes
रहा
down
है.
Downbeat. 3 players now left for Nongshim as sees. We'll be able to find a grab here, but now Valen as well.
भाई
Spilling
सॉरी यार
forward into
बुला
the
लगा
site.
तो फ्रेंड्स बोलते हैं अरे
Just the
मत
one
नहीं
casualty.
नहीं कुछ ऐसा कुछ
G2,
है
the
नहीं.
timeout call works a treat.
बस
One
ये
away
किसी
from
को
tying it
बोला
up.
मत कर
Yeah,
तू
I
ही
mean,
फंस जाएगा
honestly, a
उल्टा.
lot of this is just more
समझ
back
आया.
to their default, the 2-3 from B to A. And then a
सीख रहा
little
वो
bit of
अलग
a
बात है. तू
reposition
गुस्से
for
में
Baby
किसी
Bay
को
with that
बोलेगा वो
extra
अलग
layer there
बात
to
होगी.
punish
ठीक है.
Ivy if he went for that
बट
swing
ये
again.
चीजें बोलनी नहीं चाहिए किसी
And
को.
then Leaf hitting some filthy shots.
मैं जब मुझे
Another
जब
big
गुस्सा आता
round
मैं
for
बोल
him
देता हूँ. बट
on the
वही है
Sage.
कि
The Battle Sage
जब तक
online
ना
for G2.
किसी की
Got another
गलती हो
res
जब
available.
तक ना वो तुम्हें कोई गाली दे
Didn't
रहा है
even
ये
use
सब
in that
गालियों का
last
यूज
round.
मत
I
करो.
guess the good news for
नॉर्मल गालियों
Nongshim
यूज
is
करो
that,
सब चलेगा. ये सब गालियाँ
you know, you're not giving
हर
over all
टाइम किसी को
charges.
मतलब यूज मत
But you're on
करो.
you're on an
जब
ego.
तक ना
It's
वो
it's a
तुम्हें
very
सबसे बुरा गाली दे रहा है.
minor thing. The big picture. Francis has another Rolling Thunder. Are you gonna send this again? Oh, Trent's in trouble.
Blinded up. Paranoia in from behind as well, and Ivy's going to be able to find that kill. Now the neural depth going to be invested immediately. Valen just going to be giving over the space. Francis did eat quite a bit of damage, just trying to get that spike in play.
Now you send the Rolling Thunder, I think.
From this position. Certainly, yeah, going to be encouraged. Will just go ahead, pop that one. John
Nice
tucking back around the corner. Relay bolt going to be lobbed in as well, trying to find this player, and Downbeat will be able to get it. Gets a second. Leaf eliminated now. Just Valen. You know, 1v5, no real way to try to turn the tides of this. Several players low, but
ठीक है भाई समझा. हाँ.
it's not going to be giving him the
कुछ
opportunity.
है नहीं कुछ गालियाँ होती है बहुत ही बुरी होती है वो सब बोलनी नहीं चाहिए.
Not be near enough by prevent an ninja defuse.
Until and unless
As there's the
तेरे
hold,
पे
there's the
कोई
push, and yep, Downbeat.
like
Wise to it.
बुरा गालियाँ
Finds
यूज
the
नहीं करना.
thrifty. As Nongshim get themselves up to 6.
Yeah, they're making nice adaptations again. We saw this a bit on Breeze. In the long run, G2 had a little bit more in the tank, but both these IGLs, both these teams have a lot of good ideas. In that round there, the smother they have on a Trent is really what just wins them the round because there isn't much else behind it. Everybody else has to kind of abandon sight. They've got him flashed and paranoid and catch him as he's jumping into the smoke. That's all they need. Then they scoop up a gun. They take the site. They're able to clear a bunch of space. They can use the neural theft. They can align for the Rolling Thunder. Get that thrifty to go. Beautiful from Nongshim. This one feels like it is going to be another very close map. It is back and forth the whole way, and you know Nongshim, an attacker side team, generally in their ethos. So as G2, I think if you get this next round, you're feeling pretty okay.
Yeah.
But hard to say for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we don't always follow the same trends here, but this is the third time that these teams have ever played against each other. Twice at this event, obviously played against each other at Master Santiago for the first time. It's always going to 3.
Yes.
So I feel like we're going to be sticking to that script rather than rewrite it. Unless G2 buckle up, find these next 2 rounds, and then start things off with another pistol.
I mean, there's enough money here for G2 But this round's key because this is the one where you can get the op.
Yep. No tour de force after this one, should it drop. Push forward, Valorant able to find one, looks to just get out and will be able to do so. The rendezvous there as well, so both players.
मेरे यहाँ one of the danger गाली है.
Finding a
मत
critical timing
बोलियो
on
इसको
Ivy.
पिछवाड़ा छेड़ दे. Okay भाई.
And the timeout call
मुझे भी वो सब गाली
again
आती
looks to work
है.
a treat.
मुझे हिंदी के कुछ गाली आती है और बंगाली के सारी
It's just
गाली
round
आती
after round.
है. बंगाली में
Someone else has a new counterpunch dialed up.
एपिक आती है. बस बोलता नहीं हूँ किसी को.
This time it was G2's turn. They're even going to be able to heal Valen up a little bit here. And Plant may go through, but
वो भी एक streaming software
a lot behind this. Jog even has his ult if he wants to rip that.
तो वो भी कर सकता है, like
there is
बहुत
not a
कुछ
lot
ये है उसमें features है, जैसा OBS में उतना features नहीं है.
Sprint coming in
like
after shots, trying to hold them at bay.
Customize करो वो
Flash
करो.
fully connecting,
इसमें तुझे
but
chat
far delay tactics
वगैरह मिल
decently,
जाएगा.
but Baby Bay is able to find X-Ross. First player gone, now Francis fall, and RB would have to do it all, and it's just not going to be planted for him at all. Backpedal out, save of the weapon. The rest of the squad going to be able to get the purchases through, but he needs to retain that gun. G2 once again knocking on Nongshim's door. Gonna make this a 6-6 half for themselves.
Yeah, it's a beautiful little setup at the beginning of this because oftentimes Dombi, if he's given free space outside of the orb, he's gonna try to crest the corner to check for information before he throws the relay bolt. So Valen knows he can punish that. He has the opportunity to get up there, spray that angle down, and then TP back. Really nice little understanding of their opponent's tendencies. Now is it gonna be Nongshim's turn again? That up, still gonna be there. Baby Bay is like, nope, never mind.
Now forced out of position very quickly. Meanwhile, Trent again playing the same angle, finding the same timings. Just going for it without that util. Meanwhile, Valen swinging out at alleys, be able to find the one, but RB storming forward. Baby Bay not fast enough on the draw. Cannot keep himself alive and in the fight. RB is frantically just dancing his way back over towards relative safety. Still some damage to be suffered. TP's around the back. Backside plant. Nongshim get the spike in play. Turn for the flash.
Oh, what a read.
Angle, but Trent is watching for it. RB dead. The base in, and the cleanup is good. G2.
NS is one of the
they make it 6-6 at the half.
Because they qualified.
Again, we saw it in the previous round. I didn't really get to mention it because there hasn't been enough time. It's been pretty fast-paced rounds, but Trent's also repositioned 2 rounds ago after getting just bullied 3 rounds ago, where he moved further back up towards Link, in towards that box. Works a treat again. 2 rounds that he's able to find value.
But G2
yeah, I mean, once G2 gets into that op, gets into that comfort of Baby Bay's chamber, it opens up the map so much more for them to be aggressive at the choke of A main or have little traps set up along the way. Nongshim, though, also some really nice answers. You have to be really impressed with this comp because they're able to now punch back against that sky a bit. They're able to create some of their own space, create some of their own trap plays with the util combos that we didn't see the last time out on this map.
They're still in such a rough position. Already the pressure of this map, being what stands between you and elimination, is there, but G2 to make it up to 6. I mean, you have to remember this was the pistol going to Nongshim. This was a bonus conversion going to Nongshim. They started this map off looking incredibly strong, having incredible reads on G2. These timeout adjustments from Josh RT have found an immense amount of value. So to get back to parity at the half, suddenly that 2-1 script for the series starts looking like we might have some alterations.
I agree. I feel very confident about G2 right now, the way that they have approached this match. You can see the frustration on Nongshim. I mean, it is a better attacker side than they had last time, in a way, but it's also not in a way because of what you said, Achilleos. They won those first 3, right? Then after that, they only get 3 more.
They give up a thrifty.
Yeah, and that's
it's just, you start pulling on that thread and start unraveling.
And the last time out, they only got 2 rounds on their attacker side on Sunset. Now, granted, G2 did win the pistol there, and then kind of it went 2-1, 2-1, 2. But still not super confident. And
भाई यार मेरे कॉलेज में
good enough on this
अरे
attacker
फिर
side.
तू इतना बड़ा पैराग्राफ लिखा
Again, very different comps, but
फिर
got
इतना बड़ा
5.
पैराग्राफ लिखा तू रुक जा
We'll have to
पढ़ने दे
see.
तू
Nongshim's defender side is still up to snuff.
भाई मेरे कॉलेज में नया लड़का आया वो
Without that Sage in there.
क्या एंड मान
All line into the rendezvous, Baby Bang. Making his exit.
भाई
Pop
साहब
onto the
क्या
corner to
अच्छा
scale
एंडमन
forward.
सवाल
Dambi dead.
पूछता है
X-Ross on
क्लास
an
के
island,
बीच में
isolated. And swallowed whole.
Yeah.
Another kill. Francis now a flash from behind. And Chogamo is just so damn fast. He's killed a third.
ठीक है भाई रन
And I think it's safe to say.
भाई फाउल लैंग्वेज नहीं है अच्छा एक सेकंड
Nah, dog.
कुछ लिखा है
I mean, Ivy. One of the map. This was the map, I think, where he got the ace.
It was.
And despite the loss, but I don't see him pulling another one out of his hat here.
No. He had a Vandal and
तूने
Very
BICH लिखा ना तो इसलिए ऐसा हो गया
And what brutality.
BICH
To
और
find
फिर
nothing in this pistol to try to
हाँ,
jumpstart
BICH
things,
पे लगा
even just to get the ult economy going. Ivy's still worried about a potential flank, but it's a clean tap from Leaf. Continues to deliver with that bandit. Flawless round for G2 to take the pistol and take the lead.
This is simple stuff
ऐसे
from
थोड़ी
G2.
होता है भाई
Wait for Nongshim to
अचानक ये लोग
overcommit
कमबैक कर
towards
लेते
the
हैं
orb on A. Throw out a flash. Throw out a relay bolt. Throw out a paranoia. In that order to smother out the two players. And you could just give them no hope. That's beautifully drawn up, beautifully executed. Hard to do it better than they just did right there. That's why you just sit in a lobby and practice those over and over and over again. Moments like that feels so good as a player.
Well, Nongshim trying to go for a bit of a crunch here. Baby Bay will be able to find the one, but Giacomo going to be traded out. Trent, however, keeping them in this round. And look at the damage suffered. X-Ross and Francis both down to slivers. One of them now finished off. It's a slow scale forward into immediate demise. Ivy again making his way over to this A site to try to find some additional damage.
मैंने किया था थोड़ा
They know where he is. Confirmation off that guiding line. If they really wanted, they could just pivot, but I think they still favor their chances.
मत बोल भाई चैट में मत बोल ये सब चीजें चैट में मत
Trent
बोल
eventually will be able to clean it up. 8-6.
जीत रही है फिर से
A lot of firepower still in hand for G2 as they go into their bonus, and if they convert this, I think it's game over.
Yeah, right now they have a lot of good answers. Even though this one gets a little bit scrappier than they'd probably like, they're able to get that fault line to really pin in a bunch of players. The paranoia too makes this actually dangerous for a moment for G2. So and Nongshim having some good tools in the belt.
आगे जाके अच्छी टीम बन जाएगी
Just the strength of those tools in that round because of the weaponry behind it. Going to be that strong. Zombie, oh my god.
Just sending it in. He's nearly able to find that second kill. Cleanup will come through. Aftershock now going to be lobbed at his Trent down to a slipper, but still fighting. Cleaned headshot, but nothing more to be done. This time the crunch play from Nongshim. There's a bit more impact behind it.
लग गए
And it's all down to Baby Bay, who will get the tag, but Ivy's got full armor. Nongshim preventing the conversion. But damage going to be suffered, some armor to be rebought as well.
मुझे लगा लग गए एलवी के
G2 from running away with a half.
Yeah, and now this is something you got to be aware of as G2, you know. This is
best.
A fearless Nongshim team, even when they're down, even when it seems like the rain is never going to stop outside. You know, they'll grab the umbrellas and they'll come out and play. Gotta hang on. But like you talked about, the economic damage done there by G2. It's only 2 Guardians.
भाई Streamlabs तो फिर से warning दिया तो भाई देख ले उसके साथ कुछ तो कर दूंगा मैं
the chase, but Dambi this time going to be taken down over at Tiles.
जो तू सोच रहा है वो
able to find that kill. He finds his second RB dead. Ivy peeling back one as Francis gets involved in the fight. Gets Chogamo, gets Fallon, and gets them into a 2v2. The spike now going to be dropped.
Shoot to easy kilo, please.
The opposite side of this box.
They both have full HP.
Made noise on the gun drop.
नहीं
trying to check this corner to slow orb. Trying to prevent them from being able to backpedal away, but instead they just step up. They go in for the fight, and they win it.
Double round.
Massive round from Francis. Gets the 3K. And Nongshim, they might just be right back into this.
Double round.
They're just sending it. I mean, I think G2, needs to kind of take one of those pauses like we saw on Breeze where they're going to hold back towards spawn a bit. It looked like they were going to weather the storm, but there's that extra unaccounted for layer through mid. And that means that Trent, as good as he was in the heat of the moment there, it's not good enough. Just too much storming his way. So they're just going to overload it. They're just going to make sure that if you're going to keep doing this, we're going to have numbers, although they have a weak buy. A lot of stingers. The G2 special.
Yeah, G2 stinger. Oh, what a haunt. Once everybody spotted out, Trent still does have that Guardian. Maybe forced away as the fault line goes through. Francis 2 away from having that Rolling Thunder online. Decay will expire here, but X-Ross is pushing forward onto the site, and Jogamo none the wiser. Ends up getting taken down, and looks like Nongshim firm control for them.
They're stalled.
Orb going to be grabbed. Leaf just trying to get that res online when possible. Trent eventually will be overwhelmed. Ivy finding one down, but getting himself a second as Valen will get taken down. It's just Leaf here at Alley, and he cannot hold his own, not with that stinger in hand. Flawless round for Nongshim. Economy ready to explode here for this squad. To get themselves back into the lead.
Yeah, now you're, I think, certainly going to see a pump of the brakes, I would think, from Josh, but you never know. He's been a little bit slow with all the timeouts today. Nongshim just been absolutely going buck wild over there on A. Actually, they're suspecting that G2 be thinking something different, but it's actually, I think, going to just be slow play here from G2 with that op there. You know, and it's red again. Here we go.
Overdrive is out, the paranoia connecting. Relay bolt going to be lobbed in. Just trying to keep him contained the wall in desperation. They're trying to keep themselves protected, but it's going to be Leaf. Able to find two. Francis just for the one. And G2. They backpedal into the corner. And Nongshim are far too greedy. Slide in as Jogamo will have it.
Almost मार ली थी भाई उनको क्या यूटिल्स में हुआ भाई
They fly far too close to the sun. They
मुझे लगा गया G2
G2 absolutely punishes them for it.
I mean, the bonkers part about this is Nongshim has, like, prepared for this. The off the rip, the stun is hitting Baby Bay, so he has to fall back. They're throwing a paranoia. They're dashing in with the overdrive. This is exactly what Nongshim expected. And this time, though, G2's able to hold on. Just a nice timing on that wall there by Leaf. Really heads-up play to slow that down just enough for them to reset their aim and create that angle density.
You think just once you see that out, you know that you've got them all contained. They're shoved back into the spawn, and there's only one way to go unless they break the wall themselves. So it could have been just a clean disconnect for Nongshim. They're set up on defensive sightlines, but instead, just too rabid, too hungry. Too bloodthirsty.
Not the Nongshim way.
That is very true.
No. The noodles are spicy. The play has to be spicy too, Achilleos.
Well,
I mean, it doesn't.
This one was all spice, no flavor.
टक्कर तो दे रही है भाई NS टक्कर तो दे रही है.
Got burn after itself. Slow pivot. Prowler spotting out. Gonna be telling the whole story though. Could just be that chamber on the other side.
You know, the thing about it is, though, is they haven't really been doing anything over at B. So the fact that you even get a little bit of confirmation there means that you're happy to start leaning B as your strong side. And that's exactly what they're doing.
Sees to try to hold him in place, but Baby Bay, that push up through tiles, gets the catch on a Francis. There at top mid. Overdrive now from Jogamo. On the peak, is able to find him with the op shot. Out from Market, but Leaf trades it back. Now looking to rescale back up into the site. Ball raised, the swing through. Ivy will be good for one, but the plant can still be committed to. Safe angles, neural depth. Revealing these players' locations. Paranoia not really going to be getting the connection that they would have wanted, but they still have the overwhelm, and now it's just Baby Bay out from main, and Ivy has him through the smoke. A strong and necessary response round from Nongshim. Themselves up to 10.
Yeah, good read just from the outset. This is RB getting into the mind of his opponent there. They knew that finally maybe
कुछ तो अपने स्कूल
a bit of a different approach towards that B main angle. That Prowler was all he needed. And immediately I see the breach starting to cheat over towards top mid. Even gets a kill up there.
NSR
Gets
की है
killed up there, but
तो फॉर
it's all the
ज़्यादा
right
नहीं
pieces in the right
10-15 मिनट
places.
के लिए बैठूंगा क्योंकि मुझे बहुत
And that's why they're able to weather that
करना
storm.
पड़ेंगे
Eventually get Ivy's ult,
मैं बस
really seal the deal.
वेट कर रहा हूँ
Tour de
भाई
force, baby bait. Try to hold underneath that one way.
just
Ambi again with an op.
थोड़ा
Really nice shot from him onto the ulting Jogamo. Flash deep doesn't confirm anything, but that's just because all of Dongshim had tucked in. I mean, look at Exros
तो
here.
मैं कल
He's
भी
chilling in
I
spawn.
think सुबह हाँ थोड़ा जल्दी स्ट्रीम करूँगा
Needs to
कल
make sure that Valen is not going to be
कल
on that
गेम
backstab angle.
खेलूँगा
Meanwhile,
कल
Jump
Valorant
peek around the
खेलूँगा
corner.
तो
Tombi considering if he wants to
उस
overstay
टाइम
on that
कम कर
angle.
सकते
Decides to backpedal and cannot find the flick. Rolling under invested just to try to buy some time. Jogamo able to drop down off the box and points that after shock, and now the Nightfall is going to be called in as well. Swing of the corner, and Exros manages to find the kill.
ना रे
4v4. Okay, expired. Health back to full.
वो जब मार रहा अच्छा मार रहा बट जब एकदम अजीब सा
that res.
No. I'd really like to see
वो अंधा घुस रहा है
change of
without
directions here unless
utils
Baby Bay finds a pick.
वो बस
But
अपना
it's
वॉल
so
बना रहा है
risky.
घुस रहा है
He's got a couple different angles that he has to worry about there.
भाई तू वीडियो बना स्टार्ट
Immediately gonna be broken at alley.
मैं स्क्रिप्ट राइटर बनूंगा तेरा बहुत अच्छी संस्कारी स्क्रिप्ट
Push forward, going to be coming in and Valen.
ठीक है रहने दे भाई
Finds the follow-up as well. Exros now dead. RP. Tagged low. Sets up the smoke, fakes the TP. The spike now going to be planted. He's scaling off of that one. Leaf with a double take. Sees what, and he's still going to be there and finishes the job. Ivy now having to do it all.
Ooh.
Fadeaway shot to clean up Valen,
Nice
but nothing more to be found.
NT
Blow for blow, back and forth between these squads. G2 tie it 10-10.
It's just the little things in the heat of the moment there. Just Valen just following right behind that Sky Flash. No fear in the IGL. Willing to lead from the front. I mean, Jogamo is probably kicking himself a bit. He had a moment. If he could have got that crosshair placed sooner, he had Exros dead to rights after the Nightfall.
कौन जीतेगी क्या ड्रॉ
The
होगी
cost of that play is immense. The operator lost the rolling thunder.
क्यों भाई मैं
From
तो
the
शरीफ
shadows, the
हाँ तू
Nightfall
बहुत शरीफ
all
है
had
पता
been
चलता ही है
committed to no avail for Nongshim.
बहुत शरीफ है तेरे जैसा शरीफ बंदा कहीं मिलेगा नहीं मिलेगा
Only saving grace is that G2 not quite back into
मैं कितना शरीफ मेरे से ज़्यादा तू
swinging their
शरीफ है।
ults. This Leaf nearest by.
The concern is because G2 won the pistol, they'll be into their next cycle a little bit sooner, potentially. Look at
Baby Bay tagged.
Ooh, yeah, wow.
टक्कर तो दे रही है भाई G2 को टक्कर तो दे रही है
We'll get him right as rain, but armor will be lost.
That's still a lot of damage done. Jogamo has gotten up in the top mid, and Dombi thinking about it.
Smoke on the other side. Prowler going to be going in. Melee bolt sent towards Exros' direction, but Jogamo still trying to get this entry into Boba. Slides forward, and Francis will be able to sit him down with that bandit. It's a good amount of damage, though. Some regen armor behind it, still only at 30. Certainly not a cozy position for the breach. Spike again planted on B for G2.
This one.
Warning shot from Baby Bay and a double scale into market.
Easy सा है
No Leafs back here.
breach मरेगा
Now they have the full confirmation. Counter swing not going to be coming in, and Leaf just can't quite find that spray to connect.
nice round.
Maybe had Domby dead to rights. Same time, Fastlane going to be situated. Ivy eliminated. And Exros having to do it all once again, this time in a 1v2.
1v2
The footsteps going to be heard, and Baby Bay takes the fight, takes his life, and G2 once again are now in the lead.
And now they're starting to work the map.
तो वही 10 तक आते
They're
ये
getting a
लोग
little
हार
bit
जाते
more
पता नहीं
creative with
कैसे।
the playbook.
अब ये
Going
लोग
to look for that
पता नहीं क्या
early
करेंगे।
mid-aggression and then using that to set themselves up to scale on the map. Even though Jog
अच्छा मारा था
not
ये लोग
able
अच्छा
to get
खेल
a
भी रहा है
kill,
बट
he's able to
वही है
clear
कि
up
एंड मोमेंट पे आके थोड़ा बहुत
all of that
help क्या
mid
कर
into
देते हैं।
market. You can come in from B
Panic
main
हो
then
जाता है ये
too.
लोग।
Sets you up for that flank attack. And gives you a nice post-plant setup. Really smart play there right at the end of the round by Trent to not try to take that fight, to know that he has that op behind him. Tuck into the safety of the spike plant cubby. Nongshim, they are in the danger zone.
लोग फंस चुके हैं पता है
They need
या तो इनको सेव करना है
hit the timeout before they
या
have
तो
to
इन
hit
पे
the
12
eject
हो
button
जाएगा
out of EWC.
नहीं तो उनको बाय करके
I
राउंड
think
निकालना है
in general now, as G2, I like the big picture stuff where now they're starting to toy with the map. They're trying to explore different parts of the map. They're being much more cautious at the beginning of the rounds, looking for those, crazy fast aggressive hits where maybe wanted to tee Dambi up.
Next round here लोग हारने वाले short.
That op-in play, that's something you really got to be thinking about.
बाई नहीं रहेगी तो वो लोग उनको obviously हारेंगे.
Making sure that you're not going to fall for any of those little traps, but
18 लोगों को लगता है कि तू गया
like what you're seeing. The economy busted again. So gonna take a thrifty to not let this go to match point.
Save किया.
Could just flash swing out here. Stun. They're looking for a contact.
Baby, he's got an exit strategy.
I think off of Ivy here.
So the team, not so much. Slow orb up towards top mid. Down mid and out. Try to scale. Slide into the corner. The Stinger will be able to find one as Valen peels back a kill. Francis out of the equation now. Paranoia chucked through, but it's going to be exchanged on both sides. Nami still widely stranded there at tiles. Now flushed out as Trent finds the kill, and Leaf will be able to get RB.
No,
Ivy just not going to be fast enough nor accurate enough on the draw. Leaf's just X-Ross.
X-Ross बस जाता है last में पता नहीं.
A 1v4, but might as well call it a 1v5. The res is available as well. We'll be able to slide over to grab this gun. Can he put it to any use?
एक बाय मैं चला पढ़ाई करने सर जल्दी जा रहा हूँ.
Had a pretty nasty clutch
today. अरे कोई ना भाई तू इतने देर बैठा था मुझे वही बहुत है.
Young gun
means a lot.
Give us a little bit more fun.
पढ़ाई कर ले.
Going for him though on this fade. Flash doesn't give him confirmation, but that's more than enough there.
Flash काम नहीं किया.
Valen just making him have to think twice about trying to set foot on this site.
ये save करेगा ये.
Trent will swing out, claims him. 12-10. Match point in the hands of G2. One round away from sending home the final Pacific representative from EWC 2026.
Yeah, and what a moment this would be for G2. It's been a bit of a struggle for them at the international events this year, and this is one of the teams that has given them grief 2 times. And to be able to now bounce back and get that potential 2-0 here, you're looking at that, you're 1 round away from it. How sweet that would feel, and it would get you into the playoffs of EWC 26 to boot.
Yeah, हमारे
cover going up. There's just a ton of ults to work with as well. Nothing able to be forced out of that previous round. The res from the shadows, the Seekers, all ready to go.
Brother. Love you, मेरी जान.
One away from having that neural depth online, Dambi. One away from having that overdrive.
Thank you for joining.
This will be critical for them. They can win this one out if they keep this going and try to push it into overtime. But for now, again, this stack at top mid, not going to be rewarded. It's just RB alone on the A side of the map.
Yeah, it's so important here that RB just doesn't give his life up for free. It's going to get identified by a Seeker.
For the chase, and Natty going for that spray. Might have been able to find some connection on the Trent, but he does not. Meanwhile, Trademark noting the flank, and Valen looking to try to hold things down. Prowler to the corner, the flash going to be connecting. Dami able to find the one, but Leaf comes away with 2. The trade back is good. X-Ross keeps him in with a 3v3.
3v3.
The ult's now out of the equation. It's a double fight forward. Baby is able to find the enemy fade. X-Ross now dead. Ivy. So much weight being put on his shoulders. Stun up. Hound out. No. Turns back. He's able to find Trent. Chogamo dead as RB from on high is able to find the kill. And Ivy will keep them in this.
Nice round, Ray. Nice round.
The map, the series, not yet G2's.
Badhiya round.
Still 1 away. The Nongshim.
W round.
One of their own from sending this into overtime.
Is that right as that stun was wearing off?
11,
that was crazy from Ivy. This right here looks like it might be their round. Ivy somehow, some way. I thought he was done after he gets hit by that relay bolt. G2 knows that they have the end of this series in their clutches. They need this timeout. They need the big brain from Josh RT to give them the solutions.
The scariest thing for Nongshim is that the timeout conversion from Josh RT has been strong.
Very good. Very, very good.
If he can give them a solid enough game plan to bring this to a conclusion, that might just be curtains for Nongshim Red Force. They have to play this to perfection.
Yes.
Still a couple of those ultimates online for G2. They still have plenty of money to go for the buy.
I think you're definitely gonna have Ivy's ult. Dambi died.
He's got the overdrive.
He has the overdrive. So you've got those two for sure. I think that's what's gonna be real concerning. Those are two really impactful ults. So as G2, you're probably kicking yourself a bit that you squandered an opportunity. Otherwise, one away from Xros is now as well. So it's a little bit dangerous. G2, I wouldn't be surprised if they try to maybe bait out a little bit utility here. See if they can trick Nongshim into going for one of those aggressive hits that this time they're able to dodge. They're just able to kind of use the cape, keep the bull and the horns away from them.
A bit more defaulty here for G2.
This makes
expecting
sense.
a set exec here from Nongshim to catch them off guard, but Nongshim not really going to be falling into that trap. At least not yet.
No, they're being very patient at A. You can see the breach is up there. Follow up. And Jogamo really senses that. You see this all the time on this map with the breach, that they want to send out that util. That's great work from Jog.
Absolutely. I mean, they knew he hadn't scaled yet. They had that camera situated. We'll spot everything out, but avoids getting caught in the trap. From Valen. It's over outside of A lobby. RB jiggling the corner. Here's that jump peek. Paranoia. Now going to be sent through. Goes for a TP reposition. He still manages to plant his feet and find one. The res going to be invested though. Right back into it as the overdrive. Able to find an immense amount of damage on the jaw, but the heal is available as well. Leaf just keeping them right in this mix. The jump through the Paranoia, now to fly. Francis holding it down for the first. Jogama will get taken out. Xros finding Leaf, and the time, it's getting away from them. Valen able to find the one, but the trade is going to be through. 8 seconds now remaining on the clock. The swing in, and Xros comes away with a 3K, and Nongshim are not done yet. 12-12. They take this into OT.
It just takes so long. Again, this new comp that Nongshim brings to the table has so much stall, so much delay in it. And even though they get that res, Ambi's able to use his ult to continue to hold them at bay. And at that point, Nongshim is able to continue to slowly rotate over because there's just no room for G2. They're smothered. They go over to this defender side once again. Slightly better on this half of the map. Blast cannon. It's the op for Baby Bay. I think I'd be basically perma-running that with how well it went. Just gotta hold the line here as G2 again. You had an opportunity, but you weren't able to get those last two. Now you've got to do it in OT. All reset. Phantoms across the board for Nongshim.
We're trying to fight against the script here. Stop this from going to that third and final map. Baby Bay, a bold push. Manages to find that kill, tries to make his exit, but will be spotted. RB just too fast to scale towards backside. Operated down on the floor, spiked out. The plant committed to the slide in. RB, he's playing anti-flash. He ends up getting caught off guard. But Ivy, he finds Trent. A bloodbath here. It's now a 2v2 with Leaf. Up over top of the box there at Boba. Finds Xros, and Francis now has to do it all.
Let's go.
The double approach. It's down into a 1v1.
Come on. You can.
The right of the wall. But the shutdown from Francis. He gets the clutch. And Nongshim now get themselves to map point.
Huge work from Francis. Individual brilliance on display. Baby Bay, his rendezvous, put him right behind that box where we just see RB get killed there. You know, Jog trying to break out, but there's a crossfire set up, so sure, he gets one.
I love that attempt from Leaf as well. It's so cheeky, but
it is.
It's a little bit too fast on the adjustment is Francis.
Read it nicely.
Operator again in hand for Baby Bay. Needing to win these next 3 rounds. But Dami, he's already in on top of Valen, setting up that fast lane, and he's finding a second. Jogamo eliminated. Dami's tearing them apart.
Cimera.
Gets a third. Trent seized in position, locked in mid.
Let's go. 1-1 score. समझ लो guys. हो गया 1-1 हो गया.
Seen some crazy rounds.
Easy.
Be insane to see Trent and Baby Bay get the 2v4 here.
V4 है easy खेलो.
Baby Bay up at the ready, knows that someone very well could be behind him. He's correct. But for now, Xros just gonna hold the line. They know they have the map, the time to work with. Here we go, Francis.
Could just be it here. The peek
got it.
He sends the shot into the floor. The swing of the corner, and Trent can't quite finish him off. 14 to 12. Nongshim trading blows, trading map wins against G2. They persevere, and they push this all the way into a third and final map for the final slot of playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, this comp change, it got the job done. It certainly was not easy. G2 still very good on this map, but Nongshim showing that they still have a lot of that memory from when they used to run this comp. That muscle memory of being able to play it, using that breach really effectively to keep the opponents off balance, setting up those combos for Danby to get him accelerated.
Well, the final map of Haven will decide it all. Nongshim Red Force holding on by a thread, and now it comes down to a best of one to see who gets that final slot of the playoffs. But for now, let's send it back over the desk to break down all of the wild action from Sunset.
Achilleo saying by a thread, but now they have a brand new spool to work with, and it's called Haven. It's 1-1 after Nongshim Red Force stave off elimination multiple rounds in a row, and some heroics by Danby in that final round get them over the line. And now we go to that decisive map number 3 for that final slot in the playoffs at EWC 2026.
We knew that this was going to be to the third map, right? One way or another. It's crazy to say. Yeah,
I would say not many of us here on the desk knew.
I'd say 1 out of 3 of us knew. If anything, I said I was believing, and believe I did. You doubted the breach. You were wrong once again. The muscle memory came.
I will leave if you tell me that they won because of the breach.
I think it's a
ना धूमधाम पौधे मार के देखी तो सही तो सोती भाई
There were so many occasions, literally watch it back, where they're trying to push off Baby or whomever from an angle, and he's like, yeah, cool, I'm out. And then the next move that Nongshim does, literally straight into Baby Bake's crosshair.
Yeah, like, don't get me wrong. Look, even when a win is in OT like this, the execution is never going to be perfect, but it's good enough because it gets them the rounds. That's the most important thing. For me, it's less about the breach in itself, and it's less about denying Baby Bay, because I agree with you. They didn't manage to execute that as consistently as I would have liked. For me, it's more about enabling Danby. They're playing the compositions back from 2024 when Danby was, in my mind, arguably the best player to not be in that tier 1 franchising. He had all the support he needed. You see him begin to pop. Can you look happier in your face, please? Because we have a map 3.
I really don't like when someone tells me that I should smile more. I will.
That is not what he said.
No. It was a reference.
He said happier in the face.
No. I'm making the faces because honestly, I think it is a steal that Leaf did not win this map.
Leaf played amazing.
I do not know what else he could have done to turn this into G2's favor.
Yeah, very much so. I thought he was brilliant. I really feel like he stepped up on the stage, even from when we saw it last. So I am a little bit sad for him. I mean, I was as shocked as anybody, to be honest. If I'm being real, the Nongshim were able to get this done. It really did look like the flow of the game was against them. But when their backs were against the wall, they really did not want to get sent home in this map. They came alive at the end there, and especially Danby.
Yeah, but to me, it's about the individuals, not so much about the composition, but actually to keep composure. So many of these rounds were incredibly chaotic, but it is Danby with that aggression. Everybody else following up. Just when we see these replays, just look at the minimap and look at the positions that the people from the players from from Nongshim are having on the map. Definitely is a different approach, and it's one that is more balls, is more in your face. It's not only Danby, it's the rest of them also following up.
Yeah, I mean, this second half is where I like it better. This play where they send Danby all the way deep down mid towards the spawn with the
match देखते हैं कौन जीता है.
from them years ago. They're truly reviving their
Let's
old
see
stuff,
who wins.
recapturing that original magic that made Nongshim, then ZotacGaming so special. I feel nostalgic watching watching this. It's bubbling up inside me at just how fantastic this team is, and they've done everything they need to do to push it to Haven. Now remember, Haven is a different map from what we had last time. G2 pivoted the veto away from Split and towards Haven, so I'm more curious why they think that's going to be better and what they have cooked up there.
Yeah, I think we have to start asking questions of this G2 roster now. Yet again, we're just a couple rounds away to closing this one out. And it's that flip back on over to the duelist for Giacomo. He was on the KO, on Breeze, and he did not have a great great game here in that last map. It was pretty tough for both him and Baby Bay. Trent leading the line for that G2 squad. But it's not only just the performance now. Are those Phantoms coming back on up in the international space? That is what they're going to need to go ahead and quell, have that conversation with their sports coach in the back and figure it out as we send this one over to a short break. When we come back, we set the stage for our final group map. Let's see you after the short break. See ya.
गेम तो है भाई नेक्स्ट लेवल एक्चुअली इनसीन गाइस जिसको भी गिव अवे पार्टिसिपेट करना है दे कैन जॉइन दिस। प्लेयर सब जो कि मेरे इस पे दिया हुआ है एस्केलेशन गिव अवे डालोगे तो चैट पे आ जाएगा, वो ज्वाइन करो एंड विन एक्साइटिंग प्राइजेस। लेट्स गो, हरी अप गाइस, गो फॉर इट, गो फॉर इट, गो फॉर इट फास्ट। दिस वन गाइस मेरे सर्वर में कितने मेंबर्स हैं? मेंबर्स कैसे देखते हैं? साता से मेंबर्स नहीं। उनको रोल याद दे देता है और ऊपर वाला रोल देते हैं। ओके हाँ तेरी ये अदा जानिए तुझे ना पता, जानिए तो कैसा नशा, जानिए तेरे दिल को पार करी। लेट्स गो, आई थिंक स्टार्ट हो गया होगा।
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to EWC 2026 Valorant. We're here on day 6. It is the final match of the day and the final match of the group stages. Nongshim Red Force and G2 both 1-1. It was 13-10 on that first map, and then it took overtime here in our most recent map, 14-12. These teams have been so evenly matched today.
I mean, credit to Nongshim on this map too. It really did look like it wasn't going to go their way, but they pull it back. They snatch victory from the jaws of defeat and force a map 3 here. They have put G2 up against the ropes.
I can see that you're very excited about this. I think you should. No. Listen, I think you should, because the most important thing and what we have been highlighting for the entirety of the group stage is how quick teams have adapted to everything. And coming into this rematch, it was breeze for G2, and it was definitely sunset for the side of Nongshim. Both of them managed to succeed in their opponent's map pick. Yeah. And now we're going to go to a third map that is not the same as the first time these two teams encountered. So now there's no homework and the things go out the door. And Haven is a great map for it to happen.
I mean, that's the perfect point. I love that map 3 is neutral ground, essentially, between the two of those teams. So now it takes the pressure off the coaching staff, and it's more about in-game adaptations. It really is going to be that IGL head-to-head that we're looking for here. So I can't wait to see how this one shakes out.
Yeah, again, it's been hero moments between these two teams. Every single player has had an opportunity to step up and has done so. Even with Danby there, led the server in deaths, but had those clutch kills in overtime to open things up there.
I mean, that's how old school Danby always was. This was a guy who was not afraid to die. If anything, he relished in it. He's in interviews, he's called himself the tank player for Nongshim Red Force because his job is to run in, absorb util, probably die, but the rest of the team can get it done.
Wasn't that the reason, or one of the reasons why they decided to move him off the Neon, being like, you're so good individually that we know many times as a Neon you're going to be a sacrifice, sadly, to it. Because in some of these occasions, the adaptations are going to go through changing the compositions. And I think that Sunset was a good example, because Danby did go down a lot of the times on the attack, trying to follow up on the utility just because G2 was prepared. It's a breach, you know? It's not like they're reinventing the wheel. So it's easier to play around.
Yeah, very much so. But I mean, I love the compositional change, even if, you know, it might not have been played perfectly, but I like the idea behind it. It feels like a very deliberate coaching move and coaching change. So when we saw them play on Haven last, it was that double duelist still.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Haven has been a map where Breach has been very popular for most of history.
You want to see more Breach?
I'm not saying I want to see it. I'm not saying
Breach lover over here.
Okay, so time out. You cannot react to a Breach winning a map.
All I'm doing is
barely winning a map.
I'm trying to prepare you for the fact that maybe they do it again. They're not against
it. So that way they can win.
Maybe. I mean, we have to wait and see because there's a lot of different ways this can go. I mean, for G2 as well, I'm curious what style they want to bring out here.
At the end of the day, Haven is completely different from Breeze and Sunset for many reasons. Of course, it's not for the sites and whatnot, but I think about the time that the map has actually been in the active competitive pool.
Right.
Haven is a mainstay. I think it's the map that we have had the longest. It's so incredibly annoying, but realistically, all the teams have experience on Haven. There is practically no team where it's the permaban and they have never touched it or they do not know how to play it. That was like Gambit in 2021, you know? It's been 5 years of Haven. So there's so many approaches, so many ways that a team can feel comfortable. For example, for G2, you can say it's a little bit lukewarm on the latest results that they have had on the map. But if you are to think about it and you think about G2's Haven, you do not say, oh, it's terrible, it's bad. No. In fact, you think about the Phoenix, you think about the double duelist, you think about something that was making them comfortable and was making Juggernaut shine a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be high-powered and fast-paced on this map as well. I really am so looking forward to this, and I just hope that it's a close map no matter what. I'm kind of down for an overtime here. I'm kind of down to
we got an overtime, big time. You want more?
I'm greedy. I'm gluttonous when it comes to Valorant. You know, I'm all about this. Give me more. But ultimately, I got to say, I'm still rooting for Nongshim, and I do think that they have everything they need to get this done now, given that momentum of a map 2 win.
Ultimately, wouldn't be an esports event without a bit of a bathroom pause as one of the players for Nongshim. Just feeling the pressure and making sure that he's in peak performance to play.
Better out than in.
It gives us a little bit more time to wax poetic about both these squads and the stakes here. This is Group C, the final group that hasn't locked in their 2 teams yet. They will join the other 7 squads that have qualified on in. And actually, those representatives for those teams, we're here because we thought the last step was going to be over, and we have the draw show afterwards. So make sure to stick around after this match for the draw show of playoffs to see who is going to match up against who.
Yeah, we should ask them who they think it's going to win.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's an intense audience to have watching you when it comes to the qualification. You're really against the people who know what they're talking about. But I think for this game in particular, one thing that I think is so nice is that both of these teams we know can do damage in the playoffs. It really does feel like we lose a heavy hitter, no matter which way this goes. I could see Nongshim lifting that trophy. They've been there, they've done that before. G2, while they haven't managed that, they've been very, very close internationally.
They lifted America's trophies. They're smaller, they're lighter, they're also very British. Lighter of me.
Lighter?
Yeah, lighter. Anyway, as we're saying, the highest expectations, we understand that they need a break because it has been not only a long day, but we have had such a long group stage. Most of the matches have gone to a 2-1. In fact, none of the teams that have made it as the first seed of their group, meaning with the 2 victories and 0 losses, have done it without dropping a single map. That is good. That is healthy. That is teams preparing surprises, teams being able to be the surprise as well.
Yeah, so it is Ivy taking a quick break, and we need to go ahead and respect that, given the fact that it has gone such a long way. This has been a long tournament. All the teams flying on in from their respective regions. So as we do that, let's recalibrate here and take a look at all the teams' journeys in terms of their brackets. We could start with Group A and how that one all shook on out, because, again, it has been such an exciting tournament, especially the way that we kicked things off EDG and BBL.
Yeah, absolutely. BBL managed to make it out, but just as the second seed, it was actually 100 Thieves, as we were speaking about a potential for America's team for EMEA. That is definitely what happened in most of the groups. We're only waiting for this one. But yeah, 100 Thieves being one of the surprises, as we're saying, bouncing back in many occasions, and BBL just back into that Turkish form that we were expecting. Larok being an absolute beast. And as you see here in the bracket, this is actually Group B, Morgan, what we call the Group of Death.
Yeah, this was the Group of Death for sure as we watched this unfold. I was shocked that we had to say goodbye to HyperX so early. Normally, they are the team the Pacific hang their hat on. They are the one we expect to go very, very deep in the tournament, but they can't do it. Losing 2-1 to NRG and then 2-1 to Common Core. Common Core with a big, big surprise there. They got a lot of fans hopeful, a lot of optimistic people here in Paris talking about how great that could have been, but they did fall to NRG.
Especially given the fact that it was just such a tough start for Karmine Corp in the middle of this 2026. And then they found the little boon of life here at EWC. They get the huge upset of HyperX, probably upset of the tournament, some would say.
Yeah.
But then fall just a little short here against NRG, and that gives us our two squads in vitality in NRG.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, for HyperX, they're chilling. They're already qualified for champs. They can take the rest of the year to come down and actually rest a little bit. To me, the big question is this just a glimpse of what could be for KC? Can we just take that one map and just assume it's not going to happen again? Because I'm kind of tired of that narrative. I want to see a KC that is actually a serious contender.
I mean, same. They really impressed me with how they played, and I was very sad.
Bring back Nivera. I say.
Bring back Scream and Nivera.
Both of them.
Bring back
Minibu.
Bring back New Zera. Bring back Shin. That's what I want to see. 2023
that's where we stop
on this stage.
Yeah, look at that. Producers were like, okay, let's keep moving along as we take a look here at Group D. This is where our title defenders did exactly that. Los Niños, Team Heretics, they go 2-1 by a surprisingly strong AGAL, and then they take care of business against MIBR. On the opposite side of the bracket, this was probably one of the most disappointing showings out of EWC. It was Global Esports getting 5 rounds in both of those maps there against MIBR Los. They then get eliminated by AGAL, which set up our decider match earlier today. A close one, but a heartbreaker for the VCT China representatives. MIBR go 2-1 over AGAL.
Yeah, the last one standings. And I mean, I'm kind of sad because we are like in our A stream, we didn't even get to see Global Esports. So that's what you hear us criticizing them, because it's like, man, we didn't even get to see you. Were you here? We missed you. In fact, we do. What I want to what I want to open the conversation is that MIBR versus AG, the match that we've had today, how much can we take away from that? Should that been a 2-0 for MIBR? What is the form that they get in onto playoffs? Can they be the team that does the upset, or they're really going to continue having this very shaky start? Many other teams could take advantage of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big question for sure. I mean, they have a lot of expectation on their shoulders. Massive, massive names there for MIBR, but we will get to see them in the playoffs, which is so exciting.
Well, it looks like Ivy is on stage as we take a look at how we got here in Group C. It won't be too much longer before we get into that final map, and here it is. It started off with this exact matchup with Nongshim Red Force defeating the champions of America in G2, then XLG falling to Gentlemates, and Gentlemates then getting the job done over Nongshim, making sure that they get to play in front of their French fans, and leaving us here with Nongshim versus G2 as XLG. They get upset, maybe, given most recent history over at Masters London by G2.
Deacon, there was something that I didn't tell you.
Tell me.
And I kind of hoped that it was going to be all gamers making it out of their group, because once I saw the Gentlemates made it as the first seed, listen, at the beginning of the year, there was an incident with them. There was a match. They had PTSD still. I know, because they told me when they got into the region, so I was hoping that it was going to be all gamers making it out instead of MIBR. Not only because that way we will have the China representative and have some variety, but also because it was a possibility to see that rematch that I knew Gentlemates could have not waited for.
I mean, that would have been great, but it's not meant to be. Gentlemates are out. G2 and Nongshim, like you say, it is that crucial rematch. Now, do remember, Nongshim got it done, but it was in 3, but it was on a different map. It was split
split as that decider. Today, we have Haven. It was G2 who decided to pivot in the veto, change it up, and go for this one as the third. So I think a lot of questions here. We're seeing the players all on stage now, ready to go, it does look like, as we're going to get ready to move towards Haven.
Yeah, I feel like with the G2 and Haven, it's always about the small margins. It's always about the pistols, the very close rounds where the enemy clutches. I think that they lose momentum very, very quickly. It's like it's hard for them to hold on to that on a map like Haven. Yeah. But for this third map, they have to do it.
Here we go, the players getting themselves ready on stage. Anytime something like that disrupts the rhythm of your like pre-match big time, it can rattle a team.
Yeah, I mean, very much so. So when you're working with teams, there's a motto that a lot of them will use, which is you can only control what you can control. You can't control how you're feeling on the day.
And you can't control what you can control.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. So you can't try and change the things that you have no power over. You don't have power over if you're feeling well that day, how sharp you are that day even necessarily. So they just got to try and weather the storm and work through this.
Do you know who's incredibly sharp today? It's Leaf.
That's
and
true.
We expect him to be on the Phoenix. Deegan, I know that you've been a very big fan of the Phoenixes that we have had in EWC so far, and I think you will be delighted to see one singular Leaf carrying an entire team.
Again, when you play that Phoenix, you have the opportunity to set yourself up with those flashes as here we go.
Unless, never mind, unless he's playing...
Yo.
Baby face on the jet. Oh my gosh. The oldest player in the tournament continues to surprise everyone as the oldest team puts their old guys on the duelist.
This is so exciting for me. I can't wait to see this. A double duelist coming out from G2 where Baby Bay is on that jet. This is so classic. Back when he was on FaZe on that duelist role, he's really rewinding the clock here, rewinding those years to go head-to-head with a powerful double duelist on the side of Nongshim. Now they're probably 10 years his younger, but will that be a difference maker today?
It will be a difference maker, because if I look at one man to stop them all, it has to be Leaf. We said it about him at the stage just now on Sunset. If I think of a stopping power, it has to be him.
Yeah, I think
it is what it is.
One thing that I'm excited for here is that in the interview, Baby Bay said that Juggermo's Phoenix was so powerful. That's why they wanted to do that KO. So I can't wait to see what he has in store.
In front of all their opponents, potentially in playoffs, 100 Thieves, BBL, Vitality, NRG, Gentlemates, Team Heretics, and MIBR Los. Which team will join them? G2 and Nongshim for the final time. Let's send it on over to Achilleos and Paper Thin.
A final map 3 once again between these squads. Every single time that they have met, it has gone the distance, and this is no exception. A tough, difficult, and arduous journey through Sunset to get to this very Haven, and now we get a treat. It's Baby Bay back on jet, but the first to fall. Francis will be able to find him to start things off. Mattering of damage across onto the Sova and Phoenix of Nongshim Red Force, but still in control. Slow creep up in this double join available on the A site for G2.
Yeah, I mean, this is quite an interesting idea from G2. Trent gets tagged up heavy and gets finished off. Donby can't get more. Jogamo good for 2, though.
Still continuing to have that firepower, but look at the pivot call. This lurk forwards come in. Camera going to be heard behind. I'm not sure if Ivy has been spotted, but he may have done. Because already G2, they're rotating the match. Camera to try to check, the swing in, and Ivy, what a fadeaway casual shot as he even finds the damage on to Val and puts him at 31. Position's now known. Jogamo gonna have to try to deliver, but he's caught dropping down off the step. Now just Valen. There's Nongshim. Well slated to take this opening pistol.
Should definitely be there, as you would think. Valen gonna try to keep himself hidden. Has the paranoia, but just gonna try to shoulder check. Does take down Ivy. Do a 1v2 now.
First of many, but it's going to have to be clean. Any shot from these Sheriffs will have him dead, and it's going to be a headshot from Xross to secure it. So 1-0 start for Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely have some concerns here for G2, but I mean, yes, this was a map that mates were able to best Nongshim on. It was close, 13-10. RB had a real tough go of it last outing. Here, able to take down Jogamo while he's trying to come down the stairs. But I mean, kind of think, you know, these are mere comps. And G2 trying to match Nongshim's Freak, man, that ain't easy.
Outside of the of course. Jogamo wanted to try to just grab the orb. That ult charge built up away from having to run it back online. Meanwhile, Ivy continuing to just inch his way forward into these empty sites. Not really finding any opposition. Meanwhile, Valen is going to be counter-sprayed down. Another elimination going over to Nongshim as they look to make this as clean of a 2-0 as they possibly can. And there's the backstab. Okay.
What? Sure.
Sure.
No way.
No way. Why not?
Just do unk like that. Sure, why not? Don't give him a chance.
I love that Ivy there also just able to free scale through B and just keeps holding W. Eventually gets the backstab onto the site. Clean stuff for Nongshim here. An early attempt to try to sneak an orb into Jogamo's hands. Doesn't really work out. Here's Ivy. All said and done, that is a massive anti-eco for Nongshim. Gonna be sitting pretty with the cash. Ivy's gonna buy up into this round though. We'll go for that Phantom. Dambi already caught by that trip and just smothered by Baby Bay.
King reveal able to find that kill. Ivy trying to push this timing. Will flash from his teammate though. He'll slow his roll. TP into back of sight and RB. Able to get the jump on Baby Bay. Weapon can be collected. Some damage suffered here. RB down at 54, but Plant now in play. Nongshim, okay, they're just going to be setting Exos out there very aggressively. As many advantages as they could possibly get, and that's going to be Trent down so very low on health. Back around towards the defender spawn, nothing more to be seen. Taps back over onto the site.
They found my wire.
Tripwire to be cleared out. Ivy tucking back. The flash going to be connecting an RB, not holding down M1, not able to find a damn thing. Wow, as it is a very swift and clean retake from G2. Brent surviving, 4 players stay alive. G2 will get themselves on the board in round 3.
It felt like for a moment this was going to be a bonus converted from Nongshim. Able to get into a post plant pretty quickly, use that run it back to buy a little bit more time. But Nongshim's retake, clean, extremely clean. A good flash on the entry to allow those players coming from back alley to really just walk through with safety. Because the player holding tight against the smoke, I think it was RB, not able to really do anything.
That's full flash connection. Didn't think to just spray and pray with a stinger.
Yeah, and then there was a nice recon dart from Trent there as well that set up some of those kills at the back of site. So really, really nicely coordinated. And that was a huge sigh of relief for G2. They come through holding 4 guns at the end of that even. So all 4 players on that retake survive. That is
4 guns, and also Exros committed the ult.
Right. It's phenomenal stuff. Now Jog's got his ult, so you can play a little bit more for retake.
Jog's somehow not clearing out this trip. Oh, I don't think they've seen each other.
He knows about the trip.
Thinking that out. Calling for Francis. Be able to disrupt that, but Jogama wise to this. Seen what Ivy's been getting away with, so has to keep this angle covered. You also have Baby Bay quite far forward. There's the fight. Jogamo able to come out on top. Has the tools to heal himself back up, but it looks like they still want to try to play forward into B.
Just use the ult.
And that's why he's backpedaling away. Give up a little bit of this space, and now immediately investing the ult, trying to go for this pop. Flash going to be connecting through. He's unable to find anything. Can they keep him saved? He's been spotted. As Downbeat gets himself a second. Trent going to be eliminated as well. Push forward, Leaf. Immediately dead. Nice. Dispatched in G2. Not going to be finding an easy way back into this round. The plant even shifted away from potential sightlines for Baby Bay. And with Valen falling, Baby Bay now has to do it all. Drone the check out in towards mid. Will not be able to spot him. Tuck in behind the box. Opportunity to try to split these fights, but on the push, they will have him dead. Francis just dialed in on the angle, finds the kill immediately, and that's 3-1 to start for Nongshim.
And this is one that, as good as G2's previous retake was, this one just not able to really ever get any momentum behind it because they don't cover the respawn point for Jogamo there. Trent's a little late. Not sure if some util backed him off there. I mean, they committed so much to Jog. I thought that was great. I mean, they're like relay bolt, flash, beautiful. You absorb that as a run it back. You're very happy about it. But then there just wasn't any extra layers behind it that you're kind of used to seeing from G2. So that means timeout time. Josh getting in there quick to try to rally the G2 boys who are certainly scared right now in a way because you came through, you had 2 rounds to go on Sunset to be able to send yourself into the playoffs. You lose 4 in a row. Now you're here on Haven. And you're making a little bit of a comp switch. So far, it's been not working out.
I mean, you have to imagine the pressure for both of these teams. For Nongshim, going from lifting a trophy to not being able to make it to the second Masters of the year, have this opportunity, manage to get the qualifier, and have to go through G2 twice as the last remaining representative. G2 ever present at these events, always make that appearance, but have never been able to lift the trophy themselves, and once again are facing potential early elimination just like they did over at London.
Yeah, I think that's well put. It's really tough. Trip already gone. Leave.
Do they assess this?
Well,
a couple shots in his direction, but so far going to be unspotted, pushing forward. Does manage to get the barrel stop there onto RB, but the overwhelm is there from Nongshim.
बढ़िया राउंड निकला, easy push था ये.
Top of the Blade Storm, Dambi. Going to be feeling pretty decent about his odds in this fight as Baby Bay. Tailwinds over to the side, the plant to come in. Xros 1 charge away from that next run it back. Hello. On candid camera. Baby Bay going to be having, a little wry smile on his face as Francis just dances around him. Catches him with that shorty.
Well, this is going from bad to worse. There's going to be a lot of ults on Nongshim's hands. What to consider. Dambi and Xros on the point. Francis there, a little bit of style at the end. You have that operator finally into Baby Bay's hands. Trent still yet to find a kill. So far, very tricky for G2. That explosive, aggressive play still working really nicely for Nongshim. So Baby Bay is going to go for a timing here.
Flush against the wall. Shock Dart not going to be finding the damage, but there's a slide in, and there's Dambi claiming him once again. Hunter's Fury now going to be lit up here from Francis. Trying to prevent any potential flood retake, but no one nearby enough for G2. Who are already going to be scratching their heads. Unless they can find something like that.
One-sided hoga match.
Say they might have to end up going for a massive save. Jogamo watching his back for now. He does have Ivy dead, and suddenly they might just be right back into this one as the curveball will connect on the Dambi. Lining him up, the Paranoia now going to be sent in as well, but the overdrive gets popped. Swings around towards backside, finds Valen, looks for a little bit more. He's taking them all so very low as Dambi collects the third, and has Leaf boxed in. Is trying to find that fourth, and he shall.
Nice one.
Zaps him to death as Nongshim
Dambi खेल रहा है.
maintain control, now up 5-1.
He's so good at that ult. It's the way that he takes his time with it. In fact, you think most players, when they're sending the overdrive, it's just kind of a run and gun situation, but watch the way he dips in and out. He uses that cover to get a kill. It's a little bit, he kind of isolates one, then scoots back. Goes for the other. As he's going across, gets them both to half. And come back through. It's so well played by him. One of those things that makes him the best. Okay. Oh, man.
Baby able to stay alive, grabs that orb, and now does have the knives online. He needs to deliver with these.
Yeah, he has to go huge here.
But they've spotted him, they've given up some space, and now it's going to be a quick pivot over onto the B side. Relay bolt up in on this A connector angle. Tap of the plant and a scale forward from Xros, the up and over, but there's just too many targets. Jogamo now on this approach will be able to find one. A gun can be collected. What use can he put it to?
He jumped over the trip of Ivy there.
Drone's got him spotted, and okay, Dambi.
How
got him to find that kill. Dogamo down low, but before he can get the molly out, will be found. The spray from Francis cleans him up and leaves. While he will be able to get the headshot through the corner. He can't kill RB. He falls to the wayside, and Nongshim are looking electric. They're looking damn near perfect so far on this map.
Yeah, it's just quick reads from them. You know, if they feel confident to go C, they've got great post-plant protocols there. They do a wonderful job taking that space here in this round. They go for that quick A check. They know the Blade Storm's over there. They don't want to challenge it initially. So it's a quick pivot over towards B. It's that fast decision-making that they can employ. Obviously, having a Neon makes it even easier. Trent. Actually, Dombi completely avoids that shock. Trying to take a fight.
Oh, that is a dink, and that is the spray down. Francis is able to find Jaw.
Through the wall?
Yeah, he had a moment, a brief opportunity to try to tuck back, but Francis, weren't counting on him to be able to find that wall bang through window.
Nice.
Baby, nice little walkabout, though. Will be rewarded with a kill. He's some damage in kind.
Trying to fake that he went doors.
On the swing, RB. He will be able to find him. It's a risky play. Can't really blame Baby Bay for trying to go for it. He gets the kill. It looks brilliant. It gets the team into an advantageous position, but Nongshim are just looking far too ready.
And now they're going to try to sell a fake over here with Francis. Maybe could throw the drone here. Keep these two players of G2 locked over on A while everybody else goes over to the other side. Now there is
camera angle, though, so Leaf will be able to get the earlier spot out onto this.
Look, it's paused Trent for a moment.
I must wait a moment.
Camera now cleared, the fast lane in. TP forward. It's a trip as well. It's going to be taken out, but Leaf trying to find that elimination. He does an immense amount of damage. Emmy and RB both tagged up to all hell. Recon over the top, and that's going to be him. That is Stampy. He's looking for that second, but he cannot find it. And Allen will draw the Vandal fast enough, gets the punish, but still a player disadvantage.
2v3 easy hello, 2v3 easy hello.
Scale 4 now nice. Coming in, but X-Ross there, waiting behind the box, finds the kill. Valen boxed in and tagged down. Francis on the flank. Cleans it up. And it's now 7-1. G2. They're in dire straits, and they desperately need some assistance.
The way that Nongshim's able to parry these thrusts from G2, really, really good.
What is going on? I'm so confused. It's a watch
gets
party.
A sixth sense of that.
Valorant World Cup watch party.
And they're just so smart right now. Every twist and turn. G2 is beat to the punch, and again, that selling that little extra fake, keeping Trent on the other side of the map means that he's late, and they can scale forward and punish him when he goes for the recon dart.
EWC watch party.
All those little things that Nongshim does there.
But it's nothing else.
Just stack the odds in their favor. Dombi once again on the outlaw.
G2 drop down.
Oh boy.
Here on this angle. Do they check his corner? Yeah, they do. As the short, he drops that relay bolt, slides across, and now slides in. He wants that punish. He cannot find it. Molly down to the sewer. We'll just hold him at bay for now. G2 still have 4 players on this side of the map. Meanwhile, Francis again trying to
drum up attention.
Yeah. Make them think. We're just walking up through the cages here.
Did pull Trent. Got that. You get one. They have to respect it, dude. G2.
Oh, cool.
Is this enough numbers? Flash onto Baby Bay just a bit on that connection.
Nice shot.
Is going to be taken down. Trent will be able to find one, getting himself on the board at long last as Valen cleans it up. Guardian in hand. Joggable able to find one before getting denied off the ult. It's gotten them into a decent winnable position here. Stamby.
Nice one.
So much work to do. Sliding in. The shorty in hand. Cleans up Trent. But Valen able to find the one. The slide in, and Stamby takes it to him.
Oh my god, what a shot.
And every time it feels like G2 have caught a break.
Oh, what a crazy shot.
Oh, they just catch another right hook to the jaw.
Dash in kiya, bhai.
It's, what do you do? I mean, what do you do? You're playing the round pretty well. Even a wry smile on Valen's face. He knows it. They outthought him this round. They got the right pieces in the right places. They're able to use that run it back very effectively. And then there's this. What can you do?
ऐसे वापस आया कि इसको मार के गया.
That's a familiar sensation, I suppose, at this point.
I mean, what? Yeah. Look,
you should take
a lot of players have
notes.
run into that and been on the same result there, Valen. It's tough to go against Domby when he's doing Domby things.
I mean, the way that he's been operating, sure, it's not been quite as shotgun abusing, but it otherwise does feel like he's starting to re-hit that stride that we were seeing from him at Santiago.
I mean, it's the crazy thing about him is he used the shotguns because he could and because it
was broken.
Yes, exactly. But he's always been really good with the rifles. I mean, the extra layer he's adding now is that he's picking up sniper rifles more often for the team, giving them kind of different approaches to some of the mid to late rounds where they can slow it down if they need to, where they don't have to just be this one-dimensional, go, hit the Jets squad. But
esports
when he does that, that's kind of when he's at his best. So
but
just so
when
scary.
you like
he's so accurate with those phantoms.
देखते रहो ना तब हमारा esports mindset का वो बन जाता है automatically.
Off that shot. Recon will go out. Hunter's Fury over towards Plat, trying to displace Leaf. It's going to be X-Ross instead with him. Rightfully, immediately rushing forward.
गंदा.
Gets the kill onto RB.
Spike.
G2 looking very well poised to close this out, but Baby Bay, okay, whips the shot, but it might not matter. X-Ross dead. 2v4. The Spike absolutely stranded. Hoken brought here.
Nice.
Ivy eventually going to be rewarded with that, but Valen's position, I don't think it's ready here for the moment. So on the scale forward, Valen will have him dead. A second round win going to be found, but it costs that second and final timeout of the series. In order to make it happen, G2 have to build momentum. They have to secure these last few rounds.
The crazy thing is this half is actually kind of still recoverable for G2. This is Haven. It can be attacker-sided. So if you can get a couple more to go here, if you can get to 4, I still have hope. I still have belief. 9-3 is tough, but 4 is maybe doable. Maybe give us another OT or a very close 13-11.
Yeah, but Boone, the Hunter's Fury committed. So don't have to worry about that one. This Baby Bait still with the op in hand, looking for a peek over towards A. This is cheeky smoke set up, but unable to find it there as Hunter's Fury going to be lit up, and that's a massive tag, and X-Ross dead. Final burst as well. Connecting onto Francis.
9-3.
That was Ivy. Either way, both of them had gotten
hit.
It's
a
huge amount of value.
It's easy,
4 hits out of that Hunter's Fury. 2 that landed on X-Ross, 1 on Francis, 1 on Ivy.
निकालना easy है उनके लिए, but
go of it here for Trent, but
पता नहीं इनका एंगल होल्ड हो चुका है, सारे AP हैं. एक भी ऐसा कोई है नहीं जो
कि worry about that, run it back coming through. Get into the updraft, Baby Bay playing an unorthodox position, now going to be noted, trying to drop down, but Dummy again, able to find 2, but Trent now coming alive. Finds a third. Find much more than that, but he's done so much damage to try to set up for Leaf. Weapons can be recovered. Be able to grab one over the top here of Sewer. Spike still has to be recovered. The drop down. Francis is going to be eating that damage. Broken ankles. 120 health between them. The swing though, and Francis. So very ready for it. 9-2. No chance to build momentum. No chance to snowball to recover this. 3-9 is the best that G2 can hope for.
In the middle of the round, when you feel like, again, it's another one of those rounds like we saw earlier where G2 has a chance. They've given themselves a great opportunity, and then I'm like, yeah, but Danby has his overdrive. Like, I'm in the back of my mind, I'm just like, oh.
Next half में क्या
It's just one of those things. If you don't kill him instantly, if Baby Bay doesn't hit that shot,
right?
Much like he didn't, and Danby gets to just let hell run loose.
Yep.
For a pacey hit potentially here onto the B side. The running back going to be committed, but will get broken early. Baby Bay able to find him. Fast lane set up, and it looks like for now, no, just going to settle for this plant. It's at a default and Valen on the prowl here.
मतलब उनकी फाड़ के रख दे रहा है, रख के next moment में वो लोग वापस आ जाए. मतलब
keeps it into a 4v4.
Play style ही कुछ अलग है.
RB now TP up top side. Leaf eliminated.
Nice.
Zombie able to find Jogamo. RB from this
Up
position.
10-2 से comeback करना थोड़ा मुश्किल है. क्योंकि NS logged in कर चुकी है.
Flushed out and absolutely demolished.
ठीक है
10-2. Nongshim Red Force
लग नहीं रहा
absolutely
कि
running away with this third and final map.
This is such a beautiful TP from RB because the G2 players have to respect it, and that allows the other players from Nongshim start scaling around the box on B side, doing damage. I mean, it was a weak buy for G2 there.
VALORANT अच्छा निकाले थे ये लोग, but
it's gonna be hope. Jog had a great 2K.
दिया इन लोगों ने.
And almost on the
ये
pistol.
चीज गलती की थी इन लोगों ने.
Flawless anti-eco for Nongshim. G2 does deny the bonus conversion, but
they don't know how to play.
It's a lot of Nongshim in a lot of these rounds, and it's a lot of Dambi.
रहने दो. मैं कहाँ ये लोग कहाँ भाई?
This guy on Neon is a treat, generational.
This one was crazy,
this is one of my favorites. Just love the way he plays this.
I mean, it's very much in the eye of the beholder. A treat for some, an absolute demon for others.
True.
That is true. इस बार but NS की तरफ से एक तरफा मैच हो गया, one-sided match. देखते अभी क्या सीन है. ये shot this was crazy insane भाई. वो जो spike उठा.
Gotta be having maybe second thoughts about
उसको लगा नहीं था कि
going here instead of split again.
वो सामने की तरफ dash करके उसको head मार गया. That was crazy भाई. And वो round तो भाई साहब वो 4v5 वाला round. क्या निकला है भाई. क्या rush हुआ उन पे.
You can start putting up more rounds like that from the offset here, from the pistol. Claim that. Perhaps G2 can get a run like this going.
Maybe, but man, with the way Nongshim was able to take so many of those disadvantageous rounds and turn them on their heads during that half, it's brutal. Brutal for G2. You can see that still a little bit of hope there, but was dashed.
It's been a cacophony of different emotions for G2. The rounds that they got, they felt decent. They felt, concise.
And they had at least 3 rounds in there where I thought, okay, they should have this. And then they just got outplayed. The individual performances of Nongshim shine. That's a tag on the Trent here. A must-win pistol for G2. Not the way you want to start it. Valen even gets a little bit of a scrape.
Ooh. Nice shot.
Maybe they'll find a kill as well. That's Jogamo now dead. Valen backpedaling, sending out that paranoia. Francis trying to play off the reveal. Will get overwhelmed. Valen able to run him down. The spike still, however, going to be in transit. And okay, the camera does manage to get this tag. Had RB been able to slip that net, oh, he could have absolutely destroyed them. The chance, an opportunity. Stabby dead. Has that kill. Extros now arriving on the scene. RB not too far behind.
NS कौन सी है, रेड शर्ट या ब्लैक वाली? भाई वो ब्लैक नहीं, वो ब्लू है. रेड वाली NS है और ब्लू वाली G2 है.
Works his way up, but it's a high
black and red जो है वो NS है.
Shots flying his way.
Nongshim.
Before that on the peak, but G2 will have their targets well selected, well aimed. They take the pistol.
ये blue है.
Absolutely necessary to get back into this game.
Yes, and they look pretty efficient in doing it. Meanwhile, Nongshim on this defender side looks like they're kind of a little bit disconnected. This is a lot of isolated play that you're going to be seeing. Kind of players trying to take risks, take moments with those sheriffs. That, Ivy does get a kill, sure, but otherwise, a lot of players just not connecting their shots. That's where the round just starts to crumble. G2 can beat you in that team game.
इनका थोड़ा defensive कमजोर है, पता नहीं.
I mean, Francis dead in that moment means that they can retoggle the camera, check in mid, spot out RB.
Oh my God.
Dambi, he's going to be trying for it again. The camera this time is not going to be situated. Tripwire on that A lobby side.
And if G2 just kind of stays confident, but that smoke is so worrying because a lot of teams will just stack 4 players in a smoke like that. Baby Bay's going to go check it.
Nice shot.
Immediately taken down by the bandit.
That means all that Cypher util on your flanks is gone.
It's going to have to be on a swivel. Caught out over the top. And able to spot out Francis. Takes him down with a hip fire. Is going to be looking for the second. Gets it. Ivy gone. Trent will take RB, but not before Jogamo ends up falling. So still damage dealt. Certainly is found. And now Dambi cleans up a kill into Valen as well. This is already a catastrophic amount of deaths for G2. Trying to just play this one out, trying to get the Santa Eco going, but now suddenly they are very much at risk of losing this round. Not committing to the drop down. It's going to be a bit of a 3-2-1. The relay bolt gets the stun. Baby However, able to find the one, but Trent will narrowly persevere. That's such significant costs.
Easy round.
G2 make it up to 4.
I mean, you've
just a Guardian.
Yeah, you've just set yourself back so far for converting this almost must-need bonus coming into this next round. And off the rip there, Dambi tucks himself in to that corner. I mean, Baby Bay point blank with the Marshals, sure. But they did take so much damage along the way, and Dambi up to 20 on the scoreboard now.
The full buy, a full force into this. Still, though, a Spectre in hand for Valen.
खेल अच्छा रहा, but वो कुछ गलतियां कर रहा है जिसकी वजह से वो मर जा रहा है फालतू बेफालतू.
Can win this round, you're going to knock your economy back and start the cycle, hopefully. Xross, a lot of pressure coming his way. He does have some help with Ivy.
Clear the recon, the updraft, able to get the spot on Ivy. He's going to go scaling forward, gets flashed up, and Mill can take it down, but Xross is able to find one. Leaf, however, shuts down the enemy Phoenix. Damage suffered here by Jogamo as that smoke is going to fall. He's out into the open. Gabby takes his head off, considering the slide. Chipped over to the side, and Baby Bay's got him covered. Clean kills. As RB will get forced away, but G2 should have this round in hand. An armory by force there onto Trent. He'll just take the opportunity to still be breathing. Further damage found. The spam should come in, and there you have it. Leaf to clean it up. G2. They managed to make it to the halfway mark. Bonus is converted. And after the heavy investments that is necessary, they still have 5 more to go.
This almost goes really badly, but because Baby Bay's so close to the front of the box, when Xross sends a flash over, he doesn't get hit by it at all. He's able to bail out the players behind him that Xross is trying to swing on. That really saves the round there for G2. Nice little individual moment I want to point out from Baby Bay. But really a nice collective effort there for G2. Send out a deep smoke. Dart, they're really trying to make it look like they're going to go A again against the Eco. This time, Nongshim had already kind of thought the same thing. They're just going to keep scaling forward off that drone. There will be that trip there that Baby Bay going to be guarding.
Trying to get the adjustment.
Nice.
Won't be able to find the second kill, but does get a ton of damage. RB worked down to 20, tucked into the corner. Now G2 widely getting forced away, but Tripwire will further intercept. Xross pinned to the corner will be found.
Comeback.
All the cheeky little attempts here from Nongshim, widely getting dispatched. G2 get cool, calm, and collected for now.
Juggling the gun off the map. Don't want to let them pick that one up. Smart stuff from G2.
उनकी गांड में कितनी मतलब डर है देखो G2 के.
Kind of spreads out a little bit. RB with
only 20 out there. कि ये लोग उठा के पेल
remaining. Let's start making a go of this. Ivy and Francis
should be okay.
Very nearby. Smoke over to the side. Recon has to be cleared. Curveball turned away from Francis. Instantaneous with that headshot. Now the spike on the floor. Francis claiming another 3. 15 seconds remaining. The reveal is there. And Francis gets the thrifty.
What the fuck?
Unbelievable.
Oh my god.
That is outrageous. They know he's there. They get the confirm off the clear of the recon. And Francis just denies him. G2, you felt like maybe they were going to build some momentum. Francis just says no. Forget it. Freaking believable.
Astounding from him. 17-7-5. Chasing the heels of Downby now. As Baby Bay, top of the Blade Storm, Jogamo just with that stinger. A quick reposition. And an abandon of a lobby, but a very good kill to be found for Leaf.
That was
another early advantage for G2.
It was literally my.
Knows that that's in play. As Cage going to be sent, spotted him out. Neural Theft's going to be invested. Leaf wanted to try to capitalize, and down, but he doesn't abandon the angle. He still ends up overstaying. Gets caught in G2. Right back into this. Shrugging off the previous round loss. Looking for that stability. Leaf is tearing them apart. Maybe finding RB. Francis now again. A 1v5 finds the first, but surely not. Maybe if he got a fadeaway lucky shot there, but able to find the pings. Blazewall set up, just blocking his vision. They know exactly where he's gone. The options certainly limited. Wiley for Francis in this position. Could just try to pick them apart on the exits. Knows that they're not going to have that much money, so any more kills that he can get from here would certainly deal a bit of damage. G2 losing exactly who they can afford to in Baby Bay, given that he just had the knives. Footsteps heard, swing coming out.
Nice
he
shot.
will be able to take one down with him. But all the key weaponry will be carried over. Just going to be that stinger lost.
Okay. Bounce back nicely. But for a moment, maybe Francis had
buy round, save round
the
वगैरह
nails
निकाल रहा है.
firmly into the
Buy round
coffin.
हार रहे, save round निकाल दे रहे हैं. उनका भी save round तो वो भी निकाल दिया मैंने. बड़ी अच्छा था कुछ.
Can be some, you know.
Francis भी अच्छा.
Sometimes he giveth, sometimes he taketh.
Nice. Good.
As good as he is. Again, the sniping can be good, but it still feels like he's getting a feel
मैं
for
थोड़ा
it
हगा था, but
in the big picture.
But मैं सोच रहा है IV क्या कर रहा है.
This time it's going to be Baby Bay with that off.
बेफालतू का push क्यों कर रहा है?
Went for the peek angle, just hoping somebody was holding it, and actually Dambi had flanked out a little wide.
IV हमारा.
So
IV छोड़ नहीं.
Be taken down by
Dambi.
a quick flick from Baby Bay.
He's pushing without any reason why.
Dambi immediately being sent over towards Garage.
They've got full control of Long A with Francis.
Window going to be smoked off. As Dogamo shut down to the all. Dambi sided across. Still is going to be able to find the finisher as well as X-Ross gets an elimination, but Leaf again. Trying to be the one to bear the weight, the burden on his shoulders. Jump spot over the top, and Francis is able to find Valen. As Leaf will fall. Trent suddenly.
1v2.
The last one remaining in this round. He knows where Ivy's at. Spotting there. The coattails brings it into a 1v1. Not on the angle, but does Francis move at all? He has not heard a damn thing. He goes to the peak. And now he's the one situated as Trent has to peek into him. 35 seconds remaining. Trent just keeping it quiet. The rotation over to B. Francis leaning in this direction, but maybe contemplating that it's going to be A, but they might just be meeting.
Oh my God.
It's Francis, he's full sprinting it, and Trent in pole position gets the clutch. Once again, denying Nongshim Red Force from getting up to map point.
Yeah, it's a great play from Trent. Huge. He had a rough start to this map, but he's making up for it now. It looked like, again, with this chaos inside of the garage, but Leaf goes huge. Another 3K for him again. I am a little bit concerned that Ivy tries to challenge that fight there. If he had waited just a bit longer for Francis to come through, could have had the 2v1 trade.
Oh, drone's going to be going out. The overdrive's going to be popped, and Dami's able to find one, but X-Ross on the back end. He finds Strogamo. He finds Baby Bay.
I know exactly.
As they are looking to get this done again in a thrifty fashion. The ping reveal. The swing in the corner. Valen going to be good for one. Spots out RB. He's trying to separate them, but he just cannot make it happen. Spike now on the floor. And it all comes down to Leaf. A cage even popped. He'll have to wait that out. Flush against the wall. High-low split. Sees where they're both at, but can do nothing about it. Francis on the flank will lock it up. The thrifty confirmed, as well as match point for Nongshim.
There's that Nongshim special where they just get ultra aggressive off the barrier drop. They want to catch you out. And look at that. Relay bull, paranoia. Beautiful paranoia from RB. Catches 3 players with it. Absolutely incredible. Tease them up. Downby and X-Ross doing exactly what you want out of those duelists. And this is it. 5 in a row for G2. if they're going to get this to overtime. Otherwise, their EWC lives are over.
And 3 ults to try to work with. An incorrect gamble stack here from Nongshim. Dogamo just making some noise, clears that trip over at Garage. But the lion's share of G2 creeping their way through sewer. Ready to strike onto this A site where it's just Francis. Got a trail of trips as well. One now going to be cleared out. It's Jogamo. Oh, he thought he confirmed the kill. He thought he confirmed it. Ends up putting the weapon away. Flash going to be going in, but it's going to be RB just holding down M1. Comes away with that elimination. It's an immense amount of damage dealt, but is that going to be good enough?
Just came back again, just a sneak peek of
forces gathering. Trent towards sewer, and all right, Baby Bay will be able to finish the job.
It's 4v4 easy.
That jaw had started.
For easy kilo.
Paranoia going to be going in, but Francis wins the fight. Baby Bay eliminated. Valen now dead. It's a 3v2. Leaf, no corpses to work with, no way to get that neural depth invested. Hunter's Fury going to be going in. RB, you can't body block that, son. Trent might have just saved them. The push forward, and Leaf has it with a stinger. G2 not done yet.
Oh boy. Okay, finally it's G2's turn. Kind of take a round that felt like maybe they were in the disadvantageous position. You know, they lose Jog early. Okay, Baby Bay gets one, but then all of a sudden in this drop down out of heaven, they get 2. With that Hunter's Fury clutch. Here we go. 4 now is the magic number for G2 just to stay alive. It's going to be a weaker buy. A couple sheriffs there for Nongshim. It's again just getting aggressive. I think this is going to be their MO here for a couple rounds to see if they can just have a trap that G2 falls into at the beginning. G2, though, once again, going to be quick scaling in towards C, even TP from Valen.
Leaf intercepting, but he's not ready for that second layer, even though Ivy was the one that he had originally spotted with the cam. Weapon to be collected. Now full rifles in the hands of Nongshim. How do they look to pilot this? I mean, Jogamo, he's hearing him. It's just going to be curveball for curveball. They look to hold each other back. Molly now on the floor. Dambi held at bay for now. Until they reach this position, Ivy, it's going to be a slow approach, a slow scale from him. Jogamo able to find the one before getting traded out. Now the run it back going to be committed, but Baby Bay quick denies that. Swing in, and Trent has 2 crisp shots, and Ivy now has to retreat. No further recourse. G2 still hanging in there. 3 more rounds to go to give us yet another overtime.
Got to be a timeout left for Nongshim.
I think they've used either on this map. They've been in control the entire time.
I think you're right.
It was both committed into the first half by G2.
Yeah. I assumed they hadn't used them. A little bit tough here, but this is crazy work from Trent. My goodness. Just so ready for that second peak. Yeah, there you go. First timeout from Nongshim. They've got 2 to work with. A lot to talk about here. And, G2, just like Nongshim on their attacker side, seems unstoppable.
It's always a gamble, though. You're opening up that door again for Josh RT to start getting back in. Reconnecting with Valen. Giving him some more ideas on how to keep this going.
The G2 camp, my assumption is that they're going to be a little bit slow at the beginning of the rounds and then look for that opening that Nongshim's been giving them. So is Nongshim, is that going to be what Silkanon is talking about here? Like, let's see if we can use that against them by being a little bit defaulty, being really quick with the flanks. Don't be afraid to clear some of that Cypher util early. If you get in deep, put some question marks into G2's heads. Just make them have to consider some of what's going on the map, potentially. Leaf and Jogamo sitting on their ults. RB does have the from the shadows. Francis a couple away from another Hunter's Fury. They're going absolutely crazy in some of these rounds. He's been keeping Nongshim in this thing, to be frank. That round, that Sheriff 4K, that one may be the one we're looking at as the reason Nongshim gets into playoffs.
Fishing shot off the cam initially. Ivy not going to be seeing much of anything quite just yet. Blazeball going to be situated, and Dambi able to snap back the ult. Jog him out, denied for now. TP over, RB joining it back plat. And it seems like G2 still want to try to shove this one forward onto the site. They're winning on the fight decently well. As Francis now in a position where he once again has to try to clutch. The 1v2 versus Valen and Trent to try to bring this series to its end.
भाई Francis निकाल ले भाई, please भाई निकाल ले. Francis, I believe you.
Situated on C.
Francis, I believe you. You can.
Does he send it? Does he give away his angle of
फालतू का
approach?
पुश कर रहा है भाई, बेफालतू का डाम भी पुश कर रहा है.
Backside plant.
मतलब ही नहीं बनता.
Trying to check every which angle, but tag to 5 immediately. Trent.
That's a save.
Gives him the chance to just simply walk away.
Not going to.
He's going to be caught with util. Trent will have it. Another 3K, another round for G2. The timeout shrugged off. Suddenly, it's just 2 rounds separating us from back-to-back overtimes.
I mean, the big thing here right now is the economy.
इनका सच में
Or Nongshim.
डिफेंस इतना गंदा है इनका.
Not great.
इनका डिफेंस इतना गंदा है.
So that
ये
means,
लोग अटैकिंग अच्छा खेल लेता है, डिफेंस में
you would think
that
this is going to go to 12-11, and Nongshim's only going to have one more real full buy shot at this.
This time you do not have that overdrive.
No.
11-13 कर
Not even
दो.
close.
I think ये round नहीं निकलने वाला है, पता है. 11-13.
Yeah, that's GG.
Just a classic for RB.
GG मत.
Check down towards Sewer. Drone over the top, getting the spot out. Quick back pedal.
हो जाए. एक. One more.
Recon will fly. Still
shot
good for 1 at least.
My God.
Shot.
Sends out the recon. Reveal on the 1.
No.
Francis, you can't be doing it again. Flash to the corner, some spray there from Valen, but RB, he's recovered the Phantom, and suddenly it is just Trent left standing, and not for long. No Jim. Give it out, get it over the line in a thrifty fashion. 13-10. Overtime denied. G2 denied.
He's a great guy.
What an absolute banger. These two teams fought tooth and nail for this. You have to be so impressed with them.
हो ही नहीं सकता.
The Nongshim players,
राउंड इसके
that
पहले
was a
निकाला है,
grind.
इसने
It
इस
was
बार भी 3
grueling.
किल निकाला, ये 2 किल
But
करके
they
निकाल
get
लिया.
there. My heart breaks for G2. They come so close.
GG's guys,
It's
GG's.
another early
Let's
exit
go.
from a global,
Let's go.
from a tournament here
Okay,
this year in
आज का stream.
2026. G2 will not be joining their
G2
other
नहीं.
Americas teams in the
NF
playoffs. Nongshim Red
They
Force
just
will be
logged
the
in
lone
like
representative,
crazy.
not
Sheriff
just
का
from
गेम भाई, उसके
Pacific,
हाथ
but
में
from the
Sheriff
East,
मत-
as
घुमा
they
भाई,
will
घुमा.
once
That's
again look
crazy
to try to
भाई.
find another
G2
trophy to
घर
lift
गई,
here this
but
year.
well played भाई, सारे
But
अच्छे खेले.
what a grueling
G2 भी
performance
अच्छी खेली.
for them, from losing on
G2
their map
played
pick
well.
to going into that overtime on Sunset, barely being able to clinch it out, and then being able to withstand a G2 who looked like they were in full force in that second half of Haven.
No, I know. I mean, it
And
really
this
felt
is
like
just
G2 had it in
awesome,
him
awesome.
to send it to OT there, but then Francis, his
GG's
sheriff,
guys.
just he is not of this earth. That
Will you
sheriff
not
has been
play?
touched
Nope,
by
I'm
God.
not playing
Absolutely
today.
incredible.
आज मैं
An
जा रहा.
absolute
हाँ,
beast
मैं
is
काम करूँगा
Francis.
थोड़ा.
Helps them
काम करके
get over the line.
होने का तो
But
है नहीं.
overall, a fantastic
4-5 बजे
performance
तक जगना
from
ही है.
all
काम
of
करूँगा.
Nongshim Red Force. Every single
आज
player
no
across
sleep
the board having their moments. I mean, Dambi
आज
just
काम
doing
करूँगा,
Dambi
काम
things
करके
the
सीधा
whole way through.
कल
What a
फिर से stream
series.
पे आऊँगा. Stream पे
Hellishly
आके
entertaining. But that's it for myself and Paper Thin for today, so we'll
इससे
give things
काम
back over to
फिर
Digon.
next day इंस्टीट्यूट जाऊँगा.
Thank you very much, guys. Great cast on the day. And despite that dominating 10-2 lead in the first half, G2 kept plucking away at it round by round until Nongshim finally found their grip. Maybe a sweaty grip, but eventually that grip to close it on off and book their ticket to the playoffs and prevent the full Western playoffs. It is Pacific back with some representation here and in that top 8 as we welcome back Big Time and Kukuka.
Listen, sometimes you just gotta shut up and let the other person speak. And in that case, I feel like that is what I have to do with you, Big Time.
People doubted after Santiago. They said they couldn't do it. They said there's no bounce back. They said there's no fight. They said Dambi's not on Neon. I said that, but that's okay.
Thanks for joining, guys. Thanks for joining. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining. मुझे पे बहुत काम पड़ा है, मुझे करना पड़ेगा लिटरली बहुत, मतलब बहुत बहुत काम है, तो आई कांट, सॉरी गाइज। या तो प्लीज़ गाइज नेवर माइंड, आज जाना पड़ रहा है। या कल मिलते हैं फिर से, तब तक के लिए बाय, प्लीज़ गुड नाइट। थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग, थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग, थैंक यू फॉर वॉचिंग, बाय बाय गाइज, बाय 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 बाय।